censored man in Alex Jones is the single most censored man in all American history. Deplatformed. Alex Jones was deplatformed before it was a common term. He joins us now in our studio.
I see you, enemy. You are my enemy. He is your enemy. I see you, enemy.
So we thought it'd be interesting to start with a series of on-tape predictions that you made, some of which are so precise and so prescient that it makes the hair on my arm stand up.
This guy, the spirit, this smiling, leering devil that thinks you can't see what he is. I see you, enemy. Enemy, enemy. You are my enemy. He is your enemy. And I swear total resistance to you with everything I've got. You don't think I don't see you, Stelter? I see you. You understand me? I know what you think of me and my family. I see you right back. You understand that? You understand that, Stelter? I see you, enemy. You are my enemy. He is your enemy. I see you, enemy.
So people say, well, why is he so angry? Well, it's because he's literally trying to take us off air, literally taking our sponsors. I see you, I know what you're doing. So I'm pissed off at him. And so there he is, all sweet and liberal and cackling and laughing, but he's really an agent of anti-American totalitarianism. He was the front man of that, and I wanted to simply say, you're right.
This uncircumcised Philistine, who does he think he is? Think I don't see you, Stelter? I see you. You understand me? I know what you think of me and my family. I see you right back. You understand that? You understand that, Stelter? I see you, enemy. You are my enemy. He is your enemy. I see you, enemy.
What's interesting is, after dinner, you and my producer called Stelter. What was so interesting was he was very kind of syrupy sweet with you.
That's why I was sarcastic and told him I wanted to date him.
You did. In fact, the exact line that you had was, Brian, I'm not usually gay, but I want you. You've been very clear in a very direct, pretty masculine way, I would say, about how you feel about Brian Stelter. There's not a lot of confusion about your views on Stelter. And he seemed a little bit, I'm not saying he's open to it or whatever, but he wasn't shocked by it.
He's like, give me your phone number.
Think I don't see you, Stelter? I see you. You understand me? I know what you think of me and my family. I see you right back. You understand that? You understand that, Stelter? I see you, enemy. You are my enemy. He is your enemy. I see you, enemy.
Now listen, if you have not subscribed to a YouTube channel, do it right now. Do it today. And all you have to do is click the big red subscribe button.
Here's the thing. Fine.
Listen,
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded. In that, no.
That's going to be a soundbite. They're going to put that to mariachi music.
No.
I might have to use Elon Musk flamethrower to light the next joint.
Well, I'll take a pull of tobacco, but no, seriously. When it comes to regular
I have
life,
some regular tobacco with no marijuana at all. Would you like some?
yes.
Okay, there you go.
always good when you're muted. You know what I mean? And that's why you got to do a sound check on yourself, because no one's going to tell you, hey, you're muted. You know, you should probably unmute. Always good when you're muted. You know what I mean? And that's why you got to do a sound check on yourself, because no one's going to tell you, hey, you're muted. You know, you should probably unmute. Always good when you're muted. Let me drop the link. And that's why you got to do a sound check on yourself. I said no one's going to tell you, hey, you're muted. You know, you should probably unmute. Always good when you're muted. Let me drop the link. And that's why you got to do a sound check on yourself. I said no one's going to tell you, hey, you're muted. You know, you should probably unmute. Always good when you're muted. Exactly. Drop the link. And that's why you got to do a sound check on yourself. I said no one's going to tell you, hey, you're muted. You know, you should probably unmute. Always good when you're muted. Exactly. Drop the link. How do you guys like the loop? You want the loop? No. We're going to move on from the loop. Let me actually edit this and put the link to join in the info. Let's catch up on where we're at here with the Secret Society of Good Guys, Optics High. Let's correct their mistakes.
You know, the last 2 monsoons, we've had this huge influx of water, and now there was like overgrowth.
And you know, now that I've met Donut, I've talked to Paranoid American, I've talked to Layla, Godpill Angel there 333. I haven't really talked to Project Cheney or this girl in the bottom middle much, but this guy in the top left, this Gordy Two Shoes, he's the most mysterious to me, even though Paranoid American's an admitted 32nd degree Freemason. Something about him. I want to know what this guy's deal is. What's this guy about here? Gordy Two Shoes. Anyway, let's catch up here. We're behind.
I don't think there's as much overgrowth as they think it's going to blow. And if it's going to blow, I think it's going to have to be artificial. Because do you remember? Yeah, it was about a year ago. There was like these tankers would blow up, and like all this stuff would happen in Arizona. Like a neighborhood blew up in Phoenix, like really? Somewhere in Tempe. Like a whole block blew on fire. And I think there were some of that might have been just them blowing up homeless encampments or something. But
we've been seeing a lot of that recently. A lot of mysterious homes just blowing up. Some establishment in Texas blew up, but it's mainly like houses. And then I wonder if it has anything to do with the new electrical readers. What are they called?
The smart
meters. There you go. The smart meters. I think those are weapons.
Yo, that's crazy synchronicity, because I just thought I was being fucking hella targeted yesterday by that shit, because just the back of my head was, and it still is right now a little bit like, there's just this tension in the back of my fucking head, man. And I also just felt like I was vibrating with inorganic fucking frequencies yesterday. I had to go ground, and I had to just get away from, I could get out of the house, and just, I gotta get away from this fucking death trap smart meter fucking shit, man. For real.
I was wondering about these solar panels. Everybody's got these new solar panels. They've been suckered in by the encampments or something. But
we've been seeing a lot of that recently. A lot of mysterious homes just blowing up.
Yeah, and a lot of people do claim and blame, and I would say reasonably so, reasonable suspicion. They blame the meters. So for these very unusual, quote unquote, unusual fires, like Paradise, for example. Let's continue.
Establishment in Texas blew up, but it's mainly like houses. And then I wonder if it has any.
But again, of course, it's very well possible that a DO could be involved with.
Anything to do with the
DOs could be weapons, and silent weapons for quiet words could obviously be involved with, you know, in concordance with the smart meters. And some people would say those are the silent weapons themselves. So let's continue.
New electrical readers. What are they called?
The smart
meters. There you go. The smart meters. I think
those are weapons. I was wondering about these solar panels. Everybody's got these new solar panels. They've been suckered in by the state will pay you back kind of thing. But they can put those Tesla charger things in their house. Yeah. That's what controls their whole grid system.
So like, there's a few people I know here in Florida that have converted their entire everything to solar panels because when like a hurricane comes and hits, right? Like you kind of see that as well. You can be off the grid, but here's the problem, because I've got neighbors that have fully converted. And when we did have a hurricane and it did take out the electric, they weren't allowed to use their solar panels because it's like an all or nothing system, right? So you're completely off the grid and you don't have any backup. And then you can use your solar panels during a big crisis, or if you want to sell it back into the system, then you have to be a part of the grid. And if you're a part of the grid and the power goes down, you have to also be without power. So it's like really weird. And then the explanation they give is that if the solar panel and your system's back up and you're connected to the grid, then you can actually be feeding energy into the system where like the rest of the people don't expect it. So if they're working on a line down the block and all of a sudden your solar system injects energy into the grid, they can get electrocuted. But it's kind of funny because like people think they're being like completely self-reliant, but it's like you can't have your cake and eat it too. Like you can't have solar and also be like, and I want to be part of the grid. It's like either you're going completely off grid or you're not.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, the main problem with fucking solar though is if the sun's blocked out, how are you going to get energy? Right, exactly. So why are they spraying it out? I wonder. Why did they have a heavy push on solar panels the last decade. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think they're weapons, the smart meters, but y'all do your research on it. If you just dig a little bit, you'll see what I'm saying.
I like that little thing. What up, donut thing up in the corner?
Little donut. What up, donut? Yeah, we're talking about March. No one really prepared, I guess, super anything for March. There's just a lot of weird stuff.
Oh, I'm ready.
Yeah.
I was thinking about March. I'm prepared.
Yeah, as we were talking about it was like, okay, March. And then when we started to say things like the Ides of March were one of the first things to come up. And I'm like, that's the 74th day of the year on the Julian calendar. Of course, 74.
What's that mean, 74?
It's always 47 or 74. It's the Pythagorean theorem, like the last proposition of Euclid. It's everything's 47. It's
all right, let's go through this. Government, authority, DC, Democrat, Republican, foundation, all that and more, much more, equals 47. 47 is also the nation's birthday. There's 47 degrees on the Masonic compass. It goes on and on and on. And then if you reverse that, of course, 74, that's a whole nother story. But Jesus, who spoke in parables, brought the gospel. They called him the Messiah. All those words equal 74, like Masonic and Gematria. But let's continue. They forgot all that. So that's okay, though. Let's continue.
It's just the most used number in any movie. If you take the
that's not. We're coming up on the 47th president. I bet you there'll be a presidential ritual.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. Donuts on it.
And 74 is the 4th of July. 47 it's the almost a swastika looking symbol when you draw.
It's also when I almost died in 2021. 4/7.
All the 47.
Sorry, 7/4, whatever. July 4th, right after I had Men in Black at my door. Crazy. I had a freak, almost near-death experience on the nation's birthday. After Feds at my door. Fascinating.
Out and attach it together. It makes all these different symbols, and it's a whole rabbit hole of its own. 47 years ago.
I like 47 for the Machine Elves. 434 channel 434 on YouTube talks about it, and whenever you see that number 47, it's like the Machine Elves.
Yeah, 434 is a dope channel.
Try to contact you and like make connection with you, or they're just saying hi. That's a whole other little realm to dive into if you're into that. But they say Machine Elves are part of the whole psychedelic world, and if you're into the psychedelics, you probably met Machine Elves. They say they're the creators of putting this. Not creators, they're the workers who help put this realm together in a sense. Or am I wrong, Abby?
I don't know if they put it together. They just know.
They create and create. They're like they multiply, like in that sense. That's what I heard him talk about.
I don't know. 44 is one of my favorite channels though. That guy's got I used to at first thought it was so weird.
Yeah.
I read this guy is freaking crazy. Yeah. But the more I listen to him, I'm like, no, this guy is not crazy. I've talked to him a couple times. Freaking awesome person. Peter, he's really in touch with something.
Yeah. And ever since then, I'm like, ooh, 47. 47.
Yeah, so that date, March 15th, is the Ides of March, when Julius Caesar was stabbed 23 times. So it's go into the whole 23 enigma as well that we see pop up all over the place.
Well, plus it's the Julian calendar. So it's the Ides of March in the Julian calendar. So it's July and Julian are named after that Caesar who's stabbed in the back.
And Caesar is God. Caesar means God, right? And Julie, it goes into the Ili, right? The Julie Ili, and everything goes back to this like priesthood of the Ilis. It'd be interesting to see what Layla has to say. I'll send you this book called Priesthood of the Ilis. I believe Jordan Maxwell wrote it.
The Iliad.
The Iliad.
Illyrian.
And also Ili, like it sounds like Illuminati, Ili. The Fleur Delis.
Ilias star. That's what it means. Ili.
Ilias star.
Like the breakdown of the word is star. Ili.
Oh, okay.
Ili.
It's just an interesting book, and he said that the Ili ruled on the top of the hilly, right? The hill, and the villi, the villains were in the ville, like a village, the villi. It was just a dope word play. Yeah.
I'll check that out.
And what the dilly?
What the
dilly, yo? That was my thing
yo?
back in the day.
Yeah, remember Ghetto Superstar? Ghetto Superstar.
He was the one who was implied in all of those like embezzling schemes, right? That was Praz. It was Maya Praz and ODB was Ghetto Superstar.
Yeah.
And it was for that movie Bulworth, which was a wild movie. It was about the black guy that turns into like a white guy or a white guy that thinks that he's a black guy, and then like starts going around the inner city and like talking truth and gets taken out.
I used to love
it. Was
that.
Basically RFK.
Yeah, that song was so dope. Me and my sister would listen to it all day. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, shimmy, yam, shimmy, yay. Give me the mic so I can take it away. I'm thinking of candy painting this microphone.
Candy painting?
Candy painting it? Yeah, Paranoid American. Oh, you came up with that idea. We're stealing ideas from Paranoid American.
Candy painting. I don't know
what
is.
is candy painting.
Yeah.
Candy paint, you know them shiny Impalas that drive by that are all
Oh yeah.
Okay,
yeah. I do like glitter and pinstriping. Oh, that'd be sweet, man. Do like some like gold fleck, man. Make it all shiny and nice, like a lowrider.
I got some candy
sweet,
painted Hillary Clinton dolls in the next room. I was making
really?
reptilian versions where I taped it up and like airbrushed it all in. But yeah, I got some like green candy apple paint, and it looks awesome.
Sweet. That is so rad. I love that how you like add that shit in there. That is so fun.
We
Like
got
all your
some people
variations and stuff that you're doing.
Everybody smash that like button.
Smash it. Rub it.
Smash
touch it.
that like button. Rub that like button.
Dirty birdies.
7 Up, put that thumb down. like button.
And
So
then
yeah, go ahead.
Go on.
No, I was going to mention the COVID lockdown, March 13th, Friday the 13th. That happened.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Strange connections.
Oh, really?
I thought it was the 19th, but I did look that up.
Well, Trump came out and declared a national emergency on this March 13th day. Now,
Okay, so see, this is where I'm pretty positive they're wrong. It was March 11th, 3/11. So, yeah, I might have to drop that in the chat, but I'm way behind here on the chat. So, but yeah, I'm pretty sure they're all wrong. Con 1984 was declared a scamdemic in the U.S. on March 11th, not March 13th. But maybe it was that Trump made the announcement on March Friday the 13th. That might be possible.
it's connected to the fake UFO agenda because that's when the Phoenix lights happened over Arizona on March 13th. And just a few months prior to the entire world locking down, you had Storm Area 51 Facebook.
Stanky in the building.
So there's
good to see you,
been a lot of alien connections to all this leading up to mind control of a new type of religion for aliens.
Yeah, I got the 15th too for that date.
15th? Well, I know
Yeah.
they put it on the news on the 13th, so they can let everyone know for the weekend because they reported it on the 13th from what I remember. Like
There was a
not
lot
the
of reporting
president.
going on.
Yeah, like we're going to be locking down.
We were talking about it since February, just in the mainstream media. Just
The
like
ones
not
we
even
know.
not even the conspiracy theorists. I feel like in February they were like, "Oh, this person's doing this. Trump's a xenophobe because he wants to shut the borders down to China." And like there was all this stuff happening way before we ever LeBron James 23.
I was in lockdown in February. I would not leave my crib. I was not going outside. I was already before the news was talking about any of it.
Really?
Yeah, because I was working for a alternative media company, AMTV, and he was covering it. So we were looking at it, talking about it, and the guy came up to me, Christopher, and he's all like, "This is gonna be the biggest story of your life." And I was like, "Okay, whatever." But then we kept on reporting on it and telling people everyone's gonna be
Optics high, folks. I mean, this guy was just on my channel last weekend, and he was working with MTV. Optics are high. I might be in the Illuminati too. Might not even realize it, folks. So it's kind of scary. Yes, even with 3 people watching. I don't know what that is. The Vulcan symbol. Yeah.
wearing that, and then it all happened. Man, what a strange time. And what I don't understand is during that time, I was out making videos like every day.
Cat Williams is a homunculus. I have heard that.
Because that's what made my channel grow, and I was putting out videos on it. And all these like new red pill like people that are very, very famous and monetized, big channels, all working together. Where were they? But now they're coming out talking all this crap about it. But where were they when this all was going down? I never heard of any of these characters. It's kind of that's just kind of where I'm at right now.
Well, people were masked. I was like, nah, not me, bitch. New York City, everyone was walking away from each other, even though they were masked. I felt like I was in a different realm, and I was like, yo, y'all are nuts. Like, I almost got arrested a couple of times for not having a mask on. I said, not this bitch. Call the cops. Do it. I will do it. Do it.
Do it.
They didn't do it.
I think it's interesting that this is brought up because everybody gives Rogan so much credit for
go Rogan
for ivermectin, when in actuality he said that a long time after Daddy Trump tried to tell you about HCQ, a very, very long time.
Yeah.
And he didn't ever say, hey, you guys should try HCQ. Instead, during that time, he normalized PCR tests, had a doctor on staff, and every single one of his guests, he let you know that him and them were both getting their PCR tests.
Yes.
All the meanwhile, there was a certain president that would not let any of the emergency PPE onshore from China. And everyone was like, oh my gosh, but we're out of alcohol. Oh my gosh, but we're out of masks. Oh my gosh. And he said tough shit.
Oh my gosh, strip clubs are open.
Whoa, is Gnostic coming out here in the chat? By the way, Gnostic Chef is a mod over there, so that's pretty cool. But he said, looking good, Gordy. Optics are fruity, folks. I'm just kidding, brother. I don't know why that happened. I love you.
He's like, I guess we're going to have to start making some American
Shout out to Gnostic Chef.
masks. I guess we're going to have to start making some American Q-tips to stick up your nose.
Yeah, DARPA technology. You know, you guys are vaccinated. Well, I'm not sure about the vaccinated part, but some kind of technology entered you.
So Layla's just laying it out. Just no holds barred.
The alcohol thing, I'm happy you brought that up because that was you were allowed to go get alcohol during this time. And it was because...
And McDonald's.
Yeah,
McDonald's stayed open, fast food stayed open.
Fast food and alcohol. But like the alcohol...
Essential workers, right?
Yeah, alcohol was an essential product because people weren't drinking it.
Man,
we live in a
too.
spiritual Malibu society.
And he's cupcaking too. Gnostic Chef's cupcaking. Look at this. Gnostic Chef is literally cupcaking, finishing up cupcake. with my daughter. That's crazy.
Society that if they didn't have that, they were so addicted that we would have a lot of people passing away. So it was that was like a health thing. They needed people, and then it went into the narcissism and the fear, and the narcissist is very scared of passing away. So this was the most terrifying thing for the culture of America. I don't know about other places because I'm straight, from America, but America is a fearful, insecure society, and not brave either. They used to maybe be brave. That's how they created America, the land of the home and the brave, and that's not America today. It is a narcissistic, psychopathy town. I don't know if that's a word. But I just saw how alcohol fueled a lot of this. Then people were stuck going home alone, and people have a disease, in my opinion, called autophobia, where they're scared of being alone. And this is very out there with the new Adam Sandler film. It's about loneliness, at least the first few minutes I've watched of it, because there's a loneliness epidemic happening, and people are also scared. So the great Michael Cesarian talks about how are we in a loneliness epidemic when there's so many people all over the place. And when I go walk around and say hello in America to people, people don't even look at me or say hello back. People look down.
Not Florida.
Don't look at
Not Florida, probably.
Maybe you should stop saying hello. Maybe you should stop saying oh hell and bringing that energy in, sir. Maybe you should say hi. Hi is better. Hi, hey, what's up? How you doing? Good day. Good grand rising. Good evening. Good to see you. Peace. All that stuff.
Land, but
Oklahoma
no more hello.
drivers like
Yeah,
waiting.
Florida, it's fine. They're gonna hold the door for you and have a full conversation. I feel like if you feel doomsday, you're in a bad part of the world.
Yeah,
that's it. I just feel like you're in a big city that is full of transients and not enough people that have ever spilled blood, sweat, or tears on that soil. So there's no grounding out there. So it used to be that you could only vote out and ground out your vote if you owned land and if you cared about the
Because these streets are small, sir. That's how. That's how.
land. Why would you want some transient to come in and have any say so of your town? So once your whole state becomes dictated by one city of transients, you're doomed.
Yeah. Do you know what else
That's what
caused
I
a lot
hate
of the
for Oklahoma right
sicknesses?
now, too.
People didn't realize the fear caused a lot of paranoia and panic. And it is known in the scientific world, if you push enough fear, it'll give people this anxiety, which mimics side effects of having a flu, but a serious, like bad flu, high fever,
I could be wrong, but isn't that what biomimicry is? I may be off on that one.
sneezing, coughing, I mean, the whole 9 yards, because this fear makes your body turn acidic and it becomes a mass paranoia where you'll have thousands of people becoming sick because of this fear that they push on everyone. That's why it was on every fucking channel and they had the count of how many people were dying or how many people
And I would say the
infected.
sickest places were the places where people are all they like to be populated in this idea. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. It's the Big Apple. And then they all shove themselves into a rat trap. And some smaller version works like that in LA, and a smaller version in Chicago, and a smaller version in Toronto, and a smaller version in Sydney, Australia. And you pick your big city. But if you're thinking like in a rat mentality, there isn't enough resources to go around. Your human animal knows this. That's why you can't sleep. That's why you can't think right. That's why you can't. It's like all that stuff because you need electricity to get water to your house. That is crazy. You can't stick a fishing pole and feed your family. You've never been without power. You just wonder what it would be like every day. Oh my gosh, what's it going to be like? The world's going to go insane without power. Florida does it every single year and we don't kill each other. It's just this idea of panic is only for those who aren't prepared or who have never seen it. And it's like my street and neighbors, dude, like we don't talk all year, but if the storm's coming, I'm boarding up that old lady's windows. Like it doesn't matter. It's just like there's this amount of just constant fear, but I just feel like this constant fear is pushed out of these big city meccas that are rat traps. And people from small towns and small places that have land and have weapons and have friends and know their community need to start speaking up and saying, it's not that bad out there, you guys. Stop watching the TV so much.
You know, in these smaller cities didn't even have the reminder.
Indeed, right, sir. Like, what's terrible, bro? Yo, it's good to see you, man. Yo, what's terrible? Yo, what's terrible, bro? Like, what's bad, bro? What's bad? Well, damn, I'm about to die. Doctors told me I'm gonna die in 3 days. But besides that, I mean, everything's fucking looking great, man.
Of hundreds of people going outside their windows with their pots and pans at 7 o'clock. Ding, 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 ding. The whole entire New York City taking their pots and pans at 7 o'clock, banging them for the nurses. Like a great reminder. Like if you're turning the TV off, oh, don't forget, lockdowns, ding.
By the way, guys, I'm not gonna die in 3 days. So, well, at least not to my knowledge, but it was a bit. All right.
Ding, ding, ding. It was the worst thing ever. I don't know if you guys experienced that, but that was New York City every night for months at 7 fucking o'clock.
It was.
Oh man, Bieber's birthday was yesterday. Oh fuck, man, I didn't even do a stream dedicated to him, man. Wow, I'm such a bad friend.
Trauma bonding, MK Ultra cult rituals that went down because
for set.
The media.
You stand 6 feet apart for set. You wear a mask for set. You take a knee for set. You chant no justice, no peace for set. And set is also the god of the eclipse, in my opinion. I think it's all about set.
110%.
And the fear.
The great reset.
By the way, I have this in 1.75x speed. I normally would have it in 2x. So that's what you guys get. You're welcome. I'm not slowing it down at all. Sorry.
The great reset. Yeah, right. Good one. Yeah.
But if you slow my stream down to like 0.75, it'll be more manageable.
It's a amygdala hijack, where once the amygdala gets hijacked and we leave the prefrontal cortex.
Donut's really getting in on the fucking amygdala hijack. We were going in on it on the stream last weekend, and he brought it up. We were talking about it for a few minutes. Anyway, so he's really. on that for some reason.
Text where the RAS is located, I believe. Where logic is and reasoning. Once we get into a fear state and other states of emotions, then we are more easily manipulated. This is why people will have a hissy fit and like try to like troll. Like troll will try to hijack the amygdala of someone to get them to respond. Or a baby, maybe like wanting the heat of the
coronavirus.
I just have to also say
a virus of the head.
Yeah,
The crown.
It's a crown virus.
Right.
Fucking sick in the head, people.
Mind virus.
I have to say too, a lot of
I don't know
people.
how y'all saying all.
Not medical advice. Yeah, he's about to say. I don't know how y'all saying this. That's what I'm saying. God pill is just like dropping the V words and the fucking. I don't. Yo, I meant to tell her in the comments like, yo, but I mean, it's this girl's channel. She should know better herself and fucking put her in line. She's out of line right here.
This and keeping the video up.
I have to say as well that a lot of the people that have always been red pilled lost their accounts because they've been screaming this stuff at the rooftops. They didn't play along. They left their jobs. They left Hollywood. They didn't try to chase clout. They just tried to spread truth, and so they kept losing their accounts over and over and over again. They were shadow banned by the people.
R.I.P. Awakening Consciousness 2020. R.I.P. Pineal Power. Hashtag FTNWO. R.I.P. So many other fucking channels. Holy crap.
They met up with. They were shadow banned because they showed up at the Capitol. They were shadow banned because they went to the wrong rally. They were shadow banned because they said the word on YouTube. So I do feel like there's a lot of people that have been saying this shit for years and years and years, and you might just be finding them because they're on their 16th account and they're, it's just in some. They can't even go on some social media accounts, a site.
Who was shadow banned by their work friends? Oh, I like everybody from work. Who personally shadow banned you from work? I was shadow
The
banned.
Miami Antifa.
Seriously, I swear to God. Why? Because I want to vote for Donald Trump. You're a fucking racist, Layla. How could you? I'm like, racist? Since when? You guys know me. How am I racist?
Whoa, what? She voted for Trump? Hold on a second here. Did I just hear that right? Do I need to just completely lose like all respect right now? Oh, I guess that was a long time ago. Let me correct myself. But still, man. Oh man. I guess she's a little newer to the whole. Maybe she fell for the Q stuff. It happens. Let's see.
Shadow banned by their work friends. Oh, I like everybody from work. Who personally shadow banned you from work? I was shadow
The
banned.
Miami Antifa.
Seriously, I swear to God. Why? Because I want to vote for Donald Trump. You're a fucking racist, Layla. How could you? I'm like, racist? Since when? You guys know me. How am I racist?
I have a Donald Trump sticker because I filmed one of his rallies because I work for a news station, and that's what we did. We go and film events, and I got one of them stickers. Right, it's probably gonna be worth a lot of money one day. And on this mirror, I got a bunch of stickers. I got O.J. Simpson, Charles Manson, Kim Jong-un, and that's not offensive. The Donald Trump thing was offensive. I'm like, don't you see I got serial killers up there too? And they said, these are my friends. And they said, no, you're a not the N-word, but the N-word with, I don't want to say the N-A-Z-I. They said that. And I was like, do you even know like what that term means? Like, I'm Jewish. How is that even, like, that doesn't make any sense.
That's the worst kind. That's the worst kind. The Jewish ones?
No, it's just the Trump arrangement syndrome. It's just insane.
Yes, MAGA means witch. Yes, it does. And it's okay. It's all right.
MAGA, the MAGA nation.
It's all right.
Magic is an interesting thing that they want to hide. I think it's crazy that
Yes,
there's
do.
an X eclipse going across Little Egypt in like the Cairo area of Illinois, and there was an
X eclipse going across Little Egypt and Cairo. Let's hear that one more time. Let's hear that one more time for whoever missed it.
magic. Magic is an interesting thing that they want to hide. I think it's crazy that
Yes, they
there's
do.
an X eclipse going across Little Egypt in like the Cairo area of Illinois, and there was an X eclipse over Jerusalem in like, let's say 900 BC. I don't know years and dates and times, but there was supposedly another X one over a similar area. I was like, I wonder where all these X eclipse mark, and would they name a place before?
And of course, let's not forget Twitter just changed to X, and let's not also forget that Neuralink's logo is an X. Let's continue.
Hand, like knowing this was going to happen if they know all
X
the
marks
stars
the
so well.
spot.
And I also remember something about Illinois that my dad, he was from Pekin, Illinois, and Pekin back in like the 50s and 60s, their football team was called the Chinks, and it had a dragon on it, and like on their football helmet. So it was like the Pekin Chinks, and it was said that if you stuck a needle through Pekin, Illinois, it would come out Pekin, China. And I don't know why I just thought of that like now, because we always talk about digging to China and how China used to be underneath our feet, and they used to be the first. If we talk about a war that was in existence before we can even fathom, then they were the original settlers of the land that we're on right now.
I have maps of it that shows that this was China at one point, like the by the Gulf area, by Texas and going up, by Alabama and all that. It shows China on these maps in the United States, and I'm just like, this is fucking weird. And they're old maps, guys. I will find them, and I'll post them on my page so you guys can see it. But it's fucking fascinating. I heard this theory many times before from other podcasters. You're onto something, Cheney, with this and that whole dig here, and you'll go down to China.
Yeah, my Native American homie out here told me that Chinese people have been in Arizona for a long time. And
Oh yeah, I have proof. I can show you.
And The Hill Has Eyes wrote something to Cheney that goes along with what you're talking about. That goes over all these towns called Navia. I guess means heaven. They wrote. So that's another one that I've been seeing circulating.
Like Nivea, like the cream Nivea.
I don't know what it means, but it's going over all these.
Just heard in my head, Nivea.
Yeah,
And then there's a double
NIVEA.
comment too.
Nope.
It's in the it's heaven
Nebia.
battle, like heaven
Nebia.
backward.
Huh.
Interesting.
Oh.
Back behind Evergreen.
Backwards. Heaven
Evergreen.
and Nebia backwards.
And there's a devil's comet that's happening. And who named it that? They're saying it's devil horns, and you're going to be able to see it during the eclipse. And all the planets are aligning, where you'll be able to see it in Jerusalem as well. And if you look at the Mountain Dew, as we're talking about dews and not priming predictive programming of the simulacrum, putting all these different words and ideas in our subconscious mind, that they have Mountain Dew pitch black. And in that pitch black, there's a devil's comet. And that's probably priming us for a grid down scenario.
I'm pulling it
Know
up.
what I'm saying?
It is interesting.
A comet. This comet is not a newcomer to the solar system scene. We've known about Pons Brooks ever since 1812. Interesting year. Isn't 1812 the year of Nasara Jasara?
Oh shit, is it?
I don't know. I feel like that's what everyone says all the time. Maybe I'm crazy. When
We'll look into
commenter
that.
Jean,
Let's not go into the financial system.
yes, and bigly. When comment hunter Jean.
Yo, that's funny. I think that dude Bobby, he's subscribed. He's subbed to my channels. Well, I don't know about this one, but the other two. He's that old dude who goes on Zetetic Warrior show sometimes. I'm pretty sure that older guy, and Z plays him sometimes singing like all awkwardly. You know who I'm talking about, Chris? Oh, Chris might be.
Louise
All right,
Pons
let's
spotted a fourth magnitude, but observation of the comet weren't precise enough to predict exactly when or where it would return. So it was rediscovered in 1883 by William Brooks. No relation to Mel. More modern astronomers working backwards think maybe the comet was recorded on previous passes too, as early as 1385. Why do we think it's bigger than Everest? Why did I just see Everest and Evergreen? Like, why? Like, it's such a tree. Sorry, that's another conversation for another day. Well, determining the size of a comet is difficult without directly observing it via spacecraft or radar. But 2020 paper in research notes, blah blah blah, 17 kilometers across.
17.
The Devil's Comet. And so much for the moon disappearing, eh?
Right?
I guess David Copperfield just got
so what, he gave up?
Yeah, he's like,
Natural
I'm going to make the moon
circumstances.
disappear on the new moon. Like, ooh.
Wow.
Wow, look how great I am.
You.
I don't know.
Good job.
Crazy. So March Madness. What else? March.
Yeah, March Madness. Is that
Besides the leprechauns?
Is that the NBA?
The what?
Is NBA March
It's NBA,
Madness?
yeah.
Yeah, NBA, not college. So this is LeBron. We have big 23 and 32. We always get like Magic is 32, Jordan 23, and then there always seems to be that 23 jersey or 32 jersey carryover. I feel like we always have to watch somebody wear it and then do the ritual.
Biggie died 3-9. I remember.
So
Well, I don't know what happened to Chris, but yeah, you got it. Bobby the Warrior. Yeah.
first.
Baby, baby. Sorry.
Baby, baby.
Rest in peace, Biggie.
It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up
Word Up
magazine. Salt and Pepper, and Heavy D up in the limousine.
Gosh, that's a good album.
Hanging pictures on the wall. No, my favorite song on that album is
Hypnotized.
I used to keep damn it.
Start rapping it. I'll know exactly what it is.
I was listening to it right before we went on. So look,
My favorite song on that album is the one I don't even remember the name to. Right, donut. Right.
I'm gonna prove it. I got it right there. Notorious B.I.G. It was Warning.
Get us kicked off.
No,
You can rap it. But
oh yeah, I'll rap it. Yeah,
Notorious.
yeah, no, it's a Warning. I'll rap it. Yeah.
Hey, go.
Who the fuck is this? Paging me at 5:46 in the morning. I'm yawning. Wipe the cold out of my eyes. See who pays to me and why. It's my hawk from the barbershop telling he was in the gambling spot and heard the spot. They said like fly paper. Chill, yo. God. Remember them up the hill back in Brownville that you go back with, smoke blunts, got my sweat. Yeah, that my dudes. No, if anyone disrespect. I didn't say damn, they screwed me to some that you knew from back when you were clocking minor figures. Now they heard you blowing up like nitro when they want to stick the knife through your windpipe slow soul.
You know, speaking of Biggie and the whole P Diddy of it all, fucking P Diddy, that's Epstein of hip hop. Yeah, is he gonna get charged for killing Biggie?
No,
because he did it. He was the mastermind behind it, I believe.
He's going through his ritual, his 50 Cent ritual. They both sell the alcohol products, and I believe nothing will happen to Diddy.
Nah.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You think?
I mean, I don't know the story. Maybe if you look through Puff's album on the back of his Killuminati album, Machiavelli, the Dawn, 7 Day Theory, you'll see Puff Daddy in a dress and Biggie getting penetrated. They banned that album, the back of the cover of that one. But they're all part of the club. Yeah,
but what I see on TikTok, because
see, I don't know anything going on.
Okay,
I'm very ignorant.
there's a lot of people coming out against him.
Mhm.
So many people. This lady who was shot by him in the face is coming out against him. All these people that were raped by him are coming out against him and telling their stories on TikTok. And they're trying to shadow ban these people. But like, I think he's fucked. Like, what's his name? Fucked. The one who peed on R. Kelly? No, was it R. Kelly? Yeah.
Yeah, R. Kelly.
That is a great shirt.
Wait,
I
who's
want a
peeing on
shirt.
R. Kelly?
Yeah, I want a shirt that said I pissed on R. Kelly.
That would be like the ultimate Ouroboros. Would just be like someone peeing on R.
Calvin,
Kelly.
the Calvin and Hobbes sticker that's on the back of white trash cars, and it just says "piss
Oh
on
my
R.
god, there
Kelly."
needs to be an R. Kelly version.
R. Kelly version, yeah.
This
Absolutely.
is amazing. That is totally an
R.
SSP.
Kelly kidnapped people and held them, right?
So did he did.
I feel like R. Kelly was a fall guy. The way they had that all ready to go and all those documentaries ready to go, I almost feel like in the Weinstein way, he was just set up for the fall. He was the Twin Towers. He was just built to collapse like he's bowling pins. It's just like easy to cut ties with him. They give us the public trial and we think something's done about it, but really he was just gathering girls for people higher than him the whole time.
Absolutely.
Well, this is actually fits into March pretty well because March used to be like the first month of the year, like the new year, and this is when we would actually be ushering in the new year. And part of that ritual, there was this I can't remember if it was called like Mammoralia or something.
Yeah,
it was sort of on the tail end of this Ides of March, but they would find a man and they would dress him up in like the skin of they would go and kill a goat. They would do like a big sacrifice, and then they would have an old man wear the skin of the goat that they sacrificed, and everyone would beat him, and they would like beat him out of town. And this was supposed to be symbolic of like ushering out the old year, and that's why they would pick like an older man to represent like the old man as the new baby of the new year came in. But I mean, it seems appropriate that like right now in March, the same time Mammoralia, we've got this like scapegoat that's going to get beaten out of town, and it's just like to kind of forget everything that happened from this point on. So once this P. Diddler thing blows over, it's kind of like turning the new leaf.
Yeah, so that's today. That's Matronalia, like he's talking about, celebrating the Roman mother. And what I learned on the Truth Mafia podcast was that people would light fire candle, and if the fire went out, and it's ironic that we have Texas on fire, but if the fire goes out on March 1st, it's bad luck. But if it keeps burning, it's good luck. So I wonder if there's a larger connection to the new Rome.
This Texas fire is definitely deuce.
It's done.
Deuce.
Oh, deuce. Yeah,
for sure.
I think it's deuce.
No, deuce.
I think
All right, be easy, Chris. Much love, brother. Thanks for coming up, man. Even though
Puff for sure. It means a gay
it's all good. It's late, man. I get it.
guy, I think in Britain or in France, Puff, they call someone a Puff. And so to be a Puff Daddy means he would like young men. Right there, in front and foremost. He was allowed to play in this world. He came out of nowhere. Puff Daddy. He ran a record label. He was on Howard Stern and The Breakfast Club. I think there's these radio shows that people need to look into and start dissecting in the same way they've done Hollywood movies. Wendy Williams, Howard Stern, Imus, all these people. So P. Diddy kind of makes his way and becomes just in the background. Mace is one
shit. What happened to Don Imus? Fucking A. Did he die?
of his dudes that he totally Mace immediately afterwards becomes super Christian and like cuts himself off from the gig altogether. So you can watch old interviews of Usher on Howard Stern, and Usher talks about parties and stuff that he should not have gone to when he was a child. And then you can see interviews on MTV with like Kevin Hart interviewing Puff Daddy, and he says some really crazy shit like, when me and Usher were in bed eating the Cheerios, and Kevin Hart's like, what did you just say? Like, and there's all these weird videos like that. And then
did you see the video of him adopting this young girl, also this white little young girl, and there's a group of men in the background, and she's like totally drugged out, and she's introducing herself with P. Diddy and a bunch of these men, and I forgot what her name is. It's all over fucking TikTok now that P. Diddy's out there, like this video of this young girl being adopted. Not really the same idea with Bieber, how he said, I adopted him for the day and he's mine, and he was like 15. How old is he in that video?
But Bieber, he's a YouTube kid, and the way for Diddy to get his hands on him is Usher is the one that discovers Bieber, and Usher's the one that walks Bieber in. So the same thing that happens to Usher, Usher does to Bieber. And Usher, like a town that's not looked at enough like Hollywood is Atlanta. And so Usher is all linked up to TLC. You have the Jermaine Dupri, who Jermaine Dupri played ball well enough from Criss Cross, all the way from that name, all the way into what he gets when he plays ball, all the way through Janet motherfucking Jackson. So I just feel like that is kind of a payoff of how you would get a sex kitten at the end of your, that's how you get, you get Timberlaked, and you get like, oh, I get the girl from Seventh Heaven.
And everybody that's connected to Puff Daddy turns ultra religious. So Mace becomes a preacher, or Shine becomes Orthodox Jew. Like it's
he probably killed Little Kim and put that weird masked demon walking around. That's not the Little Kim I grew up with.
He killed his wife. He definitely killed his wife. What was his wife's name?
Remember when he shot somebody in a club, and that whole cover story of J-Lo?
Oh yeah, the J-Lo thing, yeah.
But right afterwards, she had to clean up her act, which she got with Ben Affleck.
Yeah, CIA.
Look at this. This is the Little Kim now. What?
Kim Porter.
Whoa. That's nothing like the album cover.
That's the Little Kim. That is not the Little Kim we know.
Yeah, show the album cover.
And his wife's name was Kim Porter, the one that I think he killed.
Images.
That's nuts.
That's what Lil Kim looks like now? Oh my God.
Let's see. Yeah, this is Little Kim
That's
now.
a homunculus, dude.
Rolling with the bees, huh?
Rip out, man.
Throw your heck to your whole family. Dressing all that.
That's definitely a homunculus. No questions.
Like a Maybach.
This is the Lil Kim I grew up with. Lil Kim, Queen Bee. The original Queen Bee. They had to kill her because they gave Beyonce the title of Queen Bey.
Yeah.
What song were you singing, Layla?
It's all about the Benjamins.
Oh yeah, all about the Benjamins. Baby.
Rolling with the bees, huh?
All around the Benjamins, baby.
Throw your heck to your whole family. Dressing all black.
Bad boy.
That's wild. You can name Bad Boy. Like have a whole
Oh my God.
Bad boy, come out and play.
It's funny because
wow,
I'm from the West Coast, and a lot of my family's from the East Coast, and they were so obsessed with like Jay-Z, Puff Daddy, that whole like album that came out. But you're from the East Coast. So like that was like a big like East Coast vibe, and I was like at that time it was just a whole different genre of music for elementary school or whatever that was.
Yeah, elementary, junior high school.
Somebody said that little Kim looked like the saw face in that.
She did.
She totally. That's some crazy ass cheekbones.
It does.
Like
Can
that
somebody
lady.
do it? Can somebody do a quick side by side?
There's a lady who actually went through surgery
Wait,
to actually look like that. I think she's a Russian lady,
yeah.
injected herself with these ball-like cheeks and like
That's what happened to
huge
that.
chin.
And there was that dude too, the Barbie dude.
The singer from Dead or Alive. There's a whole he like messed himself up until he died. It ended up killing him.
Yeah.
There's a whole like reality show, and he had a great voice. Like I love that song Round and Round. Like that's still a fun ass song, but like he was, and apparently he was a crazy ass character that probably was a lot of fun, but and fucking hilarious. But like you can kind of see in that thing like where it becomes an obsession, you know, and kind of the self-hating obsession that they have with like trying to make themselves something they're not, you know, when they just can't look at themselves for once the way they actually are, you know, flaws and all, because you got to look at yourself
Do you
objectively as possible, I guess.
In some kind of vampire way of like if they live a long time and they can really drink youth. Let's just say this like witchy Snow White story. Do you think in a mirror, because back when they used to say vampires couldn't see themselves in mirrors, but back when our mirrors used to be made out of metal and we used to have like mercury mirrors and silver mirrors and like
copper.
Now we just have plastic stuck to the back of glass. And so it like if they were really ancient, what we saw them as? It like the youth they drank only shielded this, not them from themselves in the mirror like that.
Or maybe
So
like
they got
certain
to see
people,
1,000
they
years.
just avoided mercury and lead paint, and like they lived a little bit longer, and everyone else was dying at like 24 of old age, right? So then it's like these damn vampires are never around these mirrors, living to 40, living to 50.
No, get that mirror out of here. But that is so skewed. People really did live a really, really long time. The reason that the numbers that we died young is just because people literally threw their babies away with the bathwater. That like they didn't literally, but the water got so dirty after everyone in the family bathed, and then they'd wash the baby, so the baby would die a lot and from just and not washing hands. The like biggest huge thing in medical science that's cured more things than started, or even better, everybody's always like penicillin. Just washing hands, just washing your hands.
World Wars too. Every one of those statistics where it's like, you know, people used to not live as long as we do now, that always overlays with some major war going on. So if there's two people, right, 40 or 30, they take those two people and they just be like, okay, one lived to 30, one lived to 100, and they average those together, and they throw out the fact that one of the people was in a war and they wouldn't have died, you know, otherwise. But all of that usually gets factored in. So when someone's like, look at the new Rockefeller medicine system, people are living 20, 30 years longer, just like, no, all those stats are always taken in the middle of like a wartime so they can compare it to something later on. You know what I mean? The same ones that take those statistics, they're taking those statistics for a reason at that point in time.
Yeah, the same goes with the culture that I grew up in. They never talked about, oh, people didn't live long lives. No, they said they lived long lives, and it had a lot to do with the way they lived, the type of food they ate, the tobacco. Tobacco was a huge key in like longevity. They were all smokers. Albanians love cigarettes. They love tobacco. Like that's their whole thing. And the stories that I know, people live long.
Yeah, you kind of look at all the countries where they just smoke them if you got them. It's fine. I always say cigarettes are the Lee Harvey Oswald of cancer.
Well, they didn't have the shit that we have in them today. It was just like pure fucking tobacco. That's kind of tobacco, that pure organic, you know?
But even pure organic, it turns into the same stuff, right? Like if you were to grow your own tobacco in your backyard, all organic, sunlight, and then you dry it and burn it, it still turns into formaldehyde.
Does it?
It's one of the chemical processes.
It's in it.
It's one of the many things that it goes through as you burn it from being like plant matter into just straight up carbon.
What if the formaldehyde helps strengthen your lungs?
Or nicotine is actually like super, super good for brain processing and dementia. They can't really study it with Alzheimer's because they can't really.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of that's true. I mean, there's always truth and lies and all that. And yeah, I do think there's obviously a lot of scare push with nicotine and alcohol. I mean, tobacco, rather. Tobacco and, well, I don't know about so much nicotine, but with tobacco.
Study all.
Tobaccos can be extremely health promoting given the circumstances and the dosage and the type of person, or the type of spirit, rather, not corporate slave person. Sorry, I'm getting better at using that word, or not using it, rather.
Like this is why Alzheimer's there's so much about it because they can't.
Isn't it crazy that we live in a world where saying someone's a nice person is basically calling them a retarded slave? Yeah, nice means retarded, person means corporate slave.
Can't really study Alzheimer's until the person's dead. And so many people with Alzheimer's don't necessarily give their body up to science to study. So all the different disorders of memory, dementia have just become this huge blanket thing that it just gets put into, oh, they had Alzheimer's, but you don't know unless you study the brain after death.
They found out though, and it's been a while, they're just now telling us that Alzheimer's is connected to diabetes, type 2 diabetes. That's what Alzheimer's is. If you can help reverse yourself from that type 2 diabetes, your Alzheimer's will disappear. But they won't tell you this because they want you as a customer. That's it.
And Parkinson's.
Yeah, I feel like diabetes is just weird stuff that.
See, that's what's crazy is my grandma's always been extremely sharp, but she has had type 2, but mentally been very sharp. But now that she's been laying around a lot and she's been pretty much hospital bound for quite a while, over about a month and a half now. Well, wait a minute, 12. No, sorry. Over 2 months now. Well over 2 months actually now. So yeah, now that that's happening, the mental faculties have started to dwindle and dull and whatnot, and it's tough, man. It's really tough, especially from someone who always uh, bragged about, and rightfully so, because a lot of her friends were, one in particular, especially, was always calling her, whose mind state was always decaying. Well, now in a lot of ways, it's happening to her, and it's tough, man, because at the end of the day, it's kind of like when you lose the will to live, you're gonna lose the will to, you know, remember and do everything else that comes with the will to live as well, including memory and whatnot. So, yeah, you gotta kind of fight.
That they've done with
You gotta fight
different kinds of
people.
sugar, and they've opened up us to insulins and sugars, and even things as silly as juicing, where they tried to push everyone into America into juicing, and so everybody started juicing, and all that they were doing was having so much caloric intake that their body had none of the fiber and none of the good stuff that it needs to process it. So they were kicking themselves into diabetes. Like there's just, I don't know.
Correction is type 3 diabetes, not 2.
There's
But yeah, you can
something
look this up.
there's something really interesting about tobacco too, how like America in particular, they kind of bastardized tobacco and turned it into this like mass, commercialized commodity, and now it's being villainized. But I think that it's almost like baby out with the bathwater kind of thing, where tobacco has some legitimate uses when it's not pumped out of like Marlboro factories. Like and a lot of the tobacco we have now too doesn't even come from the States. It came from like Barbados or something. Like it's like a very specific kind for high yield, kind of like how bananas operate. But the interesting part when it comes up with tobacco and dementia and Alzheimer's is that tobacco, I think, has hycosamine in it, which is one of the earliest drugs that they were testing against dementia praecox and dementia and everything. And hycosamine converts the scopolamine in the body under normal biological processes. So there's something to be said about the psychological, maybe like a psychoactive property of tobacco that they've turned into, like, make it bastardized, water it down, make it so ubiquitous that it loses all meaning, the same way that we do with gambling and the same way we do with playing cards, where everyone knows what playing cards are. Oh, that's that thing that you do when you're like gambling and playing for money or playing games, but really it was the original tarot. And just like the roulette wheel, now it's like, oh, the roulette wheel is the thing in Vegas. Well, no, the roulette wheel was actually like a fortune telling device. It was the Wheel of Fortune, and it gets turned into this like profane version of it. And I think that cigarettes, tobacco in general, are the exact same way. Like there's a real spiritual purpose and a benefit that could be derived from tobacco, but because of the way we treat it, it's not there anymore.
There is a real thing of experiencing going out, like getting high and smoking a cigar and walking out in the middle of the desert, just with no direction, no device on you, and talking to spirit, man. Like it's something else. It's a connection. When you do it with the right intention, when you're going into it with just looking at yourself, like trying to improve yourself, but it shows you the fucking world. Like there is something to connecting to a higher goddess power that way, and it's very, I don't know.
It's calming as fuck.
Calming.
When I'm pissed.
Grounding.
There's so many because there's so many different kinds of dementias that your body can get. And then if you noticed in old tribes, it was always like the older people would have their peace pipes or their tobacco, and then they would pass it. But maybe in some ways that of the dementia that the body would sometimes give the elderly, maybe sometimes it was a vision, and it wasn't always treated just as like, oh, there's this, this person's rotting away. And so I feel like because of the things they do to us, getting mixed into the things that might be natural processes that happen to us, then it's just like blanket. If you look at how many things in the medical industry are under dementia, it will blow your mind. And it's just a comorbidity of something else. So it's not even like the insurance only has to have it as a thing. Like it can't be the reason you're homebound. It can't be the reason you go to a nursing home. It has to be the comorbidity. So this is another reason they're starting to attach all these things like diabetes and all these certain. So make sure you read a bunch of peer-reviewed studies, because all this stuff is insurance connections. And it's always for doctors to be able to refer you to a different specialist, and so they can micromanage your body and separate it like it's NASA. This is all very specific things that they're like, hey, by the way, you all already have this, and it'll be 50 years before they tell you, oh, remember that energy drink you were all drinking? That's really what caused this new type of diabetes we didn't know about. But that'll be the new biggest lawsuit after the Monsanto lawsuit of, oh, organic. Oh, yeah, all those vegetables are being sprayed with a different kind. Oh, you thought your plastic was BPA free? Well, there's a different kind of chemical in the plastic you've been drinking out of. So it's just like one thing after another that they know about all of it 50 years before, 100 years before, but they don't want us to know about it because the cause is always in their cure.
I'm waiting for one of those like middle of the night infomercials from the legal teams, and it's like, did you eat 2 marshmallows and Lucky Charms in between the years 2006 and 2009?
I can't believe how many people haven't.
If you have no immune system, if I wash away your white blood cells and I introduce insulin into your body, I can create diabetes in you in less than a week. Your body starts thinking that I'm going the same way as the respirator. Remember when that whole facade went on and Cuomo came out and he's like, we need respirators, we need these ships to come in, and Trump's like, well, build the respirators in America if you need them so bad. And within the next week, we realized respirators were killing people. It was like that quick. I think this is the exact same scenario. It's like people are doing things to introduce insulin in their body where they have no immune system because they're getting 70 vaccines and they're creating diabetes. Everybody didn't have diabetes back when. Look at this whale society we're walking around with. Everybody's wondering where it's coming from. Yes, people are fat. Yeah, they're eating the wrong foods, and something else is happening to them. They're getting fattened up like cattle. They're getting fed hormones at every turn, and they're getting the same injections in them that the cattle's getting, the same nose swab that the cattle's getting. And they're just like, you know what I want to do? Put a ring in my nose just like the cattle.
Yeah. And also like the whole like Egyptian practice of them shoving that thing all the way up to your blood-brain barrier and have people bleeding. And they didn't even check what the damn swabs look like. They're just like spikes, like plastic spikes with bioluminescence on it. Like, it was fucking mind-blowing that people are just like, yeah, just shove it up my nose, no problem. Fucking sick.
And Bill Gates was making your meat at the time, and that's why only fast food restaurants were going to be open, because they introduced to us at the same time the Beyond Burger. And at the same time, Netflix pushed, do you know what's in your meat? Everybody should become vegan.
And it's mind-blowing that we have to label things organic when everything should be organic. Like, why do we have GMO anything? It is mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. But we still eat it. Enjoy. Love it. I love it.
And George Washington, right before he passed away, they gave him a tobacco enema. Just a weird history.
Oh, yeah. Oh, a little fun fact of history.
They were all like, you know, what's plan number 28? You know, they had gone through the whole list of like.
They went to coffee. They did ice cream. It was. They like melted ice cream.
Ice cream was hard to get back then.
Yeah,
it was not
make
easy.
it and then melt it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
everything's got a certain feminine, masculine energy to it. And nicotine is a masculine energy, and weed is a feminine energy, the plant.
Yeah.
And when you smoke a blunt, and you Mary Jane, right? You smoke a blunt, and it's mixing the two. So what the Ethiopians would do, I believe, they came up with coffee, because you got coffee enemas as well. But because of this masculine, feminine energy, they would drink their coffee and smoke the weed, because it was like a balance of the two. And I sort of look at blunts are kind of like the same energetic vibe.
I mean, yeah, it's everything. The Taurus, the masculine and feminine.
You know, what's interesting? Weed does, in general, like make your estrogen levels go up. It's one of the cannabis plant, the hops plant, really, because so does beer. It makes your estrogen levels spike. That's where like guys that smoke a ton of weed, it's not necessarily their laziness that's giving them man boobs. It's like their estrogen levels going up.
Especially if they're just boy too. Boys have boobs for a reason. They're estrogenic.
But tobacco actually raises your testosterone a little bit. Like guys that are smokers, or even though their sperm count might be lower, their testosterone level can be like 10, 20 percentage points higher if they're like a dipper smoker throughout their life to a dude who never has.
Oh wow, interesting.
Really?
I kind of see that at the cigar
It's
bars.
just weird that you say one's feminine and one's masculine. I'm like, huh?
No, it's a good point, because like when you go to the cigar bar, it's not many girls there smoking cigars, but there's a lot of like bodybuilders there.
They're usually at the hookah lounges.
I heard some rumor about the cigar. Oh, sorry, go ahead, babe.
I was just saying that he says that you should never call tobacco by its name. Like, it's actually disrespectful, because each one is a persona. So like each drug, each plant, each medicine. So like they never called peyote. They call it mezcalito, and they do that on purpose because mezcalito is a man. It's a man, and that's like it's personified as a man. You treat it as a person. So tobacco, or call it nicotine, like you're actually disrespecting the bigger entity of it all.
Yeah. So like the machine elves that we were talking about earlier, that come with the mushrooms, I believe. The peyote comes with, like you were saying, a person who people see like the machine elves. What is this green man?
Or purple too, I heard.
Is he purple?
Purple woman.
Okay. I just remember it was like some sort of dancing man or woman or something. So like you're saying,
peyote is a green. It's a green man.
Peyote's a green man.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a cactus.
Oh yeah, DMT is the purple woman. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, so like each one, there's an entity seems attached to it. So what would the entity be of tobacco?
I've never seen any of these entities that anyone speaks of on any of the experiences I've had on psychedelics.
Have you ever done salvia?
That is the only one I won't ever do, because I've never seen anyone have a good experience on it ever. I've never heard anyone come back enlightened. They always come back terrified.
Or like
we
in shambles from jumping out the window.
Because almost anyone that reports that, I feel like they went in like, all right, I'm going to show up to the party. Where's the party at? And you show up and it just terrifies you. But that's the one substance that I've seen people from all walks of life that have never heard what it is, no real prep other than like strap in. And so many people report seeing Lady Salvia, and it's known as Mary the Shepherdess in Mexico. And it's crazy to see the consistency. It's not like a little dog or a man, or it's always a lady that's like a little bit in the distance that's either telling you like come with me or you're not ready. She's like this gatekeeper. And that like I'm the least woo-woo person I think in the room a lot of the times. But when salvia comes up, I'm like, all right, I'm all in. I think that there's real entities. I think that there's a lady that's really there, or it's some weird archetype that everyone taps into. Same way that like teenagers that take LSD all think they can talk telepathically. It's like that consistency.
I'd say
I do that
if you believe in a god or a higher power, how could you not believe in entities existing, or like magic happening, or miracles happening, or demons being real, or angels? If you believe in a higher power, like you have to be open to that idea of entities being a thing. Like, come on, it's just hand in hand at this point.
I believe in entities. I just feel like sometimes people are desperately trying to put them in their trip, and I've had trips on all these experiences that I've had very enlightening trips, and I haven't met a character. I almost feel like sometimes people put a character in your trip that maybe shouldn't be there by telling you, oh, you're going to do this drug and meet this character, when I think it's like almost like pulling your last tarot card or something, like a tarot card not for you, giving somebody information. That's why I think there's a lot of bad shamans out there. A lot of people think just because they've done the drug, they should tell people how to do the drug. And then they're like, hey, then you're going to feel this, and then this happens, and this is when you'll meet God. And it's like, no, this person might have a completely different journey than you. And so I feel like there's so many of these experiences that they're like, this is what happens. And out of the experiences that I've had with heavy psychedelics, not except salvia. I am not salvia, but I won't ever salvia. I have no interest in salvia. I don't know what she needs to tell me. But if she needs to tell me something,
we'll get you there, Cheney. We'll get you there.
She needs to tell it to Lady Acid or Miss Mushroom.
I don't think I never saw an entity. I felt an entity. I had a feeling of a presence, but never saw the presence.
The only proven way to get off of substances is spirituality and praying to a higher power. So it's funny how people see these entities on different drugs and different entities on the different drugs, but to get off of them, you have to pray to get off of them. So you have to have God or a higher power remove that too. So it's like,
isn't that only in the 12-step program that you have to have a higher power to get off things?
According to Carl Jung, according to Carl Jung, he says you have to have a psyche, a spiritual experience. You have to have a psyche change, which means your soul has to change. So it just seems connected, all of it.
For me, it was me meeting the entity in a dream. Like it was like a near-death experience type of dream. When I listened to these near-death experiences by other people, the way my dream was, it was like a near-death experience, and I had this entity come to me and say, "Teach people how to love," and my life changed. Like I completely cut all the like awful shit out of my life. Besides Mary, but I don't think it's awful. But there's something to it. Meeting that entity, that higher power, or whatever is created in our minds, I think has a lot to do with healing. For me, at least.
And I think that I don't know much about dreams, but I was really depressed, and my grandma visited me in a dream, and the next day I wasn't depressed anymore, and I was good.
Yeah, it could be someone significant in your life, like a loved one that passed away. If I were to see my brother and he said, "Stop doing this shit," I'm like, okay, yes, sir.
I think that I would say that the military proves that answering to your fellow human beings will get you to do anything else over a higher power. I think just holding yourself accountable to somebody else or a group of people that are looking to you, that if you don't do what is supposed to be done, everybody else has to do that thing. Or if you don't show up when needs to be show up, we all have to show up extra. That does something to people that it just seems like it's proof that showing up, like you could be, and not that the military makes you not a dirtbag or like any of that stuff. Not that at all. It's just like, I think probably more addicts or just as many go into the military and just answering to their fellow human. But even in drug rehabs, they find out that people, it isn't the 12 steps that get them off or anything. It's just that they are getting scolded and reprimanded as a group when anyone falls short. And then all of a sudden they realize, oh my gosh, my consequences have actions on other people. Like when I do stuff, my actions have consequences on Layla. When I don't show up because I'm drunk or I'm on drugs, it hurts these people. And sometimes with addicts, they don't have respect from love. So they have to build respect from fear first. And so it's the fear of not showing up that you guys are all going to think less of me. I'm going to make the group struggle harder. And so that is how they have to learn respect for themselves and for each other. And then it comes the opposite way. It's some people learn respect because they are in love with you. They want to do everything because they love you. But most people aren't that way. They do it because they respect you out of fear. And it's fear that there's going to be some kind of consequence to your action.
Yeah.
And I would even say spiritually, well, look how big the militaries are around the world. And I would even say spiritually, it's a fear that you're going to be reprimanded to hell if you don't do the right thing.
That too. Yeah. Yeah.
It's wild you're talking about that because I was actually, I feel like I was in like a tiny little club that not a lot of people are in, but I was in NA and AA and in the military all at the same time. So, and it was a very unique experience versus the NA and AA you would experience in like the civilian world because like you can't necessarily like be completely honest about everything, but also there's something like uniquely like ironic about being in an NA meeting within the military where they're talking about like getting over recovery, but the origin of NA came from AA and AA wouldn't be here without LSD. Like that, like LSD was the original concept for AA, and they took that the psychedelic aspect out of it and replaced it with just pure spirituality. But there would be no AA without the LSD psychedelic revolution. And it's just nuts now that like that spawns NA. It's weird. It's just weird how it works.
That makes sense in a sense because everyone's looking to look up to something or idolize something or reach something higher than themselves.
It was the psychedelics evolution. And it's just nuts now that like that spawns NA. It's weird. It's just weird how it works.
That makes sense in a sense because everyone's looking to look up to something or idolize something or reach something higher than themselves.
Was the psychedelics and spirituality, they both do a very similar thing in that they break a pattern. Like if you're stuck into like a very specific rut, you just keep doing the same thing over and over, like finding religion or finding God, that's one way to snap yourself out of it and completely change everything. But some people just do mushrooms. Some people have a near-death experience and it changes everything. All it really is just anything that can break your pattern drastically enough that you actually change as the result of that.
Yeah, one of my coworkers was like, I need a reboot. I need to do some K and rewire my brain because I'm so fucking stressed and I just need a reboot. I was like, is that what K does? Like reboots your brain and like brings you back like on a calmer level? Because a lot of people do ketamine therapy now. And doctors prescribe it.
It's scary to hear someone say it that way. Like, oh, I just need to, like, if you already have that as like your plan, it's almost turned into, like Rockefeller medicine all over again, just on a smaller level.
Huh. Does it do something in your brain?
It's horse tranquilizer.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
All animal tranquilizer. It just depends on the dosage.
Back when I was in my addiction, I did some of that and I fell into a K-hole at Taco Bell. So I hate that stuff. That stuff is freaky. But going back to what the AA, one of the things they wanted to do for low bottom drunks that couldn't get the God thing or spirituality because they were just so gone was to give them acid, to give them LSD. And so like right there, it could serve a purpose for resetting the autonomic nervous system to imprint them with new belief systems. And I think that's just an interesting thing of history with that. But the life of the 12 steps is more ancient. It goes back to the Bible and even Stoicism. So if you look into Stoicism, a lot of the same principles of how to live a life is there. So it's very old.
Spiritual. It has to be. Everything has to be spiritual, and spirituality is love. It all comes down to like a love for yourself, the higher power, your neighbors, your family. Like it's like you lose that self-love somewhere, and it's like learning to love yourself again. So other people can love you, and your community can love you, and then the good guys can love you, and everybody can love you. So it's like that.
It's all about love, and loving yourself too.
Yeah,
is a huge part. When I got sober, that was like there's like an amends process you got to make, and I got to make an amends to myself first.
Yeah,
Because
that's the hardest part, dude. That's the hardest part is admitting your shit, man, to yourself.
It's all about love, man. Love, brothers and sisters. Live without fear. Choose love, man. I love you guys.
But
the reason, if you have to go to 12 step, the reason it's the exact same as when you join the Masons. No, I'm
Yeah,
saying
you
if you
don't
have to, it's the exact same as joining the Masons, because the very first step, you have to be reverent. And so sometimes when you bow down to this and you're a person that's never been reverent in your life, it's the biggest chess move you can make. You've never believed in anything. So the idea that you could believe in something, you're flipping your entire card deck over. It's not because
Coffee
it's the
girl
right or
says, what
wrong.
goes in
It's
your
just
mouth
because
doesn't
you're
make you
deciding to
unclean
just
or
make an
defiles
about
you,
face
but what
and
comes
turn down
out
another
of your
road.
mouth that
But the
makes
first
you
step's
unclean or
actually to admit
defiles
you
you.
have a
I
problem.
would say
That's step
both
one. Step two is
can.
making amends, right?
No,
So
step,
even if you
step
have
one,
power, it's
yeah.
further.
Step one is
What do I know,
honesty,
right?
admitting, like you said, that there's a problem. So you have to be honest. And then there's a dash, and then it says that my life has become unmanageable. So there's two different thoughts in it. But these principles of honesty that goes into the Bible, of being truthful and being honest and living an honest life. And when that happens and you apply that, and we lie to ourselves constantly, but once you apply that principle, life goes better. Because when you're robbing and stealing and like scamming every day, adding it above and above, like Cheney was saying, that's a 180.
Yeah, that's a different life. You have to kind of sacrifice your own life.
I love talking about
You have to
recovery.
change yourself.
I love
Yeah.
talking about the recovery, but the amends, like you said, is not so much later.
No, it's like the 10th step, I think. But
Yeah.
I grew up in the 12-step program. Like, my mom was like, that movie Fight Club resonated so hard with me because she was addicted to like the.
Yeah, you know, and I think that's something I have in common with Donut, right? Much as yourself, Mr. Patrick, is that we're very much a lot better than I would imagine we were at one point in our lives. So I know I am. I don't really do anything anymore. I barely even smoke weed, or tobacco. So, in extreme moderation, and a sip of wine here or there. I can't even remember the last time. But yeah, it's extremely underrated, I have to say. Sobriety is extremely underrated. Especially, the key is to be able to get high on life naturally. So, yeah.
Anonymous groups. So she went to like,
yeah,
like
too,
we
yeah.
went to it started with her going to Al-Anon, right? Because she grew up as a daughter of an alcoholic. My father was an alcoholic, and then my dad finally quit drinking. So then she was going to the AA meetings with him, and we were always the kids in the fucking background. And then
drugs are bad. Okay. Drugs are bad.
She decided she wanted to go to Overeaters Anonymous, and she wasn't obese or anything. She was just into the support group at all. And then she started an Emotions Anonymous thing, and then she made me do Youth Emotions Anonymous because I was suppressed. So it was seriously like testicular cancer shit. It was.
Well, it's interesting because Bill and Bob.
It is like Fight Club.
That's my life.
It is
My life.
all like Fight Club.
They're
Bill and
all
Bob,
like Company Society. It's a Burning Man.
Bill and Bob were Freemasons, and I got the photos to prove it. And they created a secret society because it's anonymous, so it's secret. And there's a lot of sketchy past with it all, but the underlying principles of like honesty, that's truth that goes back, like I said, Bible, Stoics, and all that.
Where in the Bible does it say to be honest?
I believe that's one of the way Jesus lived his life. So I don't know. I've never read the Bible, but I understand that Jesus spoke the truth or whatever. You know what I mean?
So living an authentic life. Is that what you're trying to get at?
I'm pretty sure there has to be a verse in there that says be honest and truthful and be kind, be generous.
You'd think it'd be one of the commandments that they were written in stone, and so
that would be a lovely commandment.
It's one of the proverbs, and the proverbs were written by Solomon. So, but we should also, and more importantly, practice honesty because it pleases God. As the children of the light, we should walk in the light of truthfulness and faithfulness.
Yeah.
The proverb says, "Lying lips are detestable to the Lord, but faithful people are His light." And there's so many proverbs. If you go through the book of Proverbs, so many talk about and that's one of the big themes, like one of the biggest themes that most Christians don't want to fucking listen to. And I mean, I sat and highlighted all the spots in the Bible where it said this. It talks about taming the tongue. That if you cannot tame your tongue, then you're like one of the greatest sinners. That is the biggest thing that causes you to sin is your mouth. So it's whether it's lying or gossiping, slander, whatever.
Oh, no, I don't do that. I speak honest.
Is that the Old Testament or the New Testament?
It's all throughout the Bible.
The Ten Commandments.
Proverbs is Old Testament, and those were all Solomon.
The scriptures say, "Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor."
That has nothing to do with lying. That's about false witness. That's just about one incident of false witness. Like I won't go and say to a court, this guy did this thing. Like sometimes I think there's nickel and diming that's done with this Bible in a way that is like gematria.com, where I'm just like, y'all, it doesn't, you can, we're having a philosophy conversation. I understand that some people hang on to this, but it's crazy to hang on to it so hard if you've never read it. You have to pull it from your phone.
But this is the problem because Jesus actually said, he clarified, he said, I'm not telling you to keep the commandments. I'm telling you none of you keep it. The commandments weren't there to tell you to keep them. They were there to show you that you cannot keep them. He said that anybody who has committed hatred in their heart. So anybody who's committed hatred in their heart, the Bible or the commandment says, thou shalt not kill. But if you committed hatred in your heart, you've already killed. And he said that if you have ever lusted after a woman, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, you've already committed adultery. So he's telling you, you're not going to be measured by your actions, you're measured by your soul, by the way that you
thought about it. Just go through with it. Jesus is already judging you for your thought.
I think about it as like being truthful, as being authentic, like being your true self, not being somebody else, not being a copycat. Use your own logic, use your worldwide view, be honest to yourself, be your authentic self, so people will see the truth behind the words that you say that are true. It's that besa again. It's having word is bond, having that truth behind your word, knowing that it's going to be true, having it match your face. So when you say something to somebody, be like, oh wow, I can listen to this and take it because I know this person isn't going to bullshit me. I think of it that way, being truthful and honest behind your word and who you are.
This is a really interesting topic because there's a specific passage in the Bible. It's John 7:8, I think 7:8 through 7:10, and it's about Jesus saying that he's not going to go to this festival that everyone's going to go at because they're like all looking for him and they won't be able to handle him being in there. So he tells everyone, I'm not going to go. And as soon as they leave to go to the festival, he does go and he goes in secret so he can kind of spy on everyone and see how they're acting, knowing thinking that he's not actually there. So this is the one place in the Bible where Jesus explicitly says, I'm not going to do something and then does the thing, which is it like heretical to consider that a lie? Because it kind of sounds like a lie.
And when I'm talking about hopefully I wasn't being all preachy. All I was trying to say is honesty, like living a life of stealing and lying to people and then getting honest and not doing that. So if I go screw people over, that's not being honest. I was just talking about that and getting honest with myself. Like, I screwed this person over. I take a, and so if I offended anybody, if I say anything about the Bible and stuff like that.
Listen.
I'm actually not a Bible thumper. I just was at one point. So that is something that I can freaking sometimes pull out.
We're allowed to have these conversations about the Bible or the Quran or the Torah because they're there for us to have these conversations. Like they're written in a way that sometimes is confusing and written in metaphor, but we have to have these conversations and what if this, what if that? Because we don't know. We're figuring it out.
Well, I got another what if when it comes to the Bible, and this one is one of my favorites. But what if the "turn the other cheek" phrase came from the oppressors? What if they wrote that in there because they were like, man, we need to figure out a way to get these people to stop rising up. Hey, how about this?
I'm actually shocked. I'm actually shocked that we're almost caught up right now. That's fucking amazing. Less than 5 minutes, so I'm going to slow it down to 1.5 speed.
Caesars.
Shout out to the chat. Much love, y'all.
I think all of that is scarily a pro state in a very convenient way. It's I guess it's just coincidental that
when a guy asks for your shirt,
let me explain the whole turn the other cheek. That this is the problem with the Bible is that we're interpreting it as Americans. We don't understand Hebrew culture at the time. We don't understand that. Okay, so turn the other cheek does not mean at all what any of y'all think it means. Okay, Hebrew culture at the time, you wiped your ass with your left hand. Okay, so you wipe your ass with your left hand and you use your right hand for honorable things. Now, turn the other cheek meant, okay, so if I was looking at you right now and I see you as less than me, then I would only strike you with the backside of my right hand. Okay, if I consider you my equal, I would hit you with an open palm, like on the inside of my hand. So what Jesus is saying is if somebody is going to hit you and treat you like you're not their equal, they're going to backhand you, turn the other cheek, because they have two choices. When they turn the other cheek, they have to either hit you with the inside of their palm and call you an equal in front of everyone, or they have to use their left hand and shame themselves, because if they use their left hand to hit you, it is very, very shameful.
That's wild.
And so it's ridiculous that we take these things literally, and we don't understand the cultural context of it at all. And how many things in the Bible are like that?
Yeah. But turn a cheek also mean turning away from the light, just turning away, because that's
literally being a smartass. Jesus was not a freaking pacifist. He was not telling you to freaking take another hit. He's telling him to man up and fucking treat you as an equal, or freaking shame yourself, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Because I always took it like turn the other cheek is more of a forgiveness kind of thing, where it's not like you're a doormat for people, but you can forgive them. But that doesn't mean that you're going to accept cruelty.
It's not saying give more abuse. It's saying
I feel like if someone slaps you with their poop hand, then it's more disrespectful on them though than you, right? Like if someone goes and they
but it would be both.
I didn't even know they had toilet paper back in them days.
They didn't. So that's the whole point. It would be gross, but the thing is that would be that is a very shameful thing to do.
They didn't use seashells. Surprised.
Shaman.
I thought they only had 2 seashells back then. They didn't know how to do the third one.
Those of you who know.
Yeah,
seashell? Tell me. I don't know.
I am never offended by talking about any religion. I don't think it should be an offensive topic. I think that is part of the evil. They want us to not be able to talk about it, and they want all these the sacred things that they don't hold sacred, and they want you to get uncomfortable and feel like if I say something that makes your head do a thing or your heart do a thing, oh my gosh, you can never listen to this anymore. I just feel like grow up.
I just noticed your name's Chanstar.
Make that a shirt. Grow up, or grow the fuck up.
Grow up. There has to be a part of yourself that if you're on these kind of things and you're looking into conspiracy at all, there's other religions than your one book. You've got to be naive as hell if you think that you have all the information from your savior in your hand and that the truth wouldn't be hidden from you. And you can believe how you want. And anything I say, if it's to drop you off of your beliefs from something you watch on YouTube, then your beliefs aren't that strong to begin with.
Yeah, for real. You shouldn't be watching the show either.
No, I feel like there's so
I got
many.
triggered.
Here's the other thing too, really big in this realm. I'm honest with you about how I feel. There is 10 people collecting your money that you worship every day that you think is the biggest clout on the internet, doesn't know anything that I know, doesn't believe anything that I believe about your religion, and you're just assuming something about me because of this conversation. But I know so many. The grifter on the Christian is the number one grift because Christians will always give and not tell anyone they're giving. Christians will always give their jacket when asked for their shirt. It's in their code. So they're so easy to build a super church around and fill it full of people that just want to keep filling the coffers. And somebody, if you really want to protect your Christian friends, stop telling them to give to all these people. Stop telling them to give their hard-earned money to all these people that don't give a shit about them. Stop telling them to go out on keep the Christ in Christmas, but you're on Black Friday shopping for Santa Claus and going to tell your kid about a fake deity. Like, stop. I'm not your enemy. Maybe Santa Claus is your enemy, and you actually need to research what that is.
Are you trying to tell me to go join the panel, sir? Is that what you're trying to say? I mean, I could ask. I guess, once I'm caught up. I don't want to seem like, I don't know, whatever. Whatever.
Like, why? And every Christian will tell you, Jesus' birthday isn't even on December 25th. Then why are you celebrating it? Why are you doing a pagan holiday and putting an Ishtar star in your tree? But I'm not allowed to tell you about that, or I'm blasphemous. It's just crazy. It's crazy. So it's just like, do a little more research into your, I saw somebody write on it, they're like, Catholicism is the one true thing. And it's just like, look into a mitre hat. Just look into the serpent like head that the Pope stands in. Like, just look into the black Pope. Let's not talk about black nobility. Like, there's all these things of where all the religions came from. And you don't have all the answers to
Same with Islam too. The same with Islam
Same with
too.
Judaism too. Same with Buddhism too. The next Dalai Lama is going to be owned by the state in China.
Because Scientology is where it's at, right?
Not even Scientology. It's just
everyone picks on Scientology, but it's the same idea. At least they had balls enough to stand up against the tax man. And then Mormonism, oh, this one can't be real because this is the next one that's new. And this cult can't be real because this cult just started yesterday. They can't have any truth. When I would argue that probably more often than not, these things all have more truth than not. No matter how silly you pick your little thing.
Yeah, and here's one thing. We all know we are collectively the human race, which is one race, created by one God. Whatever name you put it, whether it's Allah, Jesus, God, they're just different ways of...
You can just feel like the Islamophobia oozing out of this panel. And it's making me extremely uncomfortable. So I'm actually thinking of just shutting it down entirely. This is just really turning me off right now. I mean, I don't know how they're getting away with this kind of content.
Of saying God, the ultimate creator, okay? Let's just get that out of the way clear. So religions, I think, is a problem. You can have these books, the Torah, the Bible, the Quran. I feel like relying on the religion, relying on that and becoming sheep and copycats and having the same mentality and going to these churches and temples and whatever.
Whoa. Now we're just going to start hating on religion and start, calling it a control system? Whoa there now. Now we're just going too far there, Layla.
You are the church.
AKA God Pill Angel 333.
To the temple, the source, the vessel. When
AKA my next never mind.
You can understand that you can connect with God within yourself and God will hear you. It is real, people. It is not no Kundalini thing that I'm talking about. It's literally clear connection with source.
She is
and people think that is the most blasphemous thing, sitting within yourself, a God matrix created matter of God. Okay, like this is God matter that you are, a machine of like great wonder and miracle. To feel like you need to go to a temple, a church, or whatever to connect to God is mind-blowing. Like sheep and cattle following the shepherd, so you can connect with God. I don't understand, or pointing a certain direction because God is at that place. No, God is the creator of all, is in everything that you fucking see. This is God matter. Even though we took it and transformed it into something, it's made out of God matter. Everything that you see. So once we can see that the deepest part of you and me
Layla's on it.
We'll be all right. We'll be all right. That's it.
Do you think like a Jeffrey Epstein nipple clamp is made out of God matter?
Yes. Yeah. It
All
really
it is, buddy.
The good, the bad, the ugly. The guns made of God matter. God is the ultimate of ultimate. It is the destroyer, the creator. It can do whatever it wants. Whatever God is, it can manifest. If it wants to manifest in a human like Jesus, it can. If it wants to manifest into Solomon, if God wants to manifest into a tree, he can do it. Who are we to limit what God is? First off.
Or what gods are.
And
Or why is there one?
Or that. Why is there one? Maybe there's more than one. I don't know. I'm not saying, oh my God.
Do you think we're getting in? Do you think in this way of like, even when people talk about fractaled up or even like Nephilim, it's like the fallen or Nephilim.
Speak of the Gnosticism. We got Mr. Gnostic Chef in the building. So let's continue. We're almost caught up here, guys. We're literally almost caught up. So that's pretty fucking amazing. because we started from like 20 something, almost 30 minutes behind. So awesome.
And we've all just like fractaled down from this thing. There used to be more gods. There used to be a god of everything. There used to be a god of the wind and the water. And
Yeah.
Shady, I ask imams this, like Muslim imams, where did God come from? If God is a God, God has to come from
And
somewhere.
I'm not sure what you meant by what happened. What do you mean what happened? Like, oh, why am I not commenting anymore in the chat? I guess I don't know. I should start commenting more. I have some good 4774 additions to add to her stream, since she was kind of planning it to be about the 74th. What are the Ides of March? Why is it the 74th day on a Julian calendar? When does one march or get marching orders? Can our gate wield a power, a swagger different than a skip? I digress. What rituals might be performed in the months ahead? How can we curb our louche and become observers and not participants in the upcoming events? Does history repeat itself, or is this all new psyops? If you're ready for another Friday night, donut, decipher, wonderful Wonderland or whatever. Okay, cool. And they're going live on Sunday night as well. All right, let's continue. But yeah, the 4774, I already brought it up before. No, that rhymed. But why not? Bring it up again. Government, authority, DC, Democrat, Republican, two parties, the cabal, all those things equal 47 degrees on the Masonic compass. Invert that, you got 74. Jesus, parables, Messiah, gospel, all 74. Lucifer, 74. Masonic, gematria, 74. The nation's birthday, 7/4. So I'll probably drop that in their chat. Why not? Give them some good.
Something, right? How did God form? Do you know that is the most triggering question you can ask any freaking imam? No, don't fucking ask that question. Why can't I ask that question?
That's like asking people that believe in the simulation theory. Who turned on the simulation?
Well, it comes down to this: these two words,
Can your
because they
brain not
relate
go
to
there?
every single person. I am. That
And
means
they don't want
always.
to face that question.
That
It
means you are
pisses me
too,
the
though.
fuck off.
I think the
Well,
answer is
that
just I
question
am.
is like you're not allowed to mention 4-minute abs or 3-minute abs. Right? What was the something about
What-
Larry joke? Where like he's
Or
making
vacuums.
5-minute abs?
Like
We got
Vacuums is the
Gnostic
key
in
to
the
abs, y'all.
building. Hold on a sec.
Limiting.
Just saying.
Vacuums? I don't know.
Vacuum.
Walking. Vacuums? What is
Yeah.
that?
I have a video on my Instagram. It got taken down for nudity for a little bit, but it's back up. I had to like adjust it so I could see my bra, but yeah.
Do you
Some
believe
of
there
vacuums.
was the Library of Alexandria?
I think the Library of Alexandria is the internet.
Back when?
Well,
Yeah.
it also wasn't
Yeah.
just a
So
library.
that's
I mean,
why. I mean, think about all our books now that are no longer like printed. Like you get your books, your whole library at home is probably on your computer or on your phone. The
What do
internet's
you think's
wiped.
under the Vatican?
Skull and bones.
Everything.
well, definitely there's a Mithraic temple under the Vatican.
There's a lot of secrets of, Jesus being surrounded by women and Jesus holding a staff and a wand and his magic wand. He was a
I think they
magician,
have Veronica's
apparently.
veil down there.
Ooh,
The original one that like makes the prints when you touch a fabric to it. I think that they have it.
I think they have everything down there.
They do. They do. They have all the relics. They have all the relics. And I don't even just mean Christianity. I mean science. I mean
All of
religion. All of it. All religions. Yeah.
Do you think that
But not China.
NiGHTs, do you think that they were up against the Catholic Church to get the relics, or do you think they were in cahoots?
I think that's why there's priests and what's it called? It's like everywhere. There's like the Roman Catholic Church is everywhere. I think that's kind of the job of the what's it called? It's the parish priests.
Is Jesus' biggest magic that he came back 3 days later?
I think one of his first miracles, according to Islam, was that he spoke as a newborn baby and he protected his mother, like a couple minutes old, and he spoke because they didn't believe that he was the Messiah or the God or whatever you guys want to call him, because there's so many stories about him. But no, we don't believe you. And then he actually spoke, and is written in the Quran, by the way. It's a whole story on Jesus and how he saved his mom, and he told his mother to eat from that tree, and I think it was a particular date or something like that, or it could have been a pomegranate. I'm not sure. But yeah, he spoke. That was a big miracle.
What did he say?
Yes, I am. I don't know. I'm not going to quote it because I don't want to be wrong. But he said yes.
Don't say it because the computer doesn't want you to say
Oh,
it.
the computer didn't want you to say it.
Yeah, don't say it.
Okay, I'm not going to say it. Why? What happened?
I don't know. You already you praised God when you said, what if there's more than one God? And then you said, sorry, God. And you already brought.
Somebody's going to call me out for doing this now.
That's okay. This is also a lot of like medieval Jesuses. It was like they called it the Hermetic Jesus. I've seen where like 2 up, 2 down, kind of as above, so below, kind of thing. I don't think it's a bad thing.
Someone said Muhammad was possessed. That was in the hadiths. A lot of Islam. Let me tell you something. They're not practicing Islam.
All right, Gnostic, I'm going to drop that in the chat. What do you think? Think I should? a
What
good,
is it? I
good
can't
game
even
on the
see it.
47.
Government.
4774. Because there's streams on 74 for whatever reason. I guess because it's March now. Obviously, Ides of March. Yeah. Why is it the 74th day on the Julian calendar? Is what she put there.
Oh, I don't
But
know.
yeah, I don't think they know this about the 4774. I don't know if you heard me bring it up right before you hopped on.
I don't think
But,
so. No.
oh, you must have just clicked the link and hopped on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. How long you been a mod over there, man?
I don't know. I can't remember when I got modded on that channel, but I remember.
How did you find her?
From the Weaving Spiders
I had a
group.
feeling because that's where Godpill came from. Is that where Cheney came from too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay.
That and
oh, I forgot.
Like from Benjamin Balderson, like because
Yeah.
I've ran into Benjamin Balderson in chats with him and that Gordy dude before, and then not like in-depth chats or anything like that. You know, it's just like random conversation, and then
Right.
And then that's when I found the spiders or whatever. And then they bring up some cool shit that I like to entertain. And then Channy, she speaks her mind. I like the way she talks. And so I like found her shit and then went over there. But then I don't even remember how or why I got modded up. I just remember saying stuff, you know, and then speaking when she was there that time. In that time when I was talking to Ben and Gordy, and then so she must have just liked what I was cooking or something.
Well, yeah, you do leave some fucking fire comments, so that'll do it for sure.
That was funny earlier too. That other guy, Mark, from my family thinks I'm crazy.
Yep.
I found his little weird podcast because I like trying to find stuff like organically at times, although it's like basically impossible. But he was one of the guys that I found just randomly while like fucking would you buzzwording stuff into my podcast thing, trying to find something to listen to. And then I found him. His little logo was what kind of drew me in because it's like psychedelic looking, trippy little dude with long hair. But he's cool too. He's got a lot of cool guests on.
All right, I got the comment typed out. Let's see if it even. Sometimes when you leave those good comments, they take them down. But I'll copy it. That way, if I lose it, I can repaste it again and try again. But let's catch up and see what they're talking about.
Good.
I'm like a few minutes behind.
Islam, right? They threw away the Quran and they follow the Hadiths. And it's probably like, I don't know how many books, countless books of people who came 200 years after Muhammad. And
damn, Donut just cleared it. What the hell?
And they were okay with pedophilia and beating wives.
I noticed on their panel, it's interesting. They're like people jump out and then they come right back. It's weird. I don't know how that works. Maybe that's just the way they.
Did you notice how quiet Donut got too when they started talking about Christianity?
A little bit.
I was like, "Ooh, I'm seeing some little sore subject there." I think, but yeah, continue.
Yeah, there you go. If it sticks, they'll probably pin it. We'll see.
Wives and all of that, and none of that shit is in the Quran. And I'm finding this out, and I'm finding more out. So I will school you. Even the veil covering the hair is not in the Quran. So they are becoming pagans. Islam. There's 72 different sects. Just a lot of copycat mentality, following their steps of their fathers instead of actually opening the book and like learning what it means. But yeah, I'm gonna school people on it. You know, the right way. Wake the fuck up, people.
Kill all the cults.
No, man, Islam has become fucking insane. Oh my God, they're the biggest pagans, bro. Like the rituals, going around in circles and doing all these freaking rituals with the moon. And are y'all okay taking verses from the Quran and putting them in little papers and putting them in the water and saying you're casting demons out? What are y'all doing? You're all doing magic now, right? You guys are against that, right? All right, we'll talk. We'll talk.
Right. That's what they do.
Oh,
That's
my
how we've been programmed from day one to go pray at the weird ass with the old people at the Methodist church. Oh my God! Like I think
Well, it looks like it's stuck. So
about all the programming
Wait a
that we've
minute.
had since day one. You know,
Isn't the Abrahamic religion connected to Hinduism from Brahm? Brahm?
Brahma, right?
Literally.
They're all kind of the same thing.
Literally,
I mean,
Judaism,
they all have the same roots.
Christianity, Islam, all rooted from Brahm. Thank you very much. And y'all are gonna hate that I'm saying it, but this is fucking true though. Y'all don't want to hear the truth, and it's like, are you there? Are you there? I can't. I'm being real. Y'all are like, no, my religion, my religion. Can you wake up to the truth though? The truth. I know you want to hold on to something. God is not. It's not an illusion. It's real. You're here. God is real. But religion though, like you're gonna rely on a religion, a legion. That's what it is. Relying on a legion. Learn what etymology is. Like it is real. I'm sorry, I'm pissed off, but like it triggers me.
It's the hadith. I knew when she said it 3 times. I'm like, here we go.
Y'all hate me. I don't give a fuck. Really. I have thousands of versions.
we got Yeti coming in, dropping the drama. All right, I guess I gotta check it. Once I get caught up, or I'll see what it is in the background. Let's see what it is.
Of me, oh, Layla's of this, Layla's of that. Bring it. I don't give a fuck. Honesty and authenticity, baby. Just saying.
A Brahma.
What
that
is
just
it?
blows my mind a little bit.
I wonder if that because it doesn't in Latin mean like without
Brahma.
I want that smoke, y'all.
Huh. Yeah, I'm.
I got no idea.
My face comes out, man.
What
My
is
face
it?
comes out.
You know, I'm pro Hadid. I don't know what your problem is with Hadid.
Yo, I'll take every page of the hadith, wipe my nose with it, and wipe my ass.
Will you slap someone in the face with it?
Yeah, that reminds me of that Beyonce song where she said she'd plug her menses with the pages of the book, talk about the Bible.
Oh.
You guys ever see that
Oh
one?
my!
No, I would.
Have you never seen that video?
I
It's
never even
freaking
smoked
wild.
a joint out of a Bible paper.
I was just going to ask that.
I've been all the way dry, and somebody's rolled a joint out of a Bible paper, and
Where she says it as being doing like this underwater baptism thing, and then she literally says, "I plug my menses with the pages of your book."
Hmm.
And that was
I-
Bible.
It sounds uncomfortable.
Yeah, I know. I was like, "You
Yeah.
like have that up there?"
These books were not written by anyone that was
It
chosen.
depends.
I don't know why they are all they got their panties in a bunch about these fucking books. There wasn't no divine books, the hadiths. They're not divine. They're not. They're garbage. They're trash. You're not even supposed to worship Muhammad, and y'all put him on a pedestal. Now you're turning them into Jesus, which you guys are so against. Like the whole idea of worshiping an idol. And yo, I could go so deep in this. It's like y'all read. If you guys need religion, hold on to it. If I'm speaking to the Muslim community out there, the only book, if you want to follow religion and you want to keep, read the Quran. I'm reading it, and it's blowing my mind how beautiful it is. Like
I think Layla,
not a deep translation of it.
you have
Like,
frozen, but you froze, and I was right.
You
Talking about Mormonism that whole time too, though, really, because it's the same idea. It's like they've taken a religion and then they made a religion like where they like seriously they talk about.
All right, how about this? When I get caught up here in like a couple minutes, we're gonna go over it and check what's going on the missing Stinky. It looks like there's some drama over there, a little bit, not much, but
Joseph Smith the entire time at their services. It's like almost disturbing.
Well, it's wild because like Mormonism is a combination of all the different religions that have existed up until the 1800s, plus Freemasonry, plus a whole bunch of like Gnostic magic, like the original Joseph Smith had like
seam stones that he do in his hat.
Well, not the seam stones were a separate thing. He also had a talisman to Jupiter that was in his family for like years and years. And then was it like Brigham Young had a bloodstone that they would keep against their chest. And these were like legit magical talismans. And even the magic underpants, they've got Masonic squares and compasses placed in these strategic parts that are also supposed to be pressed against your skin.
And their
Which is why you
garments?
have to wear their magic underpants under your normal underpants and your normal clothes, because that's how the old school talismans work. They had to touch your skin, and you weren't supposed to show or talk about it to anyone. So it's like this. I love Mormonism from this
It's
like
so
outside
interesting.
observer.
Yeah.
It's such a young religion. You can like see all the original works out of all of it, and it's like legitimately caused wars. Like that. Like it's still in its infancy stages. It's like the Christian Scientology in a way.
Well, they've like written in a loophole where they can continue to change what they've written by having the Latter-day Saints, like the prophets. So the prophets can take what was already written down and established as one of the ground rules, and they can totally backpedal or they can add to it or whatever. Like that's
right. But I mean, if you truly believe in the Bible, right? Why would prophets just cease to exist?
Why
out of
would they?
nowhere?
Right.
Like there's just like a day. Like what date was it? What day did it happen when God was like, all right, no more prophets? It's all like we're going radio silent now for the next 2,000 guys are going to hear from us.
Because how many of you guys have had like a prophetic dream or a prophetic moment where you know something's gonna happen before it happens? I mean, it's something that people can do. They still
Could
do
there
it.
be a prophet in the age of Snopes? Like, won't Snopes just bat down any prophet that comes up now?
That's not on anything that's remotely close to true.
I met an entity or an angel, and it told me to teach people how to love, but that's it. It didn't give me any other message. So that's prophetic, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm not going to ask people to worship me because I saw an entity. I just want people to love.
Just love, man.
Most of the people I know of any faith, and I say that so differently than religious people. Most people I know of any faith, they're such good people. Like when they live their life by whatever faith they actually practice, and
they're reading their book and all
yeah,
that.
it's like actually in them. Those people are such good people, and it's like it resonates. I love talking to those people. I love hearing about their way to God. I love it. I don't care who it is. I like it when it's in them. It like resonates with me. Like I wouldn't know so much stuff about the Muslim religion if not for Layla's passion, and like don't know this because so much what I just knew in my American Christian upbringing was from the Hadith. So much of the shit I feared about something I didn't know was not real in the book, but I just assumed it was because I'd read passages online.
Yeah.
And that's what I think we do so much is that we click in the thing, we biasly search the thing we want to find. So I'm like, where in the Quran does it say I hate blonde-haired, blue-eyed girls? And then I find the thing that fits me and then I go with it. And I think people do that all the time to fit there. Like everybody likes to sit on some kind of pedestal and judge others with the shit they don't practice at all. And then they like to call out quotes and put them on their Facebook page or put a little waterfall or footprints in their bathroom. And every time when they wipe with the wrong hand, they think, oh, Jesus walks with me on the sand or he's carrying me. But they don't do anything to deserve that ever in their life. They're not doing anything to show up for it. And they're like not intentional with it at all. And it shows. And so I think there's definitely two kinds of people in the world. Like you either are, but that would be your word again. Like if you're a person that you sit in church every day and every time the priest says take a knee and you light your candle and you do your thing, but you know you don't feel that. That's how I feel most of those rooms are. I'm a pretty big empath. So when I sit in a church, I'm like, gosh, no one in this room believes this. No one in here. But I've sat with people around a fire pit or in a park or somewhere not in one of those buildings. And I'm like, holy cow, this person believes they would die. They take a saber to the neck right now for Christ. And I can feel the difference of the person that's like, whoo, I can go sit all week now because I got my okay. And from the person that actually like walks their walk and talks their talk.
Yeah.
I mean, look, isn't judgment some big thing I hear written about in the Bible all the time? But I get so much judgment thrown at me by Christians every day. I would say Christians more than all, especially online. People, whatever comes out of my mouth, they judge the seat I'm going to have in hell.
Yeah.
and that's really, and that comes down to me back to the whole tame your tongue thing, because most of them are not doing that. Like some of the biggest gossips and the people who are the harshest and passing the most judgment with their tongue are from the church.
Right.
And if that literally is the biggest thing that causes you to sin, then that's the one thing that they should all be focused on, and they don't. They focus on everybody else's, like plank in everybody else's eye, instead of or the speck in everyone else's eye instead of the plank in their own.
You know, the Semitic translation of the Bible is my favorite and the most beautiful, the most poetic, most totally different from what we're reading today. Like the beginning, like of how it's translated, it's just different. It's just different, and it sounds.
Layla, we do a quick mic check. Okay, all right.
That was better. I'm practicing, y'all.
That was good. That was good. Okay, you're coming in loud and clear. You're coming in loud and clear.
Whoa.
What else happens in March? I didn't mean to interrupt you too if you wanted to finish something like that.
I was thinking about the marching forward. Like it's always forward movement. Like there's something.
All right, let's be honest here, folks. Let's be honest. I think there's some. Let's be honest here. I think there's some activity going on here.
I see what you're trying to say here.
About like March is named after Mars, right? The god of war.
Right.
It's like, and Aries is March.
I hear Mars
so it's
like
a fire,
female, like water. That's what I hear.
like fire, water.
Mar.
Fire, water.
Spring, fertile, female. The belly, the void. You know.
Spring beginning of spring.
Yeah. March. It even, I was thinking about just the word marching and how many like militaries around the world have different styles of it, and how sometimes I get really embarrassed for certain militaries around the world because I think, oh, they don't look tough at all, like nothing about it. And even like goose stepping, I'm like, that ain't the best. Some militaries look hella scary when they all march in unison and do shit together. Like NOCO, I'm like, that's got to be CGI. There's not any people in North Korea. It's all CIA CGI. But they're marching in their shit. I'm like,
they're marching in their dress blues. Gotta say.
What one?
Shout out to the United States Navy. It's like sailors in their dress blues when they're marching. Freaking they look badass.
Marines do look badass in their blues. Yeah.
Marines.
It's weird that in the military, like those like the people that get really good at doing the marching. I forgot what all the different names are, like flag squad and flag team and all this stuff. But it like they're legitimately cheerleaders. Like they'll put out, like when you go and you see the big parades and stuff, like those are people that specifically take extra time.
I think Donut got the fuck out of here. He's like, yo, this religion topic is just gonna probably continue, and even though they're not really on it right now, it keeps kind of looping back to it. I think that's why Donut left. I think you're right. Look within. I think you're on it.
Time out of their day and like an extracurricular activity in the military where you're always on the clock. So like in addition to not having personal time, they'll go and just do like drills every single day. And I remember that it was like a way to like rise up, but to rise up, it's so weird that you're training yourself to like do this pageantry and like choreographed movements. Like you're paying, like tax money is going to teaching these guys how to like do like dancing. Like basically it's big flash mob.
That march. I remember all that.
But it's not yet. It's
I
the march.
it,
And
it's
it's
kind of
like
fun.
the same people that get recruited to do like the public marches. They also are like dressed down to the T's. They'll have like the mirror polish on the boots. They'll have like the stripes down, like the fold patterns with the starch that you could like cut somebody with. And I'm not even kidding. I've seen somebody that had their BDU starched so well and to like fine down to such a point that they could walk by someone and kind of like move their arm quick enough, and it wouldn't like draw blood, but you would see the skin on their arm like rise up and turn white from being like scuffed with it. So, but like it's legitimately just like another sort of mantra where people would just go into a zone and just be polishing boots for 2 hours, and then you put the boots on, you go outside, you march for 2 hours, and it like breaks people's hands up in a weird way.
I got outstanding on my inspections for my shiny ass boots. I was pretty good at it.
I march a lot.
Still
walking. Yeah.
It brings me back to marching band days, man. Marching band, fucking high school. It was good times. Like the one time the band captain or band director made me march or run laps around the whole court because I was like on my phone or something when we were at set. We were supposed to be paying attention. That was classic.
Do you have a swagger?
When you march?
You're not supposed to.
I think there was another time too that happened because I was smoking when we were fucking. I think I literally like was smoking or doing some stupid shit when we were at Rest and he was talking. We were out on the field, and my dumbass high school ass, retarded ass, got caught. Obviously, you're gonna get caught doing that. Fucking stupid. But the laps made me stronger, so it's all good. Cardio for the
Isn't
win.
it called
Let's go. What's up with the fucking
color
spinning
guard
wheel?
or something? Is that what it's called? Color guard?
Color guard. No, color guard is the people who spin the flags.
Oh, the flags. That's what he was talking about. That's what the other guy was talking about.
Oh, paranoid. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Let me see. I'm gonna rewind it a second. Yeah, my sisters both. Or wait, no. No. I think it was only my older sister. My older sister did that, but then she ended up going into pit, and she was pit captain, which is like that section of the percussion that's basically just like xylophone, and it's part of the drum line, but and it's part of the percussion, but it's pit is like xylophone and can't remember a few other instruments like the big fucking xylophones and can't remember what else.
Their BDU starch.
Oh yeah, the timpanis, and I think there might have been a bongo, and yeah. Anyway,
so well, and to like fine down to such a point that they could walk by someone and kind of like move their arm quick enough, and it wouldn't like draw blood, but you would see the skin on their arm like rise up and turn white from being like scuffed with it. So, but like it's legitimately just like another sort of mantra where people would just go into a zone and just be polishing boots for 2 hours, and then you put the boots on, you go outside, you march for 2 hours, and it like breaks people's hands up.
Yeah, I got outstanding on my inspections for my shiny ass boots. I was pretty good at it.
I march a lot.
Still
walking. Yeah.
Do you have a swagger?
Damn, that background.
You're not supposed to. That's the opposite of march. Like you get that beaten out of you real quick.
Yeah.
You can't
It's a
look
pendulum.
different.
You got to be
It's
exactly
not
the
like
same.
the electric slide where we can all do our little variation of it.
Oh yeah.
No, you gotta look like a school of fish where you're all moving in unison perfectly.
You see
Yeah,
a bunch of like
I
17,
can't add a
18
double step.
What about a haka though?
all the
I
like
fell
the
asleep a
brand
lot
new
marching though and
recruits.
watch like a drunk person on accident, but
Well, everyone has like a certain gait, right? Like a swagger to the way they walk, and some people even incorporate it into their personality, where it's like, oh, if you don't walk, like a certain way, then you're uptight or whatever. And that was one of the more entertaining things to see in the military. Is that's one thing you can see people visibly change, but it's also a thing where like the TI would come out and be like, "You're walking like this, stop!" And you would see them in real time. You would see somebody's entire gait completely change under the instruction of someone else, just through getting yelled at, and then all of a sudden, like everyone starts falling into line. I think it's one of those key parts of the personality because every time you take a step, if you feel like I've got my own way of walking, once you remove that part, then you can kind of strip away.
What the fuck? Lee says Cheerios are not O's anymore. They're hearts. That is not what. They're both. Are you what?
Everything else.
yeah, do you like, and that being a short person, people don't realize like in the military too, like tall people, I hate when they walk next to me and they take these little tiny steps, and it's like I was in the Navy, like I had to match the tall person's step. Like there was no freaking like
Ephesians 6:12 in the chat. There you go.
we had to be in unison. That meant like I can take a big stride. Don't freaking take little baby steps for me, please.
In like some kind of religions, doesn't there seem like there's like a hierarchy, like at the military, and like a same kind of like
Bishops
in
and
Catholic
archbishops
Church?
and
Yeah, they come down the aisle in a certain way.
I don't know what's up with Lee, dude, but she's on one tonight. What I love about this, you people look so fucking helpless behind a fucking sea of screens, and there's nothing you can do about it. What's on her tonight, man? She's usually like normal. I don't know what's going on with her tonight.
As it opens with like sage,
Oh, yeah.
like one person has to clear the way for the
The
priest. A
fuck?
certain thing gets rolled. Like it does
Yeah.
seem like such a
I hope you have a great time with your cursed ass, fucking smug ass, and your makeup looks terrible life. Holy shit, bro.
ritual.
Islam too. They're following these
Oh, yeah.
hadiths. Like they're like.
What
you
about
know,
not in the hadith?
Huh?
What about not in the hadith? What about
Yeah, they
in the-
follow imams like they're, you know, freaking messengers, like by the hundreds of thousands. They're so popular and they go and follow them to these different locations and just listen to what the guy's saying, spewing his bullshit, not coming from the actual Quran. It's fucking hilarious to witness. Like fucking idiots going around their whole ritual. Oh
like
my
going to
god, they're
church?
touching the stone that looks like a vagina, literally
I was just
symbolically.
about to say when you were
The
doing
vagina.
this, that's all I could think about.
It's literally shaped like a vagina. Like they're putting their heads and they're trampling each other to touch that black rock on the side of the Mecca. It's fucking insane. It's insane. How do they not see it?
Maybe it's the NAZIs.
Oh my
Isn't it amazing the things we just blindly accept?
Like Muhammad
For a long
supposedly fucking trashed every idol stone figure. Okay, anything made of stone.
Is to be made. We are to condemn the false judgments with righteous judgment, you idiot!
This is what I'm talking about, Jack. You're finally getting it.
Tired of it. I'm tired of it. Barbaric.
Come out and be like, you're walking like this, stop. And you would see them in real time. You would see somebody's entire gait completely change under the instruction of someone else, just you're getting yelled at. And then all of a sudden, like everyone starts falling into line. I think it's one of those key parts of the personality, because every time you take a step, if you feel like I've got my own way of walking, once you remove that part, then you can kind of strip away.
Did I
everything
just
else.
rewind way too much
Yeah,
there?
do you, like, and
Did I
that
just fuck
being a
up?
short person, people don't realize, like in the military too, like tall people, I hate when they walk next to me and they take these little tiny steps, and it's like
Like
bishops
in
and
Catholic
archbishops
Church,
and-
yeah, they come down the aisle in a certain way as it opens with like sage.
Oh, yeah.
Like one person has to clear the way for the priest. A certain thing gets rolled. Like it does
Yeah.
seem like such a ritual.
Islam too. They're following these.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I went back too far, I think.
Blindly accept.
Like Muhammad
For a long
supposedly fucking trashed every idol
There we
stone
go.
figure. Okay, anything made of stone, but they go around the circle of a stone. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? They're idolizing the cube. No.
Do if a Muslim goes to the Wailing Wall, do they put their hand on it? Or would
Who,
they ever even
Muslims?
do that? Yeah,
Dude,
like
I'm
Muslim-
so confused. Lee is like on one, bro. They take your brains and scramble them, and that's what they do to you. And you know what? I'm so glad I got a fresh fucking pussy. What is going on with this lady, dude? What's going on with Lee, bro?
Hold
Go
up
to the
this
Wailing
thing. I
Wall?
forgot what it's called. It looks like an obelisk. Okay. Now they're writing their names and wishes on it and touching their hand on it, thinking that God is there. Oh my God, thank you so much. And they're not supposed to be doing that. Oh my God, I feel God right now. It's barbaric. Barbaric. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. I was so afraid of Islam for so long, and they lied to me, all of them. Everyone who spoke about it for the past 36 years has lied to me about everything. And I was like, you know what? Let me open this let me open this book real quick.
You know, if you take a little chunk off that rock and like send it back home, does that still have any kind of
Why did you just hold herself back from cursing? But earlier she was saying all the V words, bro. Gnostic. Someone's got to tell this chick. She's got to be careful with. I'm cool with Layla. I talk to her all the time in the chat. Maybe I gotta tell her. Oh, Yeti's over there now. Maybe I gotta tell her. But yeah, she's using all the trigger words and stuff. It's like, yeah, it's 2024, but dude, they still don't fuck around with that shit. So
God in it, or is it like dead at that point?
Maybe for them. I don't know. Maybe for them. Whatever works for you, I guess. In this today's age, they need something to worship.
You think it's ever been done?
I mean, I would
Like
assume that
somebody
someone
snuck up
showed
and
up with a little chisel and chop a little piece off and brought it home with them. They have to.
Then they had to make up a thing like in Hawaii or at the Inca.
Bring it back.
Yeah. They're like, if
I
you bring this
all right, I'm gonna see what's going on over here really quick, just to because Yeti Yeti was saying to check this out. So let's see what's going on. It looks like Machine Lies is over there with Sovereign Soul and Ben Thorpe and Pizer and Missing Link. This is fascinating dynamic duo here, or dynamic mixture here. Whoops, I fucked up. What did I do here? Why is it doing this?
You've never done a deep dive. You're a fucking know nothing when it comes to the Thorpes and do some real lore research. You're a surface-looking loser when it comes to the
Yeah,
Thorpes.
Mr. Pye, you heard a rumor, and because you're not a real man, you
No,
just
I've watched. No,
circulate rumor.
I've watched. It's weird.
I've been there since day one. I've been there since day one, Mr.
That's
Pye.
fine.
You're
I've been watching.
misinformed.
It's
You're
weird. I've
misinformed,
been
Mr.
watching
Pye.
it. It's weird.
Mr. Pye,
Okay,
you're misinformed. You should take another look.
so
You got to step up. God bless you, Jesse, Ben, Mr. Pye. Machine Lives, thanks for not contributing. But Mr. Pye, please be a little bit more respectful. Like, you're just saying shit
What
on
are
the
you talking
internet.
about respect?
Yeah, you're just saying shit.
You don't know what the word respect
Oh,
means?
I'm saying
Do you not know what
shit.
the word respect means?
I said go look him up. Look it up.
No, no.
Gnostic bowed out. I don't blame him. He already knows. This isn't going to be anywhere near as interesting as that other panel, probably. But we'll see. Well, I'll breeze through it a
You were
little
not
bit.
disrespectful. No.
Okay, tell me how I was disrespectful to you, sir.
I was having an argument about authority, and you're circulating a rumor, which I admit there is a rumor. Now you got to ask yourself the question: you think just because there's a rumor that it's true? Now people here assume that you were drunk, but I didn't say that about you, right? Because I'm respectful. I don't know that you're drunk. You may have a speech impediment.
Okay,
but,
well then that's good.
but you could be wrong, right?
I could be wrong. Yeah.
Okay, and so what does it have to do with my argument with Sovereign Soul that there's a rumor about me on the internet about my daughter, which is totally unfounded if you want to look into it? What does that have to do with it?
It was pretty.
I'll let you guys speak.
And you shouldn't be bearing false witness upon someone if you don't have actual proof about it. So that's not cool at all.
It's all speculation, but it's the way that people.
That's very no, but that's bearing false witness, and that a problem that we have here is that there's a lot of repeaters. People hear something and then they repeat it, and that's a big disconnect that we're having, and that actually goes against scriptural teachings. You know, bear false witness over another.
Right.
Well, fine.
So can we get back on topic?
So why don't you apologize?
All right, I'll apologize.
Well, that's not how you apologize, but okay, I'll take your apology.
No, okay, no, listen. I will. I've watched your channel or your daughter's channel, and
yeah,
it's weird to me. So I can't make any speculation. Whatever. Maybe it's just for content. I don't fucking know. So I'll apologize. I'm not accusing you of anything actually, but actually being maybe making money off of.
You said because my daughter is in an RV with me that I already gave away something. I don't believe there's anything intrinsically wrong with having my daughter in my RV with me.
Okay, I'll retract everything I said.
Okay. Well, I like the actual point here because I just think it's important. Hierarchies in society are natural. They're not a product of some kind of plot of some kind of government. This is like women saying that men have plotted against them to control them for millennia. It's natural that men are in positions of leadership because of the natural difference between men and women. And some men have natural authority over other men because they're stronger, they're more forceful, they're more intelligent, they're better at social skills.
Authority has to be accepted. Authority is a contract. Contracts have to be voluntary. I'm not questioning. Listen to me. I'm not questioning your authority. I'm denying its existence. How would you have authority over me or me authority over you? I don't. You don't.
I just told you how.
How?
I told you how, and you're right to say it is in politics often enforced by violence, and there's no problem with that. Of course, it's enforced by violence.
It's always enforced by violence.
The authority of Jesus Christ, which was the greatest authority ever on earth, was not enforced by violence. But they said when he speaks with authority.
Yo, you got Angela in the chat, and then you got her troll in the chat. Fucking Daddy's Flying Fuckhole T-Mod. Angela Baby Horson. Oh my god, this panelverse, dude. This just interwebs is just man.
Authority.
Something
right,
else.
but it wasn't money or connections or power. He just spoke the truth in a way that blew people away. And he was not.
Authority.
But you keep interrupting. Why can't you just let me speak? Why can't you let me speak before you speak?
Because you're using
why can't you let me finish? Then you talk,
man. You're using.
Is Ben Thorpe a god or what? Are you a god above us all?
No. Did I say I was? See, here you go. Back to being disrespectful, Mr. Pye. You're a little prick. Why are you such a little prick? What's the problem? Why can't we talk like men? Why do you have to be so petty and bitter and envious? What's your problem?
I'm not really. I'm just asking you what my problem is.
Well, did I claim to be divine?
I felt like it was from what you were just saying. Did anyone else get that?
It made it look like I was making a divine claim.
He was just asking Sovereign not to interrupt him, so he let it finish. And I think that's a big thing that on the panels here is people feel they need to interject before someone finishes their point, and it causes a big disconnect.
All right, Jesse, all right. So
I'm just wanting to say you're using the word authority in the wrong context. To speak with authority is not the same as someone having authority or control over another person. That's the context in which we're using the term authority. Where does someone's authority to control another adult come from?
Well, I'm telling you, it is. You don't think the two words are connected? The use of those two words are connected?
No, not in. They're used in a different context. They're related. I'm talking about authority. I'm talking about an authority in the context of being able one swinging dick thinking he can tell another swinging dick what he can and cannot do.
Okay, let's say someone has an education. Let's say someone has an education in engineering and tells another guy who's going to pick up a bunch of lumber and stuff and wants to put a house together. He could say that house is not going to be safe for dwelling because I've studied engineering and I understand like the geometry here is not going to work. Does that one person has the formal education?
Wow, there's literally slaves in the chat. That kind of mindset's dangerous, I feel like, to think we shouldn't respect authority. And then you got Iran Sound. It's a fascinating Delulu subset. You should see Paul. He's king of the future cannibals after an apocalypse. It's amazeballs. It's amazeballs, guys. How unhinged they are. And they get arrested on film. Oh my God. Gee Willikers. Iran Sound.
Authority over the other person?
No. because it doesn't matter. I don't give a shit. No, I don't care what you say. If I want to do it, I'm going to do it anyway. What are you going to do?
What if the person? What if the person who is an expert has a role as an inspector in a town, and his role is to ensure that buildings are built in a way that
now we're already assuming you're reifying the consequence, because we haven't established a government yet. We're back to the basics. You got one swinging dick motherfucker telling another swinging dick motherfucker what he can and cannot do. Where does that authority come from?
Well, it comes from nature, through the gods of nature.
How?
I told you.
Okay, wait a second.
Form hierarchies.
I have authority over you, Ben, and you have to do everything I say. Okay?
Ben says that because he has some kind of knowledge that we don't, right?
Wait a second. I
have some kind of what?
Knowledge that we don't, right?
So Ben, listen, I can tell you from now on, I am your king, and you have to obey me. Okay? You accept that? You accept that? I'm your king, and you have to do everything I tell you.
But you just admitted that there are natural hierarchies that form in high school, in every society. There are hierarchies that form.
Shut up, silence, peasant. I am your king, and I have told you to be silent.
Okay, I get the joke. It's not funny.
It's not a joke. I have authority. I am your king.
Okay, but you're saying modern. You're saying a modern form by one.
Hey, you're not doing what I tell you. I'm your king. You must obey me.
We get the point.
You're not obeying me. What's wrong with you? You're not obeying your king. Silence, peasant.
Please shut up. It's okay.
You don't have to tell your king to shut up, peasant. Now, do you accept me as your king?
I can't do it.
Wait, do you accept
monarchies are not formed by one jerk on a panel or one person just deciding to become king. They form alliances, tribes, form together. So you're going to talk over me more.
Violence.
Okay, so is this actually what you're going to do on this panel?
Violence, dude. I'm your king. You never denied it, so I'm your king.
Yeah, this is dumb. I'm going back to secret society of good guys. Fuck this shit.
Bring it back.
Yeah, they were like, if you
Or
bring
their
this
life
back,
is
you're going to be.
cursed. Your life is cursed.
Stop being
You're
cursed on
bringing-
our island.
They will be
bringing
blown
back
away
time.
when they find out Mecca, where it actually is, the first ever Mecca, is actually in Petra, in Jordan, where
Right.
Muhammad's cave is, where the symbology of Allah's
buy
three
that,
daughters,
yeah.
which Islam doesn't want to talk about, the daughters of Islam, which are three, like the three goddesses. What are they called?
Even when I was a kid, I had this. There was one of those.
Yeah.
Like we didn't have the internet when I was a kid, but you know, those. I'm sounding like a Time Life thing. Those Time Life books. Do you remember those?
Yeah,
there
they
was
had
like a
like
world.
paranormal ones.
There was the world one, and they had this article on Petra. And even when I was a kid, I was fascinated. There was nothing like it said basically nothing about it, but it was a whole lot of pictures. Like it was someplace in Jordan, and it's in this canyon and all that stuff. But they don't really talk about, because I don't think when I was a kid, like the 70s, education was like so limited. We didn't know, like they're just making shit up of where they think this stuff came from, how they were carved out of the stone, and like they have no clue. You can clearly see they have no clue. But there's something that draws you there. Like when I saw it, there was like, there's something. It's all here. There's something there. There's a reason why they're trying to make it like Dime Story, with like throwing it into like Indiana Jones, like so you like miss stuff. You know, it's like all the Dan Brown stuff. There's a good shit in Dan Brown. I'm glad that brought up the Marys and stuff like that. But like doing it in a bestseller sold on at Walgreens. I don't know.
Went to tie it up with a nice little bow, and it's like, and here's the solution. Like I guess the
Yeah,
aspect
yeah,
of Dan Brown that doesn't line up with the part of the topics that he goes into to make them interesting is that he has that Scooby-Doo ending where they like pull off the
right.
like haunted carnival ride's face, and it's like, it was you all along. Okay,
He has to
join us next
play the
time.
formula, right? Yeah, exactly. Oh, those kids and their dog.
I thought it was interesting that somebody said that the black cube was made out of wormwood.
No, I think they're calling it wormwood. Because even in the Bible, the interesting thing about that is that the Bible, the book of Revelation, it says that a star will fall from the sky. So it's talking about an asteroid, and the name of the star is called wormwood, and it's supposed to kill like a third of the plant life on Earth.
Well, crazy thing, we are in the wood dragon, and another name for dragon is wood. So it would be a wormwood if it was a dragon wood, but it's also wormwood is what you put in absinthe. So that's how you see the green fairy.
Right.
Yeah, I know, that's why I thought it was weird. I always thought that was weird, like in the Bible, because it's like wormwood is absinthe. The
You guys believe in fairies?
If you say no, I'm gonna be mad because you kill fairy every time you say that. So you better say yes. Yes. God damn it! Don't kill a freaking fairy.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
You do.
I
And
was
so if
just
you
like,
actually ask me that and they say no, you kill a fairy.
Whoa, I never heard that.
Ooh.
What lore is this?
Could we just
Peter
wipe out
Pan?
fairies
Is this in the
right now?
Bible?
tonight?
Peter Pan, y'all. You guys didn't watch Peter Pan?
Oh, I don't know.
Peter Pan rules? Are these Disney rules?
I want to say Peter Pan's older than Disney, and I don't think that it was the version. Is like, but it is like Tinkerbell, like when she's dying in like the original play. Of
Oh, right.
Like
I
she's
do
dying,
believe in fairies. I do
and
believe in fairies.
everyone has to say that they believe in fairies.
Oh, I thought she
We
was
have
the
to
bad.
clap, right?
She was the bad guy. Even in the
She
Disney
was.
movie, she's the bad guy.
She's
She tries to
horrible.
kill Wendy multiple
She's
times.
very spiteful. But maybe sprites are spiteful.
Yeah, and there's a story about how Captain Hook was one of the Lost Boys, but then he snapped out of that, I guess, spell of Tinkerbell, and he started growing up, and all the people on the ship are actually some of the Lost Boys who actually figured it out and started growing again. And that Captain Hook was trying to save the Lost Boys, and that's why he got his hand cut off by Peter Pan.
And, well, this is also why I think he lost his hand to the alligator, and the alligator has the clock, so the alligator represents the passage of time. So the fact that Hook, his enemy is the alligator, his enemy is time, because he has broken that cycle where now he can get older and die because of it. But yeah, he's trying to save the Lost Boys and turn them into pirates.
I read a really good reverse harem book that's based around Peter Pan, and I really enjoyed it. Nikki Crow, just saying, you probably like it. Lil.
Free plug, I guess, for Nikki Crow.
Her last name's Crow, so I remember it as Crow.
We should just make a whole commercial for it at this point.
Somebody will write it down, and it'll be like, "She's a nice person. She doesn't need your plug." Somebody wrote to me when Layla couldn't remember the one person's name, and we were all just teasing her. Somebody was like, wrote the person's name, and they were like, "She doesn't need your plug," and I was like, "Oh my gosh, like this is a Super Bowl ad."
Sabrina Wallace.
every time we plug someone, we're gonna put up a butt plug now.
Isn't there another holiday besides Leprechaun Day? Isn't there like a Jewish holiday this month? Or no? Am I wrong?
Ramadan?
Probably Ramadan this month for sure.
The Passover always coincides with Easter Sundays, right? So the Passover should be on the 31st. I would think. So
and the
this
Friday,
month, Easter. Yeah.
And like what Palm Sunday, all of those kind of things are in March. But I also think St. Patrick's Day is so interesting. Like if you're going to talk about fairies, that goes. It makes me think of Ireland, and then it's like, oh, here's St. Patrick. He got all the snakes out of Ireland. Let's celebrate him by drinking beer, green beer.
Green beer, yeah.
We got the spring equinox coming up on 3/19, and you bring up Passover. It is Passovering into spring, right? So a day to look out for is usually the 3/22 date. So we got that big day, March 22nd, coming up. A lot of decoders have been pointing to that date.
Huh. You know what's interesting? What April Fool's is really about? That's when Jesus was born, apparently, and we're all being fooled. April Fools. That's the story behind April Fools, y'all.
You guys are going to watch Midsummer, and it's all about, in the occult version of that film, it's all about the spring equinox, the summer solstice, the winter solstice, but it's symbolic. Yeah, it's symbolic through the emotions, which is interesting. Yeah, it's a great film. I'm really excited for y'all to watch it. You said that the movie Hereditary was the prequel to Midsummer, or is it just by the same people? Or
It's by the same dude, and
That's crazy. I've been meaning to watch both those fucking movies, and I still haven't.
it's not really a prequel. It just came out beforehand, but I believe.
Midsummer
Have you seen it yet?
I know what it's about. I watched a little
Okay.
bit of it, but I know
that
Midsummer.
that whole
Midsummer-
thing that they're doing in Hereditary comes from that old cult in
Oh,
Midsummer.
for real? Okay.
So that's
watch that
what
tonight.
they're up to. And then a big, huge, I think one thing that you could put together would be a bomb thing. You can find pictures of Queen Elizabeth and her sister in all the same Druidic stuff as Midsummer. Like almost similar pictures. So like the same dresses. You can also find Big Kathy, Little Kathy, Kim, and Kyle Richards all in those kind of dresses. And they're they're like the original Kardashian family in Hollywood, all KKK. So I think there is some kind of woman-leaning magic witches that have something to do with this shit. Something to do with this Midsummer shit, where they're also walking entities in. And that's what like the Jubilee would be.
I like that whole the Kim Kardashians and all that. Did you come up with that yourself, or something you noticed?
Well, the Q is an original symbol in Kemet for Eye of the Needle, and you see the Q leave the culture as Egypt comes. This is when you get the hard K sound, and so I believe in the phonetics of it, you can see a difference of even Kabbalah to Kabbalah, even like the way you would say that in a spell. And so I think the Eye of the Needle, it's easier for a camel to fit through the Eye of the Needle than for a rich man to get into heaven. A camel used to be the C. So an ancient sound of like that C sound before K was the camel. So it's interesting that Q and C and like how similar they are and of sounding. And then you wonder phonetically of what letters might get placed where by whoever won that war.
Yeah, wow, that's a great way to connect it, like Kabbalah with a K, or the people write it with a Q too. And I looked at that phonetic Ku for Koopa, right? Because I've been trying to find out what the 3 lines mean that Biden has in his logo, that Tesla has in his logo, and it's all going back to the letter X. But it's like connected with, I forget, it's been a while since I looked at it. That's crazy.
What was that video game like in the 80s? You'd have to go to the arcade and have the little purple guy and he freaking jumped up on squares. Didn't it start with a Q2?
Hubert.
I love that game.
That was it.
Walk,
Me
walk,
too.
walk, 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 walk. And then it had the,
Wasn't he
it was the
one?
one that had the ball that dropped when you jumped off the pyramid. You go, "Rare, punk."
Maybe the squares were just purple. He might have been orange.
I think it was purple.
Hold on.
He had the, like, the
Wait.
nose.
I see red on this one.
Walk, 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 walk,
Where
walk.
do you,
Oh, was
what
it
did
red?
that sound like again? So I don't know if I remember the right video game.
Yeah, that was orange.
Do the whole thing
It
again.
was orange. Walk, 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 walk. Woo!
I don't know. I remember it was purple.
No, was it purple? I
Maybe
don't
I'm
know.
from a timeline where he was purple.
You got
That's
Koopa
not close. That's
Koopa,
not a good one.
Koopa
That's the hair
Koopa
again.
Oh yeah.
in
King
Mario. Yeah, King Koopa, Koopa. And if you go back to this letter, like Q, I was looking at it, Q, Koopa, I'm trying to remember, but it's all connected with that 3 stripes. I think I was looking up like Q, where does Q come from? And then it turned, I think the letter turned to Koopa. Like that's the name of the letter Q.
They tie Q to Jesus too. The Q Bible, the Q of it all. Like
The
it's
Book
like a
of
Jesus.
Thomas.
Yeah, Q.
Hmm.
Jesus.
The Q line.
Did you guys know that St. Patrick's Day is actually a Masonic holiday?
Really?
Tell us.
Tell us, Mason.
I think
Yeah,
it's
bro. Would you hold
And
it?
it's actually
all-
more of an American holiday. That
Yeah.
before I think the
Definitely
late 1700s, no one even really cared about St. Patrick. Really celebrated the same thing. It was during the French Indian War where George Washington, same dude that founded the United States, arguably, they were running through like a really rough time, and in order to like build up the morale of the troops, he needed to figure out like
It's all
a way-
about the Q, folks. You know.
good transgender people out there. I have a lot of friends who are transgender.
I have gay friends. I have straight friends. I have transsexual friends. I have black friends, white friends, Mexican friends, Asian friends, you know.
And all they want to do is blend in. They don't want to stand out and force society to bend to their will. They just want to blend in. There's something called the Corporate Equity Index at CEI.
HRC's Corporate Equality Index rates workplaces on their commitment to policies and benefits for LGBTQ workers.
I'm proud that today it was announced that Walmart scored 100th on the CEI for the 5th consecutive year.
Okay, look at this. They got some gay pride swim trunks at Walmart.
The CEI has served as the bar of accountability when there was no bar at all.
And basically what it is these organizations, these globalist organizations, Target, withholding investments from companies that don't have basically the woke credit score.
And even a cookie can't fix that. Let's continue. Optics are Q.
They were running through like a really rough time, and in order to like build up the morale of the troops, he needed to figure out like a way to, I guess, you know, take the day off and get everyone's mind off. And he had a large amount of Irish troops, so he basically decided, okay, March 17th, we're gonna like invigorate the St. Patrick's Day, and it was used as this like morale booster. But we wouldn't even care about St. Patrick's Day in the United States if it weren't for George Washington kind of instituting it as this. And I think there's probably some other Masonic connotations with it, because he could have declared anything, but it became St. Patrick's Day. And if you look into it, it sounds like this is woo-woo, but I swear you can find multiple references that all absolutely admit this, that it wasn't really declared as a holiday until George Washington did it, like the 1770s or 1780s.
So why the shamrock and why the leprechaun?
Shout out to Aaron real fast.
Like the symbology of the shamrock everywhere, green, the leprechaun. Why that?
Probably
don't know
because St. Patrick actually was a saint. You know, like it's just like, but there's a saint day every day. Like whatever, like if you're Catholic, you have a saint. Like Thomas, do you have a saint?
St. Thomas.
Oh yeah, because you're Thomas. I should have known that. Okay, so yeah, but everybody has their own saint. So like it might be his saint's day or whatever. You know what I mean? So each saint has a day. Like,
have you ever found a 4-leaf clover?
I found them all the time. I found 4 in one day.
Oh man, I've been looking up.
Lucky motherfucker.
I never found one. I've been looking since a little kid.
I might be wrong about this, but I think there was a god in Ireland named Leper. And so when they came out with the leprechaun, that is mocking the original god. Like they shrunk him down, and like they took a red-headed giant that was, you know, and they shrunk him down and made him, you know,
Jack and the Beanstalk, probably.
Con, like without, is that, or what does con mean?
Con.
Convention. Speaking of, a reminder for anyone on Sunday that might be in Fellsmere or the area, you can stop by and see Thomas at his Paranoid American stand.
Are you cosplaying?
I'm not cosplaying. I wear a tinfoil hat for a little bit of it until it gets hot.
Did you know what that tinfoil hat or the dunce hat really represented and what it was for?
Smart. I mean, it was like the way they do it. It's like saying like, "Great job, Einstein." Like that's what the dunce hat's used for now.
Yeah, but also because they used metal ones back in the day and actually created a torus field in the child, which helped like gather their thoughts in a way.
There are ancient artifacts of these Tibetan. I've seen these things before. There's kind of hat things with like that look like it has a spiral that goes up. And it was like for these monks would meditate in them or something like that.
Yeah, triangle.
Yeah, that does
process your information and just like in the flow.
And they're
in the flow
beautiful.
state.
I wonder why like party hats like that. Like party hats are like tiny
those are really
hats,
cool.
Oh yeah, it's like bringing everyone to a party point.
There's not a lot of other hats I can think of that have that look to it. That and what like Disney princesses, like a Romeo and Juliet style hat.
Well, we kind of have one that's almost no, the KKK has a point.
Well, somebody cut that. Somebody cut that.
I'm just saying.
Somebody cut that. Layla sometimes agrees with the KKK and thinks they have a point.
Well, no, but not literally, but I mean, literally.
What do you mean?
You have anything to say about the Mormons?
Dang, here it is.
There it is. Take it out of here.
What is it called?
I knew we'd get to the bottom of this.
Oh, there it is.
And if
So accidental.
What's it called? Marinating?
I love it.
No, there's
marinating. What do you mean?
No, there's a thing Mormons do where you put it
Oh.
in and it grows.
I don't know. That made me think of oral
Soaking?
sex,
Are you talking about
Soaking,
soaking?
Apparently that's not a real. Well, it's not. It doesn't work anymore. They've closed
There's
that
soaking
loophole.
and dorking.
Just like every year they get to sort of refine what all of the rules are. Like they work soaking in once someone let that one out of the bag.
Soaking and dorking.
It's so brilliant that they redo their year. They're like, you know what? We all need to touch base about this and redo some of these rules because they're just not working.
They're not working.
You know that spinner hat that spins?
Oh yeah, with the
That was
pinwheel.
created by the guy who came up with the concept for the movie They Live. So the movie They Live is based off of a book, and the guy who wrote the book that movie's based off of created that spinner hat.
Really? The one with the little
dumb thing.
I did not know that. Huh.
Crazy.
Propeller hat.
Like the propeller beanie? I used to have one of those.
Yeah, so it was created by a guy named Ray Nelson, author. He wrote a book called 8 o'clock in the Morning, which was later used by John Carpenter as the basis for They Live.
Oh, how about the knuckles?
I thought it was like from
I know that.
Spanky
Alice in Wonderland?
on. Is it kind of like a yarmulke with a propeller?
Like that?
Oh no, that
No,
one's a brim. I thought they did
Yeah,
have.
kind of.
Yeah,
I'm just thinking of Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
Oh yeah, Tweedledee and Tweedledum have brims
Well,
on
you
theirs.
probably
I've seen
stole it.
I was like the Jughead. I was like the
I
Jughead
thought
hat.
they didn't have brims though, because
no, they didn't have brims.
it was just the cap.
brim.
with
Yeah,
the-
like the yarmulke.
in rainbow. Tweedledee and Tweedledum creep me out.
I think they were yellow and red. I don't think they were rainbow. I think it was yellow and red. But
Yeah,
And the
those-
colors,
Not
of,
yellow, though.
These always.
the colors of
And
that
purple.
like, top hat is interesting because it's like you could see those colors. Like you always see those. colors.
Oh, weird. I forgot it does look like this, but I have memories of it being the propeller.
Wow, you are
Oh.
all wrong today.
Do you guys do you not remember the propeller hats?
yeah, I
Yeah,
thought
that's
color.
what we're talking about. Right?
Purple
But
Hubert.
that's what I had. That's what I was talking about.
I thought I
Little
knew they were red and yellow, but I
propeller
thought it
hat.
was red and yellow striped hats. I really did.
Dude,
And
no,
Mine
that's
was-
like the Mandela effect, bro.
I'm
Or
telling you,
If you showed up to a Halloween party and had flags on your head, no one would know you're Tweedledee or Tweedledum.
they wouldn't. If you had a little hat with a propeller on it, they would know.
Yeah, no one would even think. If you showed up with flags, they would think you were doing a lazy
Where's
version of
that
Tweedledee and
They'd be
Tweedledum.
like, what the fuck are you?
I'm gonna start dressing up like Dick Tracy. And what kind of hat does he wear?
That's what I need
A
suits.
fedora, like a yellow fedora.
I don't like fedoras, but I'm gonna get one just
I love
for.
the cinematography of that movie.
It's one of the
I think
best.
we
That's what a
should-
Jughead hat is too. A Jughead hat is a fedora.
Wait,
A
Jughead.
Jughead. Yeah, a Jughead is a fedora that's been
They just cut it
bastardized
and then
by.
they turn it up.
Yeah, they cut it. They just steam it and cut it and pull it flat, and then cut this part off, like pull the brim out and like roll it up, and then they use it as a grease monkey hat.
it was
Oh,
like
the-
those flags.
And then you put your hot rod. Then you put your hot rod
Right.
pins up there.
I'm with you on that.
What about the March hare?
I love the March hare.
What is it?
What's that? What is that?
Well, the March hare actually, I guess they call them mad always. That you're as mad as a March hare, but it's definitely just a England thing. And March hares actually will like box each other and stuff.
Oh yeah, you're right.
In March, they'll like, sit there and they pound it out, but really, apparently, it's a mating ritual, so they're not actually fighting. It just looks like it.
Like
But,
kangaroo?
so it's
Yeah.
become known like to say you're as mad as a March hare. But then it goes back to the whole Alice in Wonderland and then the Mad Hatter of it all and the Tea Party and the
You've
Tea
never
Party
seen
in the United
Jack?
States,
That's
the
interesting.
Boston Tea Party,
When did the Boston Tea Party happen?
17 something.
No, what season? 1776. What season?
Couldn't have been 76, was it?
75?
73.
74?
Yeah, it's gotta be. It was a precursor.
What was the season? It would
I
have
think
been
weren't they mad that they were taxing us like 1% or something?
Yeah, and it's like we pay taxes on everything.
We're over
Your income,
50%.
your house, your groceries, your.
the real
yeah.
psyop was us throwing away our tea. That's how they got us on coffee.
What are we doing,
Oh,
y'all?
snap.
What are we doing?
No, but what I wonder. I mean, I could easily look it up. It's in front of me. I always forget this is a computer too, and not just my little private studio.
Why the
December
fuck?
16th,
have you ever-
1773.
I would have
What
never
December?
guessed December. I would have never
Neither.
guessed December.
Why we
I
paying
would
taxes?
not want my tea before Christmas. Are you kidding me?
Why we paying taxes?
This is where I have to give big ups to friggin' Scientology. It's the one thing you have to give them credit for is they harassed the IRS until they were like, we're not paying taxes.
That's
Well,
what we
got
should be
blackmail.
doing.
Operation Snow White was the biggest infiltration of the U.S. government by any outside entity on the record, and it was Scientology breaking in and stealing all sorts of naughty information. And I'm pretty sure that had something to do with the leniency they got. Based on the stuff they found in Snow White.
We should all
Well, yeah, it was
get
based on
together and both all agree
blackmail.
to change our W-2s and whatever tax forms that we fill out so they don't collect taxes out of your income. And then when tax season comes to pay, all of us agree not to pay the taxes. What are they going to do? They're going to arrest us all? No, that's a brilliant plan. But will everyone go with it? I don't know. We just all just check that box, say, no, don't take taxes out of my money. I'll pay at the end of the year. And all of us agree to do it. That's how we can fuck the system. But
But they just print money.
yeah, we don't have to pay taxes. Like they could just pay for it.
But paying taxes in this really weird catch-22 way is the only reason that money's worth anything at all. It is literally because if the government didn't collect taxes, then there would be no reason to have money to give back to the government. But they make it illegal. Like in order for you to live legally, you have to at some point give the government back their legal tender. You know what I mean? That's why we can't exist with just pure gold or just pure bartering. Because at the end of the day, at the end of the year, you got to give something back to the government based on that. And if they didn't do that again, then the money would be completely worthless. So it's them forcing you at gunpoint to give them back this worthless money that they printed and gave to you. It's like it perpetuates the magical ritual. You know what I
You
mean?
know how they did that? Oh, you guys want meat here? We'll open a slaughterhouse and we'll provide the meat for you. You want milk? We'll provide it. We'll provide everything for you. So you don't need to have your farm. You don't need to grow your vegetables. You don't even need to know the names of the plants. We'll do that all for you. And that's how it started. Taking away your freedoms to be your own government, your own family, be your own government. And yeah, that's how taxation started. They took everything away from us.
This is kind of like what Jordan Maxwell talked about with bills. Like you get billed and you pay the bill with a bill, with $100 bill. So it's just like a loop cycle. Is that sort of what you're talking about?
Who,
Paranoid?
me? Oh.
Yeah, paranoid.
Yeah, well, like,
You're
well,
talking
the
You're talking to me?
You talking to me? No, it's like the whole point is that the only reason that the dollar bill or the $100 bill has any value is because the government at gunpoint can force you to give it to them. And it's their creation. It's like the thing that they made doesn't matter to anybody until they're like, all right, now that thing we made, you better go and get some of it and bring it to us, or else. Now all of a sudden you're like, damn, I better get some of these pieces of paper. It sounds like if I don't get it, I'll be in trouble. And then that's like the seed of it all. And then at the far extremities, then it's like, oh, and I can go on a cruise and I can have a private jet, blah blah blah. But really, the underlying aspect is because if you don't, you'll be put in jail. That's really the whole.
That's how they
aspect
get
of
you
it.
to actually work outside your home instead of just like working on your homestead and freaking whatever. Yeah.
Because then they come take homes. If you never leave your little plot of land and you only work on your land,
On your
home,
land,
like you don't
yeah.
actually own that because you're just leasing it from the government that you live within. So then, yeah, it's all about maintaining the value of that money and investing it with this like energy.
I heard that the Rothschilds never left their home.
Really?
Something
I
like
don't know what
that.
that means.
Like they like
The OG Rothschild, he sent his kids to live in different cities, and they were supposed to stay in those cities. So like one went to Naples, and one went to Brussels, and one went to London, and that was supposed to be how they like instilled their international dynasty, was that they all had their own language and they spoke in their own language and they could write each other in like this own language code. But yeah, they each set up their own little centers of banking and industry. But they didn't stay in one place. They were like put into different places to them like planting seeds.
I
I've
also
seen
get really big
interviews
loans.
too.
Like if I couldn't cover the bank, normally it would have to go to other people and other business advisors. But if I could go to my brother, then we could always charge this interest on the money. And so these brothers could make sure that both sides of the war were taking loans from the same family.
I think it was the one that passed away that never left his mansion house.
Jacob?
Oh, Jacob Rothschild?
Yeah, not like all of them, just him.
I thought I saw him on an interview with someone and they were like trash talking him.
Oh yeah, he's been with King Charles.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
King Charles giving him award. Like
yeah, I guess well, that's not
It's
right.
probably just a rumor. They want you to think that they never leave their house.
But I've seen that video where Luke Radowski hooked up.
Reptilians. Reptilians. These goddamn reptilians have infiltrated. Like people.
So pretty much from Fat Tuesday all the way until the end of March, up until April 1st, which Layla says could be Jesus's like birthday. Other people think it's the first day of spring, so they mock us with this like, look at these idiots, or like our New Year's April 1st. So they're like, look at these fools celebrating New Year in the middle of winter. Like that's supposed to be the tulips come up or the dandelions, and some people say the dandelions are like the first flower, and that's why they're so prevalent on certain crests. Like the floral names actually represent the families in the crest a lot more, and where that family was from. Like on my family crest, it's northern ash. So I think a lot more stuff that people think is super nefarious are just the name of the herbs or trees or flowers that were around your area. And then they would give it, instead of putting flowers on it, that's not really frightening if you're from the hill of dandelions. But if I put lions on it, that is. So that would be also why certain crests would have certain colors, because the
That makes
blooms
sense.
that would be there.
Because like
go
my
on.
family crest has an animal associated with it, which makes sense because the name of it, but then it literally translates to garlic. So
But if you were trying to keep
but that's
vampires
flower,
away,
yeah, so then you'd put the animal on there, right?
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, trying to keep vampires, right? Smart.
yeah, that's one of my family crest has greyhounds on it, and I feel like greyhounds would chase rabbits down.
I wish I had a
They were
family.
always. I've been following the right rabbit for generations. That's what I'm saying.
Did you see the hair post on my Maria's story today?
No.
I guess on the 1st of every month. And I just thought of it because
Oh,
the
rabbit,
whole March
rabbit.
hair. Oh, rabbit, yeah. But see,
Yeah,
I was thinking
rabbit,
hair,
rabbit.
yeah, because I'm thinking of the hair, the March hair. So my head went there, but yeah.
Yeah, the
Rabbit,
rabbit.
Rabbit.
Yeah, the first day of the month to say rabbit. But today's actually the 3-2. 3-2-2023. We might get something interesting. Oh, it's 2-4.
Interesting.
Sorry, wrong year. Don't go crazy, you guys. It's the wrong year. Whew. Save you guys a whole bunch of rabbit holes. Wrong year.
2020? Shit.
It is interesting that the 2018 is when we had the first eclipse, and now we're getting the second one this year, right?
Right.
Yeah.
April 8th.
When is April 8th? Goodness, what are we gonna do?
Ending like we start the Dionysus, the Dionysus festival. We have the Maenads come in. We do all the rituals. We have the Super Bowl and all the Grammys and all this kind of shit. Then we come into this kind of like, they give us these like certain. There's Christian holidays, but then they're guised in this like Easter Ishtar rabbit egg fertility thing, and then we're gonna wrap it all up with the finish of an eclipse.
Yeah, and that's when they do these big rituals, and it's always connected to Ishtar, or Easter worshippers, how the Clinton camp calls it. Yeah.
Like the first day of the morning star, the first star that you'd see in the daytime And then I wonder what Venus's whole trajectory is like now. Is it closer to the sun, further away? Will it be visible with the moon and the eclipse?
A lot of strange stuff is like really pointing, like you were just saying about the 2018 eclipse. Now we're coming up on the finishing of it with the X and the Super Bowl, just all these things happening, these energy harvests, because more people watch that Super Bowl than it was the #1 show ever on television record. And April has got all this stuff happening. You got the eclipse, you got the Civil War. Movie. There's just so much going on. You got the WWE doing that wrestling match.
The Rock is back.
Oh, hey, Donut. I just remembered. You brought up. You guys were bringing up Janet Jackson earlier. She's going to play in Phoenix, up there. You should check and see when that is. Would you?
Yeah.
It's so funny. I wish I had a black hat tonight because I was feeling kind of Janet Jackson-ish, and I was like, man,
Yeah.
Rhythm Nation.
Feel Miss Jackson if you're nasty.
That's right.
I've seen Janet Jackson in concert before.
How was it?
I just have to tell you, ironically, guess who opened up for Janet when I saw her?
Justin Timberlake.
Usher.
We were just talking about it.
Oh,
I know, that's why I'm like, ironically,
Hilarious.
when I saw Janet Jackson, Usher opened for her, and it was a really great show. It was amazing. I like Janet Jackson music. If I'm going to pick one of the pop girls to go with, I'm going to pick Janet Jackson.
Mm-hmm. That would too.
That's the way love goes. That album with If.
Yeah.
Slay.
It absolutely does.
Even her old music, like Let's Wait a While Before We.
I'm more of a Brandy Monica.
I like again on that same album, the one with If.
Nelly's playing with her. I'd go see that for Nelly.
I like Nelly too.
Oh yeah.
Pimp juice. Gonna let me for my pimp juice. You know,
I feel like Nelly's best
Oh,
song
too.
is the one he did with not Beyonce, Michelle from Destiny's Child, where it's like, I love you, I need you, Nelly, I love you, I do. It's
You know what made me start
more
liking him?
than
I don't
that.
like country music, but it was the song he did with Florida Georgia Line. I was like,
Oh,
what the
not
fuck?
country
Like, Nelly,
grammar?
badass. Huh? I'm not,
Not country grammar?
Oh, hey, Thomas. Speaking of country, did you see that article that I posted in your? I can't remember which chat it was, but we were talking. You guys were talking about the music. You and Donut, right?
Yeah.
So, did you see the article about the country?
No, what
How the
country?
CIA, how the
Country
CIA
music?
guy, the CIA guy said that it was like the easiest thing possible to infiltrate country music from the 70s. He's like, we didn't even try. It was just,
They just made the TV show Hee Haw.
yeah, exactly. They've just been engineering it since Hee-Haw. Exactly.
That was
and
just a reach.
Rhinestone
Hee-Haw.
Cowboy.
If you ever got stuck in Hee Haw, I just feel like you're of a specific age. that
Oh,
you had
yeah.
grandparents, like, or
Yeah, my grandparents.
you had somebody country in your life, and then Hee Haw.
Yeah,
It was
it's
the
in there.
worst. It was the worst.
Terrible. It's the worst. It's not
like
funny. It's never
trauma.
been funny. It's like Scooby-Doo is not funny. Like, you know how you sat through Scooby-Doo and like nobody laughed? And you're like, why do I watch this same thing
love
over and over and over
I love
every
Scooby-
weekend? Anyway,
Because you needed to
and
know
just
who was
doing
behind it all.
Oh my god!
Was any cartoon really
Like
funny?
guessing.
Like,
Right?
was any cartoon really funny?
Yes.
Ren and Stimpy.
Family
Yeah, some of
Man,
it,
is
like,
Ricky Beavis and Butthead.
SpongeBob, the
So if
earlier
you watch it
episode,
now, do you think it was funny, or do you think maybe you were just less
Beavis and
intelligent?
Butthead.
If I take the like whole knowing of the pedophilia and just block that out and all that, like the codes of it, like I'd laugh at it. But if I'm like sitting there looking for it, like, oh my god, this was
same thing with Ren and Stimpy. I feel
I
the
find
same
it
way.
funny.
Like
I
Ren and
just think
Stimpy
there's a
was
lot of things
hilarious.
that people find funny that I'm just like, Robin Williams isn't funny. Like, I
Yeah.
never have
no.
laughed once out loud at Robin Williams. I never think Jim Carrey's funny. Like, certain things that the zeitgeist just thinks is so funny. I'm just like, huh.
Did you like
okay.
Liar Liar? Oh,
I
Ace
mean,
Ventura is hilarious. And
Yeah.
Dumb and Dumber, oh my gosh, Dumb and Dumber, Janie. Is so
I think Dumb and Dumber is the
I
worst.
still
Like,
still love it.
like
But
nothing.
Napoleon Dynamite, Dumb and Dumber, like
Yeah, I don't get even like Adam
Napoleon
Sandler. Has,
Dynamite. It's great.
Billy Madison.
So I'm fucking muted. That's incredible. If someone could tell me next time, so I'm not like just pausing it and not saying anything, that would be great. Terrible broadcasting. I'm apologizing. I was mentioning how terrible it was for them to be talking down on Mr. Jim Carrey and Mr. Robin Williams, my TV dads, even if they are Illuminati puppets. Well, one was and one is apparently. Some people would say that Robin Williams is still alive and playing the role of Melinda Gates. Other people would say that's Kevin Kline. Other people would say neither, and that whole conspiracy theory of body swapping is completely insane. I would say, yeah, it's pretty out there, But let's continue. I forgot what else I was going to bring up.
think it's funny. Like that
That's a
whole
hard one to
rom-com
rewatch later in life.
No, I can't.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying. I think
I
there's a
can't
lot
watch
of
those.
movies that hit you in your nostalgia because you were a child, but
Adam
they
said-
aren't
yep.
really that funny.
Yeah.
Or
Here's
maybe
the
I
love
just
stupid funny.
stupid funny's fine, but there's
Yes,
just
that's what
something that
Napoleon was.
You,
It was
have you
stupid.
Holy shit! It's 3:22 a.m. Oh
seen
my
the
god.
Detroiters?
No.
It's so funny.
I think Tommy Boy is funny. I think Chris Farley is funny. He's actually funny. Like somebody said,
Chris
"Hey, you
Farley
don't
is
like
funny.
Tommy Boy Janie," and I'm like, Chris Farley's legitimately funny. There isn't any scene you could put him in, even if he's
David
just off
Spade
funny.
kind of ruins it.
David Spade ruins it because who needs a little lesbian around Chris Farley? It might as well
David Spade is also Kate Spade's brother,
be
allegedly.
me and Chris Farley hanging out.
Well, you need
Yeah,
the
Chris
straight
Farley
man
makes sense.
usually. for some of those.
I kind of look like David Spade now that you mention it.
We'll just
Kate Spade's cousin, Red
Th-
Scarf
There's
Club.
there's something
Wow,
I
there you
learned
said it. I
recently
beat me
that
to
like
it.
really was interesting to me.
Spade.
With that, we're talking about like early
Spear.
cartoons, and you remember Bugs Bunny would
Edge of
call
the
Elmer
tip of the
Fudd. He would
spear.
call him Nimrod, and Nimrod became a name for like an idiot, right? And I remember like Beavis and Butthead, they would call each other Nimrod, and for a while
Yep.
Nimrod was like calling someone an idiot, and the whole reason though was because Bugs Bunny was actually being satirical. He was calling Elmer Fudd Nimrod because Nimrod was a great hunter, but by calling Elmer Fudd Nimrod, it was like calling an idiot like an Einstein.
Right.
But because of that, and because no one really knows mythology, everyone just assumed that the word Nimrod was
Meant
referring to like
idiot.
somebody that did something dumb in the past, and that was never the case. But that's one of many instances where like cartoons really do kind of like shape language in a way that now what used to be this great
Wow.
hunter deity becomes the name for an idiot. Like no one wants to be called Nimrod, right? It's interesting how those kind of things work in cartoons. And that was supposed to be funny, but since no one got the joke, like they adapted it into their understanding of the world.
Huh.
They're all NPCs in that sense. like walking, it's no
Shout out
case.
to summertime.
We've all been
Summer.
lied
Not
to.
at
Oh
all.
my god. Oh
Love
yeah.
you, Summer.
Love you, Summer.
I kind of think
Is she
like
coming?
funny, like sitcoms and what's funny on TV is the same as top 40 music. They tell us, here's the top 40 songs, you guys. This is the #1 song in America. And you don't want to be the last person to like the #1 song in America. So you are like, oh my gosh, maybe I like Bryan Adams' Everything. I'll do it for you too. And you don't. You never liked that song, but
Tread
everybody
carefully,
just listened
Janie.
to it over and over and over again. And so I think that a lot of like everybody did not like Friends. Friends was not the funniest TV show, but
I'll be there for you.
everybody did. It's just like it becomes this hierarchy of TV because it's the #1 watch show in America. And so then it hits us in our nostalgia. And so then we humor ourselves. We already made it through so many seasons. I have to tell you, it's funny. It's the same as it's like, I'm already this far in. I've already invested this much in the Friends and Seinfeld crypto. You guys have to, you're the only one.
I'm not gonna lie, Seinfeld is, man, it's hard to just not watch it sometimes, man. Every now and then I just,
Missing out, not getting this humor. It's like it's just they shove the same. There isn't anything like that's why it's like when we talk
Inclusion.
about stand-up.
Inclusion. We have to be the same.
Yeah, we can have real conversations of what's funny or what's not funny. But
Yeah.
the movies that we all know that are the movies, it doesn't matter if they're good. Some parts are funny, but in reality, unbiasedly looking back at it, some of them are awful.
Yeah, you know what?
They're overrated. I think what
Look at me, I realize all the movies that I grew up on sucked. They really fucking sucked, balls. I'm always wrapped up in that propaganda.
Are you gonna play or are you just gonna stay paused? It's only meant to be like a very short pause with. All right, so this is
comedy is just not the same shit that makes me laugh.
It's true. It's like Switch fucking.
I just like watching the old Queen version of Flash Gordon, the '80s version.
Flash.
One of the versions of chaos I'm looking forward to with AI though is that pretty soon everyone's going to watch the movie, but like you're going to recast Chris Farley as the main character in like your version of
that's happening now.
Whatever you're watching, right?
I'm sure somebody's done that.
But it's gonna change this dynamic of like everyone watching this movie and everyone following the same #1 pop song, because like your #1 song you're gonna have Nelly singing it and you're gonna have Janet Jackson singing it and someone else is gonna have Justin Bieber singing it, whatever. So now all of a sudden like we might hear the same lyrics and we might enjoy the same artist, but we're never listening to the same exact song. We're never watching the same exact movie. And I almost think this might be a good thing in a way because it takes that whole like water cooler crap out of this. And I'm like personally scarred and triggered. I remember last time that I had jury duty and I got ostracized in our little like jury pool because I didn't watch American Idol, and everyone else in the jury all have been like keeping up to date. And I like literally became like, I saw it happen in real time where it was like, oh wait, that guy doesn't watch the thing that we're all watching. And he refused to watch it last night knowing it was going to be on, doesn't show up with an opinion. And it's such a weird thing to even care about. Like, oh, you're not playing along in this part. So, I mean, I'm kind of looking forward to when that like standard baseline for everyone to relate on is kind of like withers away a little bit.
Well, you know what I don't relate to? There was this post that I saw recently about AI and the idea of when he's in court and AI conjures a video of an innocent person doing something that he actually didn't do and being charged guilty for doing that crime that you actually didn't fucking commit. That's fucking
the Minority
scary.
Report. They did that Minority Report.
I think Running Man it's like a Stephen King Bachman book, and then it was redone to an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. That is pretty interesting. I think everything about that is the world we live in now. I'm surprised that we can't pay to watch executions online yet. Like it does.
I would pay, honestly.
They used
for
to
certain
be public.
individuals.
Well, it's kind of weird that they stopped being public,
How long ago did that stop? Do we know?
How do we know if any of that is real?
What was the last?
Yeah.
They say that the last firing squad was in Utah, right?
I think so.
In like the 70s or something like that?
Well, I mean, I remember seeing Saddam Hussein or whoever was his plant that day being executed publicly on the internet. That was what, like 2001?
Oh, yeah.
I don't even think that was the real Saddam Hussein.
Right. Yeah. Like, who knows?
Who knows?
I was going to bring up Saddam Hussein because we were talking about Bibles and religious books and stuff. And I think it's so crazy that he wrote a book in blood. Like he wrote the entire thing and they would come get pints and pints of blood from him.
Saddam Hussein?
Yeah.
He wrote a blood book? Wow.
It reminds me of the movie Quill. If you guys haven't watched that movie Quill, watch it. Oh, the
I
magic.
think he was using magic to will his war stuff happening in his wars.
Oh,
he's using magic.
Saddam Hussein must have been some really powerful thing that they wanted to get out of that region, because look at how everything, it's like he was the head that they had to cut off first. And we only know the stories, but it was so much so that we had to go in war twice with him.
Yeah, and there's news reports of him dying multiple times, just like Osama. There's news reports of him dying multiple times.
Okay.
He ain't dead.
He had roughly 27 liters of his blood drawn and given to the calligrapher over a period of 2 years.
He went to Argentina like the other guy.
Like all good Nazis?
You know?
Everybody ends up in Argentina.
Don't cry for me, Argentina.
A Baghdad
Don't cry
moth.
for
case
me,
during-
Argentina. How was it that Madonna played her?
Oh, they were upset about it.
To shame her.
Yeah, is that what it was?
Probably shame the original lady. No one wanted her to
Terrible.
do it.
Oh my god, it was awful.
She fought to get that role,
I know.
supposedly.
Supposedly.
That was the follow-up to Dick Tracy.
Oh my god, that that abomination. At least the soundtrack sounds cool. The cars were cool. Yeah.
It was a weird movie.
It
There's
was
a lot of
weird.
famous people in it that play
know.
like different of the criminals.
Dustin Hoffman was Clayface or something like that, or the Chin. I don't know what their names were. I don't remember.
Al Pacino was Prune Face.
Prude Face. Yeah. That's fun.
The whole, I didn't realize that Madonna had been playing up the whole Virgin Mary Madonna of it all for as long as she has, or her people. Like, did you realize that her one album was called the Immaculate Collection?
Yeah.
I never realized that. Like, I
Like a
realized so many other
Virgin.
things. Yeah, Like a Virgin. I realized all that. But
That
the
was
whole
the-
Immaculate
before the
Collection of it, I was like, oh, where did I miss that one?
That was her greatest hits.
Yeah.
Was called the Immaculate Collection.
And the symbology of on it. I was like looking at the album cover the other day. I was like, dang. Yeah.
Madonna, the Madonna.
Her
I know.
newest music video was super occult with The Weeknd. They filmed it at Queen Elizabeth I house. Oh, sorry, I'm not on the screen.
Is it the voice of God?
There you are.
Their newest music video is crazy. They filmed it at Queen Elizabeth's, where she grew up. The first one is nuts.
Queen Elizabeth I. It was the voice of God that just came in, but I like how Layla was like, "Where is where is the voice coming from?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, I was
3:33. That means I gotta
Bye.
go to my
Bye,
secret
everybody.
meeting.
Bye.
Good luck
Big
to
leg.
you.
Kill it.
Yeah, you're gonna do so
Happy 333 to the chat. Much love, y'all. Much love.
good.
Night.
See you guys. Love you guys.
Love you back.
Everybody, you're gonna kill it.
That's so exciting. So you guys, you can go and always get Thomas's cool shit at paranoidamerican.com. But if you are in the South Florida area, it is an easier drive up
am.
from Miami than it is to drive south. So you should go and say hi to Thomas.
Welcome to Miami. Bienvenido a Miami.
Oh, no. What is he? No.
Sing it, donut.
I'm going to Miami.
Wait, so who's in South Florida besides me?
All right, do you guys have predictions for March? Like if
Yeah.
history repeats itself,
I
and
think that Paradise Valley, Arizona, they're gonna do a fire attack.
Yeah.
Do you think we're gonna have a lockdown? A global warming lockdown that they're talking about?
Oh, damn, that's a good point. I was wondering how are they gonna shock
Justify it?
Yeah, how are they gonna shock the system? And I never even thought
Fires.
about that.
You know, lots of flooding,
Fires.
lots of stuff happening in the world, a lot of weather control. NextRad, the NextRad towers. If you guys haven't gone down that rabbit hole, I suggest you should. Not only HARP, but NextRad. There's a whole system of towers that help
NextRad.
control. Yeah. That
do
help
you think you
control-
need towers if you have satellites?
Yeah, to manipulate it better. I think they started with the satellites and then started bringing the towers in.
That's nuts.
Doesn't that seem like the opposite? Like, don't you think they build towers for a long time and then put satellites up?
Well, maybe, but it's a different type of technology that came about through it, or maybe it's the same technology just designed with different material.
Because that's like the whole argument with the people that don't believe in any of the satellite stuff is they're like, no, all of our cell signals work on towers. We all work on towers. All of our communication runs on towers and cables. It doesn't run anything to do with
Mhm.
satellites. And So I always wondered that because Elon Musk is shooting up so many friggin' satellites up into the sky every day, just rings and rings and rings of satellites. I sometimes, if it's not for the actual blue beam projection, I wonder if it's to control the people that have implanted nanotechnology into themselves. Like, how are you going to have Neuralink unless there's a link above everywhere? You can't have your cell signal go down if you're relying on towers and your brain's Neuralinked.
Right.
You'll be silly.
Right.
So you also
Sabrina
can't,
Wallace.
Yeah, so you also can't
Yeah,
have a
so,
car.
yeah.
I
Lena
forgot about this.
Talking about
Actually,
hijacking the aura.
Wow, it's right over my
and
area.
I've
too, in
been
that
looking
picture.
into that Sabrina Wallace. I want to talk to her or interview her.
Yeah,
Dude,
she's
I'm
a trip,
telling
man.
you.
She knows a lot of stuff.
She's
I was like, yep.
I've been going. Yeah, I've been looking.
I remember, like, she's triggering memories, man.
Free plug for this bitch again.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
deserves it.
Let's
honestly
interrupt
though,
conversation to talk about her
True.
again.
but it's worth it, Cheney. I swear. Anyone who hasn't, like, the
I
shit
gotta
that
get
she
warm.
speaks, it's like technology that goes back into the 80s and the 70s, and what they found out about our aura and how they try and like say that our aura is fake in the mass public. So no, the aura is not real. That's mumbo jumbo. But no, it's very real, and it is an energy field, and it's tappable. They can tap into that, and we are the Wi-Fi. She says that we are the transmitters of everything. It's fucking crazy. Like it's mind blowing. But she has the proper terminology for everything. It is worth watching.
I've heard stuff before in this kind of realm, and I've heard a lot of people talk about auras. And no offense to this lady, I'm sure she's the bomb, but sometimes you could just learn things and then you could just say them. And you could just it not have to be always from this one person all the time that gets all the credit for this thing, when there's all these people that say the thing. And so it's like, whether it's aura things or it's anon things or it's dream things, or it's everybody tends to go back to this, like, well, Paracelsus said,
Yeah, but
what do
this
you
is
feel?
stuff. She's like a whistleblower that worked in the industry, that came out with all the information and the formulas and how they do it and when they started, and a breakdown of beginning to.
Holy shnikes, Cherie's in the house. She found me. She's stalking me. She even found me on the backup to the backup. Jeez, I can't hide here on these streets, folks.
Here's the thing with something like that chick, though. Like, we don't know where she's.
Oh, speaking of, didn't you call in, Cherie? Was that you that called in earlier to Donut and Juan? That was a short call, I think, right? But it was good. Yeah, you're stalking me. It's okay. I like stalkers, as long as they're of the opposite gender. It's totally fine.
It's kind of, I know she's shadow banned and stuff like this, but
Yeah.
there's a thing to be said about people that kind of just show up with.
Wait, who is he talking about right now? Sabrina? I gotta rewind now for context. Who's got to join the syndicate now?
Something like that chick, though. Like,
Do it when they started, and a breakdown of beginning to end.
Here's the thing with something like that chick, though. Like, we don't know where she's kind of, I know she's shadow banned and stuff like this, but
Yeah.
there's a thing to be said about people that kind of just show up with, they're saying a whole lot of truth, but they're kind of doing it to, like, maybe like throw a bunch of other stuff in there and like take you just a little bit off the trail and stuff like that. Like, we don't know her history, and we don't,
I really
we just got to take some of that with a grain of salt. But there's something to this.
Have you seen it,
If
Gordon?
you've, I've watched a bunch of them.
Oh, see, I've only watched one. I really liked it. And
I don't know if you can hear right now, but just as I was telling Cheney last night, owls don't define me. But I'm in the backyard in Green Valley, and there's owls right behind here hooting. I don't know if you can hear them.
The only reason why I
They're
believe
right
it
here.
is because there's times I think about things. I don't even say it. Like I'll think about a thing that maybe I need or whatever it is, or I'm just thinking about a random thing. It'll show up on my phone. I'm like, that's fucking
Yeah.
impossible. When I'm asking for something to come into my hands, like information wise, I don't know whether it's divinely sent or is it because these fucking things are connected somehow to my aura or my system in a way.
I don't even
Like,
think that. I think it's. I think the math is so precise now. Like
Mhm.
we are a math
So that's
problem. So
predicting us.
yeah, that it can
Oof.
actually predict what you're thinking.
Right. I wonder about that with the Instagram,
Well,
with the
'cause it's
Instagram
all.
thing. I'm like, how
It's
did all these Hindu gods show up on my Instagram feed?
That's what the Matrix is trying to show you when you're looking at the green screen and it's like all ones and zeros. It's like after a while you'll see a lady in a red dress, whatever. It's all ones and zeros. Like it all is. Even we all are. We like to think we're original and that we have original thought,
Right.
and we don't. We
You
process,
don't.
regurgitate everything. And just like Cheney was
Yeah.
saying, like, why do you have to give credit to somebody when it's just information that's there?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And the information is there. And if you're looking at XYZ, then all of a sudden it knows that the next logical conclusion is that you're going to be looking at Q, you know?
Yeah,
It
it
just
gives
knows.
the algorithm like the person. It's letting the algorithm know your cheesecloth. So everyone is our Joe Rogan. So if we just are like Cheney, she told me this. Cheney says this. You have to watch Cheney. Cheney says this. Cheney says this. Does it resonate with you? Because Cheney could fall. Cheney might say the thing that you disagree with so much tomorrow that you don't never want your children to watch Cheney. So you want some of the ideas that came from Cheney and some of the truth that might resonate, not to necessarily put it all on Cheney. If it resonates with you, it becomes your truth. It becomes everyone's truth. And it's not anything to do with that lady. I'm sure she's the bomb. I'm sure her channel's fucking rad. But I'm just like, okay, her name's come up again on the show and no one can really explain it. I would rather just hear Layla explain it all totally than this
Me
random lady.
with my non-vocab that's non-existent.
I'd rather hear God Pill Angel fuck her way through it.
Non-vocab, but she's got etymology down.
Robbie, and I'm sure
Come on,
Robbie's
you
rad.
vocabulary.
Like I have the vocab, but like sometimes my brain doesn't brain, you know, and I'm just like,
Yeah, but sometimes during that time your heart hurts more and then I feel it and it resonates with me and it
You're
feels
right.
like something that like it's real. It's not just
Well, here's the thing, Cherie, right? Is that I wouldn't even be over here on this channel if it wasn't for the fact that I kind of had to be, by way of, yeah, I kind of am forced into this smaller channel. That's where I'm at right now. So that's the way it's going to be until I feel comfortable going back to the other one. So again, this channel has no affiliation with the other two. So completely separate endeavor. So can't be believed to be going against or trying to go around any type of anything. I'm very much staying within the limits here. I very much want to stay within the limits here. I love this platform. This platform's never done me or anyone wrong. Never. Love it. We love you, YouTube.
one of these other talking heads. It's not Howard Stern. It's not Anderson Cooper. It's something real
I
and
brought
it's
her up a
coming
lot
from
today.
you and it's hitting me. It's not from and it's not anything to do with her. I've noticed
know,
people
but I
do
brought
this
her up
all
a
the
bunch.
time.
I do it with
in
Castaneda,
this
yeah.
field. You do it with Carlos Castaneda all the time. And I've never fucking read him. And I just tell people, my friend Abby. So it's not any
We all do it. We all have our
it's
things that we go
so
to.
different. But I just think people in general need to start what resonates with you. What's true to you right now? Sit down.
real.
We're talking about our auras all the time, but most people don't trust their aura so much so that they have to go to a meeting on a Sunday or a meeting on a Wednesday or a meeting on a Tuesday, or they have to go to they have to do their thing with their group, whatever that group is, just to hold themselves accountable to who they know and what they know is true. And so it doesn't matter if it's a church, it doesn't matter if it's Carlos Castaneda, it doesn't matter if it's right here, right now, what resonates with you. And then I want you to say it to me, because the reason that you've come across my path, if God is real, is because the message you have to give me is from you. It's not from whatever person USA or the TV show Friends. It's from what did you take from the TV show Friends, and how are you going to relay that to me to make me better? And in turn, the micro macro, we all become better. So
Fucking
it's
yes.
just, I feel like it's big ups these people, big ups their credit, big ups like all these people putting their videos together on TikTok and wherever, big ups to us doing this here right now. But most of these people, they aren't having a fucking conversation. They don't really feel this stuff. They're just there putting out the information that they stole from everybody else, and they're asking you for money. That's most of these people. Somewhere you can find 3 clicks away from them being like, hey, I'm your spiritual advisor, I know more than everybody else. That's and it's like everybody's out there trying to be a fucking cult leader, and it's like
And today,
or guru,
fuck, what was I gonna say? Like we are these people that we read in the books. Like we eventually have these thoughts when we're in that space of like deep thinking, when we're in that flow state, we'll come across a thought. I say this all the time. It's like that frequency. You're an antenna and a receiver. When you hit like a certain frequency, you get an idea and you go with it. And if you don't go with it, someone else will catch that idea. So when you read on someone, you probably have had that idea before even reading that author. So you can add to that author if you just go with that authentic state and just spewing your ideas of what you think it is instead of what so-and-so said and so-and-so said. But yeah.
Or you have a different interpretation of it altogether. And it's like, because that's what I like when we're in rooms like this, where we take an idea and we flow with it. Like the whole Forrest Gump and the feather of it all, and the bird that Jenny wanted to become a bird. It's like we were able to break that all down and come up with it together because we're not freaking regurgitating what everyone else has already said about it.
Yeah.
We're like looking at it all together from different points of view, and we're able to come up with something completely new. And that's kind of
it's like breaking the repetitive copycat, being like everyone else, and not having an authentic
Dreamers
idea.
up late.
Like, we kind of could break that curse of like the program. That's literally the program.
It's like my family raised me because their family raised them and their family raised them. And I know for a fact, if my family had their brothers, I wouldn't be able to talk to anyone in this room about the stuff we're talking about. And I'm probably pretty sure that your families and they raised you, you wouldn't be allowed to talk to me or any of the stuff we talked about. And especially if we were all 100 years ago, we wouldn't be able to talk about these things. That's kind of what they want. So the second that we break off into these schools,
been burning at the stake, man.
Yeah, and that's why you have a Salem witch trial, and they take the name and they change it to Jerusalem. But we're not allowed to. That's for a different show. That's for another show. But I do think there is just some kind of danger in the TikTok clout, the YouTube clout, the whatever clout that's the same thing as the fame we're trying to destroy. It's the same Hollywood we're trying to destroy. Like, kill your idols. You are the idol you seek, or worship something outside of your flesh and outside of other people, what they're telling you. You don't need a priest to find truth. You don't need me to find truth. And so I think a thing we're doing different
You don't need
here,
a building to find truth. You can go find truth, and you can find God right there out in freaking nature, sitting outside in the sunlight.
I feel like if you think somebody out there knows more than you about something, they might know something more about something, but you know fucking so much more about something else than they know. And so there's so many dangers in this world that we put these people like, oh, Cheney knows everything about blah, blah, blah. Cheney can't even friggin' feed herself 3 square meals a day. Like, Katie has her own problems. Like, Katie cannot even figure out a sleep schedule in her grown-ass woman age. Yes, Katie knows everything about Tom Hanks. What does that do for me? Like, make a church of Tom Hanks, and so I just feel like
have the conversations.
Yeah, like we have these conversations, but if I just sit around people that look like me and think like me and whatever, I'm not gonna change.
Yeah, exactly.
What song is that?
That's why we gotta be in these weird rooms with like, people we would never have thought possible, and like hash out just these ideas. Just listen.
And to be able to say,
ask the right questions.
What if this, without everybody just
be
assuming
okay
because
with
I asked a
whatever.
question, because whatever your upbringing was, it was blasphemy for me to question, and whatever my upbringing was blasphemous for you to question, and whatever all of our upbringings were, we're all living the blasphemy of that right in the second.
Yes, exactly.
So I just
Yep.
feel like somewhere the keystone needs to be pulled out of everybody's everything. Like crumble, like just let it crumble into dust.
Let the illusions fall.
It's okay.
Well, I guess that not everyone here. Also, here's the thing: that not everyone's like trying to understand people and their past and how it brought them to this point. Like everyone like fingerprints. No two fingerprints are alike, but yet we'd like to share the same ideas and be copycats or try to imitate each other and like not be our authentic selves. But in reality, we're all fucking different. None of us have lived the same experience as the other. Maybe similar, but no two paths are exactly alike. And that's, everyone got their stories.
When you share that, instead of trying to let me curve this little thing because I don't want to tell somebody how poor I was. Let me curve this thing because I don't want to tell
Right.
someone I was an asshole once. Let me not tell this truth of the story. When you become your authentic self and you say all the good things you do and all the bad things you do, you are the only one that can share that story. You are the only one. So the only way you can be entirely authentic is if you do lean in to whatever your story is, and that is your gospel. And
Being
until
humble.
you have your gospel, the world doesn't change. The world doesn't heal. We're going to keep doing this cycle over and over again. Wars in the Middle East, but the Middle East will be Idaho 10,000 years from now, and the Middle East will be China 10,000 years from then, and they'll keep doing it. But it's like,
yeah, because you literally cannot save anyone else. Like that's where all these religions get it wrong. You literally can't save anyone else. And
Okay.
you can't save the world by saving anyone else. You save the world by saving yourself. Like, and that's not as a selfish ego thing. That's like, do your own healing, do your own soul searching. And the more you change yourself, the more people around you change. Like you impact people way more because you are being authentic.
Yeah. You know what else I'm finding out? That this is a realm of addiction to feed your desire of some kind of pleasure.
Well, I take it back to dreaming though, because it's like when you're lucid dreaming, you're awake in the dream, you know you're dreaming, but the dream is always trying to put you back to sleep. Always. So it's trying to get you hypnotized again and put you back on the script. But reality does the same thing, because you can wake up in reality and you can pay attention to your thoughts and everything around you all at the same time, and you can have this crazy awareness where you're like zooming back and looking at the whole shot. But reality, immediately something happens to try to put you back to sleep, to where your awareness isn't there anymore. You're only focusing on your thoughts, or you're only focusing on what's around you. But it happens in reality and it happens in dreaming. So it's like, it's so, your attention is so, it's everywhere. It's always being tried.
That's why one thing that a lot of people do is they do the hand test. You touch your hand throughout the day, and if your finger doesn't go through your hand, then you know you're awake. All right, we got a clip here from Cherie. From Cheney's panel from 4 weeks ago. So let's see what this is. The classic solid 5.
I want to do everything I try well, and I will say there's like 3 things on this
All right, you got it on double speed. That's my fault.
Planet. So much friendlier. I just I want to do everything I try well, and I will say there's like 3 things on this planet that I know that I'm bad at, and one of them's blowjobs. But I do think now, like on a scale of 1 to 10, where it was like a solid 1.5 in my 20s, I feel like just now, and I have not had, like, it's been 20 years since I've had a penis near my mouth, but I do really believe that, like, for the team, if we were all going to have a blowjob competition, I could get, like, I wouldn't be the worst in the world now. I would surprise even myself, I think. Like, I would be like a solid 5.
I got tears in my eyes there.
That's a great fucking clip, Cherie. That's a great clip.
I'm pretty sure that I'm not going to speak for everyone, but I'm pretty sure like a 1 is a passing grade on a scale from 1 to 10.
Yeah, probably.
I always think back to the last blowjob I gave, and I was like, that dude didn't deserve it.
Oh my God.
Every once in a while, I just feel like bad for him, and I'm like,
oh, I thought you meant you didn't deserve it the other way.
no, I feel bad. I actually, even the whole way.
That motherfucker didn't deserve that.
I'll tell you.
That's not the way she meant it.
This is such the last way to end as well.
I wouldn't wish that blowjob on anyone.
I was like, I'm not even gonna attempt to swallow. Like, I'm not even gonna LARP it. There's not gonna be any LARP in this. And so when I was done, it was just all over him. And I stood up and I said, "Do you want me to get you a towel?" And that was the very
all the way around.
that I ever hooked up with a dude, and it was so like, whoa, it was the full Ouroboros.
Yo, that was great. Thank you for that, Cherie. That was actually I hope they wouldn't be upset that we're rehashing that fucking moment. I'm sure Shaney wouldn't mind. That's actually bloody hilarious. So I don't know. Should I keep playing that one or should I get back to this one? I mean, I want to kind of see where that went, but I also want to I don't want to get too far back with this one. Shout out to all the conspiracy realists. Someone said conspiracy realists are able to be open and none of us feel alone as the past 40 years. Love how so many are self-accepting. Spiritual acceptance widespread among truth seekers. Indeed, truth seekers and truth speakers. Truth speaker being kind of the evolution of the truth seeker, wouldn't you say? Or the culmination of both, if possible.
They're always trying to lull you back into sleep, so you're not making conscious decisions, whether you're awake or dreaming.
Prove you're not dreaming now. How do you prove that you're not dreaming now?
Well, you can do reality checks. My hands look like my hands. I can't stick my fingers through them. I can't fly right now.
All right, hold on. Someone's making a really weird noise here. Oh, it's my cat snoring. That's so trippy. That is weird. My cat is making some weird noise while it sleeps. You all right, Amber? She must just be fucking having a dream.
Now, so I'm pretty sure I'm awake.
I don't know.
But asleep,
I don't know.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, not really awake, but really asleep. Awake, but
Did you ever do that as a kid though? Like be like,
I didn't realize I was muted there. My fault. I was reading the comment there about someone saying, tell me more about etymology. That's the key to everything, because everything's literally a word. Everything you can see, touch, taste, smell, hear, and even think of is a word. Interesting viewpoint there. Interesting comment.
am I an android? How do I know if I'm not an android?
I do that now.
Did you ever do that?
I do that now too.
Yeah, basically, Don. That's what it sounds like. You should hear it. It's very strange.
Like, I used
know
to as a kid.
I'm
I'm just a robot.
I'm like, am I
Yeah,
an
am I a
AI?
robot?
I watched
Yeah.
Westworld and I was like,
same.
Yeah, I remember that from the
we're
original
so, like-
Westworld. When
I
I was a little
sometimes
kid in the
believe I'm
70s.
sentient AI. Like,
I like how you can
literally
see his hand
a
right now.
machine, and
Yeah.
I'm just like, what the fuck?
Breaking the
Yeah,
Matrix,
like,
man.
I say that all the time. Like, this is a really cool piece of machinery. Like, this is mine.
I am
and I feel like
Yeah.
everyone should feel that way. Like, you got given this badass machine to freaking your avatar. You know?
You gotta have a badass machine, man.
Thank you. I try. I work hard for
We
it.
all come
Yours
from a
is-
badass machine.
Yeah, we
We
do.
do,
Yeah,
though.
we do.
Fucking walking
It's like
miracles.
having
Are
a
you
fucking
kidding me?
car. You know, like, what a badass. I have a body that does all this cool shit. It gets me around.
We're miracles, y'all.
Yeah.
Wake up to that.
I feel like my body's like Beast right now. Like my car, I call the Beast, and I feel like my
Dude.
body's like this.
Are you?
Okay, but you're being an idiot. Okay, can you? I can get the joke. It's not very funny. It doesn't make a really good point because you're being an idiot. Because what happens is.
So my point being made exactly.
Oh my God! Can you stop this guy? I can't.
How would I make
Yeah,
sense?
what the joke is that you fucking exploit
How
your,
would I make
exploit your
sense?
fucking.
I'm telling you. As
Go
king,
look. Hey,
how
go.
would- God damn it. Pie, shut the fuck
No,
up.
you shut the fuck up for one
So this
second.
guy's turning this into this stupid thing. It's all about this guy. His
No,
stupid
I'm
joke.
serious. How
No,
did I
no,
get
I'm
you to
no,
do
I'm
what I
serious.
tell
I'm
you?
normally a nice fucking guy, but
No,
go
you're
look.
drunk, dude.
No,
That's why you're so fucking belligerent. You can't stay on topic. You bring up shit that has nothing to do with anything anybody's talking about.
I'm bringing up what this topic is about. Look the guy up.
Dude,
Oh, so
I'm
you're
not
back, so
into
you
Jerry
retract your
Springer
apology. You're
shows.
back to being a little bitch. Okay.
I'm not into Jerry Springer shows. If I was of a low-level mind, that kind of shit might.
Okay, so
happen.
you wouldn't. If you were if you were a high level mind, you would see what I'm saying.
No,
Look
I can't even half understand anything you're saying. You're shitting me now, right? Come on, man. Go sleep that shit off, brother.
If there's one obnoxious guy here, it's you, Sovereign Soul. You're totally obnoxious. You don't know how to have a discussion, which is why you're. And let me make my point to you. You're at the bottom of many hierarchies. I'm sure you have no wife, no job,
I'm not
no
in the
life,
hierarchy.
and you're right. You're at the bottom of all the hierarchy because you don't have social skills. You don't even know how to
I'm
have
not
a
in the
discussion.
hierarchy.
And
I'm
you
not in the
overtalk
hierarchy.
people, which is why you're always at the bottom of the hierarchy, crying
in a
about
hierarchy.
real men who ascend higher
You're
than
not
you
a real
in
man.
hierarchies to
You're not a
tell
real
you to
man.
shut your mouth.
You're not a real man. You let other men tell you what to do. You're not a real man.
That is what a
I'm
real
not in
man
a
is. A real man tells
I'm not in a
allows
hierarchy.
other men to tell them what to do. Yes.
Who are you
A
to
baby
talk to
sits
a
there
man?
and cries and doesn't
You
let anyone tell him
bow down to
anything
another man.
because they have to be
Jessica,
the
I love you.
independent,
I'm out of here.
sovereign,
This
whatever,
fucking
blah, blah, blah.
You cow down to another man. You let
You're not a real man. You let other men tell you what to do. You're not a real man.
That is what a real man is. A real man allows other men to tell them what to do. Yes.
You're not a real man.
That is what a real man is. A real man allows other men to tell them what to do. Yes.
You're not a real man.
That is what a real man is. A real man allows other men to tell them what to do. Yes.
Who are you?
A baby sits there and cries and doesn't let anyone tell them anything because they have to be the independent sovereign, whatever, blah blah blah.
You cow down to another man.
Wow, I was muted again. I apologize. Fucking A. That was my fault, folks. I don't know how long I was muted there. Jeez,
you let another man tell you what to do. I don't.
That's right.
I'm not in a
right.
hierarchy.
You're not in a hierarchy, right? You're garbage. You're human garbage.
No,
because, no, I'm in a
Can we bring out the dancing clowns?
hierarchy, God is
a real man lets other men tell him what to do. Yeah.
Is above me. And my rulers are above me. And Jesus, God has told me to obey my rulers. Right? Yes.
Where did he say that? When did he say that?
St. Paul told us to obey our rulers as they were put there by God.
Yeah, so the guy is either a shill or just a regular retard. I'm not sure. A bona fide Jesuit apologist tard. I don't know. This guy's obviously, wow. Ben Thorpe, ladies and gentlemen.
Paul isn't God. You said God said that. Paul said that.
Inspired by the Holy Spirit. The scriptures were inspired by the Holy Spirit. And it's also compatible with our innate knowledge that like we should function in a society and obey those who are above us. When you were a child, did you do this? When you were a child, did you do this to your father? I bet you did do this to your father. Constantly annoyed him and told him he can't tell you what to do.
Who's above me? Who's above me?
When you were a child, your father was above you. Right now, who's above you?
Anymore. Who's
above I know, but who's above you? Your earthly ruler and your spiritual ruler. Yeah.
Okay. So
cool. And you should obey them. Yes.
They're not mortal men. They're not mortal men. You said a mortal man is above me. Who's a mortal man that's above me?
Wherever you live, there is probably a man. There's a ruler who has the authority to tell you in some ways what to do, and you should obey that authority.
No, I never do.
No. So if the police show up and tell you something needs to happen or not happen, what are you going to tell them?
Kick rocks.
Okay, and if they pull out a gun and command you on behalf of the legitimate government of your area what to do, what are you going to do?
Hold on a second. You just used a whole bunch of shit. You skipped it. I don't have a legitimate government.
I want to know what you will do, what they're going to do if they command you as the legitimate government of your area what to do. What are you going to do?
What are they commanding me to do?
I'm just saying they have certain.
Someone said, "How disgusting, Ben? Are you in the Illuminati
of your area? What to do? What are you going to do?
What are they commanding me to do?"
And then Angela asked. Angela said he's jabbed
just saying
up.
They have certain.
He probably is jabbed up. I wouldn't be surprised.
Whatever it is.
They only have authority over me if I've committed a crime. The only way I've committed a crime.
I mean, it definitely with what he said. He definitely jabbed up.
Crime is if I cause loss, injury, or harm. So what now?
Well, when you get in a car. I assume you can drive a car. When you get in a car,
I don't drive a car. I travel in my personal conveyance. Driving's a commercial term.
Oh, you're one of these guys. Okay. You're one of these guys.
That's right.
When you go to court, you say like, "I don't have a name." You're one of these guys.
I don't go to court.
You know what's funny though is like even if he's an agent, what's ironic is actually Dave's son's a Mason, so it's like you can't escape. Then again, I mean, I had a cop in my own. One of my siblings was a cop, so it's like you can't escape these dynamics. Are pretty hard to escape. In a slave world, because you
don't participate in society, right? Okay.
Well, I'm not a citizen. Why would I want to participate?
Oh, you're one of these guys. Oh my God.
No, what? Not a slave? Not a slave? I'm a free man, and you ridicule me for being a free man because you're
not. Yeah, okay. You don't participate in
society, huh? Because you adhere to the straw man corporate entity bullshit. I mean, really? You're a slave, bro. I'm a free man, and you want to snip.
Okay, so
a free man.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. You're one of these ridiculous people. When you drive, do you have a driver's license?
I travel.
Right. Okay. So this is all this game playing. Okay. So when you travel in your personal conveyance, if the police pull you over, do you pull over?
Yeah. If there's an emergency, I will. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. But if you don't feel there's an emergency, do you pull over because they're flashing the lights?
If there's flashing the lights, that means there's an emergency.
No, it doesn't necessarily, right? Because
they could be regulations. They're only allowed to use their lights in cases of an emergency. Read the fucking regulations, bud.
Okay,
I know it better than you. Trust me. Trust me.
Whatever. So they pull your lights over, but do you personally determine whether there's an emergency?
Well, if there's a lights on,
this guy actually might be like mentally like R-worded. So. Maybe I feel bad now. I don't know.
And I'm going to assume that there is. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you assume, and what do you assume that based on?
What do you mean? Because the lights are on, and they're only supposed to use their lights if there's a case of emergency.
Okay, and so you assume that they are only exercising their authority properly, right?
Well, they don't have authority unless I've committed a crime.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, you said I assume that they have determined that there's an emergency, right? And that
sure.
something works right. What do you assume that based on?
How do I know? Maybe my car's. I don't know. Maybe my car's on fire. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. You don't know, right?
Wait a second. We've only gotten pulled over. What are we being pulled over for?
For the record, Don, I don't know that Dave's a Freemason. I was saying his son is. I don't know that he is, but his son, Burn the Corporate Fiction, is very much is. So yeah, I don't know.
And why do they have the right in an emergency to pull you over?
Well, they only have a right to pull you over if you've committed a traffic infraction.
Okay, so they do have a right to pull you over. On what authority do they have the right to pull your car over, or whatever you call it? Your
Because
conveyance?
if you don't, they'll fucking shoot you. Are you stupid?
Okay, so their authority is based on violence, right?
Violence,
Okay.
just like I said.
So you believe in authority because
No, I
it's
don't
based on
believe in
violence.
authority. No, I don't believe in authority.
Well, you follow authority. You follow authority.
No, I don't. Where are you getting the idea that I follow
You
authority?
said you pull over when you see the lights.
Because I don't want to get shot. I avoid violence.
Okay, so the authority of
violence is not authority, stupid. Violence is being a bully. Okay?
Okay, well, you can call them bullies, but you pull over and you follow their instructions, right?
What instructions am I following?
Whatever they tell you.
No.
No? So if you feel like they haven't pulled you over,
they are limited. They are limited. And listen to me, my friend, because I am a free man and you are a corporate entity, I don't have to adhere to commercial code.
Okay, so they pull you over and they give you instructions, and you say whatever theory you have about commercial code, right? And then what do? They take you to jail, right?
No.
Well, if they feel like, no,
it's not about what they feel like. It's about what they have. Jurisdiction. Do you know what that word means?
Okay, yeah.
Law talk. It means law talk.
Right. Jurisdiction. Yeah. Okay, so they have legal authority.
No, well, legal only if I fall into the purview of their legal authority, which I don't because I am not a citizen of the United States of America. I am a natural free man upon the land.
But nobody cares whether you say that stuff.
Yes,
like, if you violate a law, you will be punished. Just like everyone else.
You can make a lot of fucking money. You can make.
And you're the type of guy who does this kind of speech in court, and then the judge just rolls his eyes, and they enforce the law just like they enforce it for anyone else.
I don't go to court.
Yeah, but you go to court if they arrest you, and then you're brought before them.
Well, if a frog, listen to me. If a frog had wings, it would bump its ass. It wouldn't bump its ass every time it jumps. You're piling up a bunch of hypotheticals that have not happened and concluding them with assumptions that you've made erroneously based on the facts. Do you know what a fact is in legal?
You're such a clown. You're such a clown. You're pretending. You live in a fantasy world. You live in the same society we do. You have to follow the same rules, and you follow the same rulers, and you just admitted it.
I don't follow any rulers. What's a ruler?
Yes, you do.
Hey guys, would you rather live in a fantasy world or a fucking slave matrix?
You don't disobey the law because you're afraid of the police.
What law?
Even though it's not a fantasy world, it's called reality. But yeah, you're the one in the matrix, sir.
Law or codes? I follow the law. Do you know what man cannot create law?
Why do you follow the law? Why do you follow the law?
Because it was set forth by God.
Okay, so
are you talking about legislation or are you talking about law?
You do all kind of word games, and you're just an annoying human being.
It matters.
And
Do you not know the difference? You just entered the arena, my friend, and you came in with a rubber sword.
I don't know what that means.
It means that you came in woefully ill-equipped for the conversation at hand.
This guy's actually.
You don't believe that there are hierarchies that naturally form in which there are rulers and those who are ruled in limited ways, and that functions for a productive society. You don't believe that's how it works?
What, cooperatives? Yeah, cooperatives are really cool. Do I believe in a group of men forcing others to do what they want or to stay within those boundaries and contribute to it or anything? No, that's your choice. All contracts are voluntary. It only is a contract if you accept it.
Yeah, that's not true. Did you sign a contract when you were? Did you sign a contract when you were born to obey your parents?
No.
Okay, so then God created the family, right? In God's family, there's a hierarchy. There's authority. There's those who are ruled, and there's those who rule. But suddenly, when you become an adult, there's no longer a hierarchy. Even though every society throughout history, and even in the animal world, have natural hierarchies.
Well, hopefully, by the time you become an adult, you've been brought up well enough to not be an animal and to be a man and to be accountable for your own actions.
And what if you haven't been? What if you haven't been?
If you can live your life, let me ask you something. Could you live the rest of your life without committing loss, injury, or harm against another person, without being threatened?
I think TML just totally crashed. He's just fucking knocked out.
Threatened with violence in order for you to follow that modem. Could you do that without violence? Can you?
I need the protection of law. And
I didn't ask you that.
We should all be grateful for the protection of authority.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, can you live the rest of your life without committing loss, injury, or harm against another, without the threat of violence added to the equation? In other words, can you behave yourself without somebody threatening and force on you to behave yourself?
Probably.
Probably. You know, I've asked about 1 million people that same question, and they've all said the same thing. Yeah, I could do that. But they always went right to where you went to. You went right to, well, it protects me from everybody else. Well, look, buddy, I've been asking everybody else, and pretty much almost everybody agrees that they could live that way. And
because people lie.
Really?
Really?
You know what? Wait.
So you think everybody who turns 18 will not cause problems in society subsequently that need a society to step in and right that wrong? That's your view of human nature?
My kids haven't.
Okay, so you don't think there are people who are inclined to steal, kill, murder, rob?
Sure.
Okay, so what checks that? What checks that?
Look at Don Macron dropping some cock over there in the chat. Jeez, man.
I do.
So we're each going to check everyone else?
I'm responsible for my own protection. I'm responsible. I'm the frontline protection of myself and my family and everyone within my zone of influence. So are you.
Okay, so what if a group of stronger men than you who have more weaponry than you can overpower you and take your things? Who then checks?
Well, then since we're doing hypotheticals, I would get my hypothetical gold and hire the Chinese Republic Army to fight them off. Are you fucking shitting me? What would you do? What do you mean? What would you do? What would you do now if that happened?
You would call the police.
What would you do now? What would you do right this fucking minute?
You would call the police.
Really? 8 armed guys are busting in your door right now. You would call the police?
Yes.
so they can come draw a chalk line around your body?
If I wasn't able to defend myself, that was the hypothetical.
Why can't you defend yourself?
Because I'm in an RV. If 8 people approach me with weapons, I'm defenseless. So I would call the police, and they'd arrive. Wait, they'd arrive swiftly, and they would. I may have to like hold out for a little bit, but generally it works. I've had to call the police, and they have arrived, and that's what's called society. When we don't have the protections of society, let me talk. I let you talk. When we don't have the protections of society, we descend into anarchy, and societies which don't have government protections, such as Somalia and places like that, descend into much higher levels of violence, and they're run by utter violence and not law.
People with
that's the most obvious thing anyone could ever say.
What if everybody has guns? Now what?
Yeah, but don't you know if 10 people have guns and one person has a gun, they're going to out?
Yeah,
right.
Sure.
You're not aware that there are hierarchies of violence. Who's ever got more guns?
Yeah, absolutely. Nobody said freedom was safe, but neither is government. Because while you're calling the police, listen to me. While you're calling the police, which I find hilarious in the first place, that a man was going to call another man that has a gun because he doesn't have a gun to come and save him. That's
what's hilarious about that. What's hilarious about that?
I don't think Jesse said one word. This is very interesting. He's just kind of sitting there, just like dazed out, bro.
What's hilarious about
that? You've got a daughter, a family to protect, and you're relying on some goofball who the Supreme Court has already ruled is not responsible for your fucking protection.
Yes, that's right. That's called being a member of society.
Do you know why they don't no longer say protect and serve on their cars anymore? You know why?
I know that they don't have to put themselves in a certain situation. They have some discretion.
Then why would they? They're afraid of old ladies walking down the side of the road. They think everybody's they're cowards.
I haven't found that the police are afraid of anything.
Oh my God! How often do you hear them? Officer safety. Don't put your hand in your pocket. Blah 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 blah. What a bunch of fucking pussies standing around dressed like
you know what you are. Have you ever been in authority? Have you ever been in any authority in your life, in a position of authority?
Yeah.
Have you ever been in charge of people?
Yes, I didn't like it.
What situation were you in? If you don't mind me.
I was in the army.
Okay, and you were in charge of other people.
Yes.
And did that work? Was that a good idea in an army?
Yes.
So you had authority, you had a rank over others, and other people had a rank over you. But you won't let me I let you talk, but you won't let me talk. You have to intervene.
I know you're dancing all around thinking the military works perfect.
So you're in a hierarchical system in which some people had ranks over others. I'm not saying the army is how like human life should work, but it's a hierarchy and it functions because whatever your job was, you had to do it. The people under you had to do it. And so what is the problem with that? Why is that hilarious? And if you had a problem with someone who was an equal rank with you, you'd go to your higher officer and you would ask him to intervene, or her.
No, I would take my equal aside and I would hash it out with him.
Okay, but if that didn't solve the problem, and you felt doing it right.
I don't need another man to do my bidding.
Okay, so let's go this. You have someone of an equal rank that you have a difference with. If you can't resolve that difference, who would you go to?
What do you mean? Who would
the rank above you, right? You would go to the rank above you, and you think.
So what is your fucking point?
Okay, but you just said that that's not like a real man who goes to a man who's higher than him in authority to resolve a problem. That is a real man, a baby.
No, it isn't. It's a fucking brainwashed fucking killing machine. That's all. It's not a hero. It's someone who went through 8 weeks of fucking MK Ultra mind control, trauma-based mind control, called basic training, was jabbed full of fucking chemicals and vaccinations at the same time, spent most of the time with an upper respiratory infection, and they come out of there brainwashed into this fucking hierarchy. It had to be brainwashed into their fucking minds because it's not our natural state to let another motherfucker tell us what to do.
Okay, that's actually perfect. That illustrates my point perfectly. You went through basic training too, but somehow you have told yourself that this brainwashing only affected everyone else but you. That's called narcissism,
bro. Dude, of course. Listen, once you understand how it's fucking working, and I knew what was going on at the whole time. I never really took any of them fucking clowns serious. You know what they do? Let me tell you about a hierarchy and how the military works. Have you ever heard about promoting people to get them out of the fucking way?
Yes.
They do that all the time. And it's usually because they're an irritating, stupid fucking jerk. And so they'll promote them to get them away from these people, don't have to deal with him anymore. But the problem is the guy's still an ignorant fucking jerk, and now he has authority over other people. You see? And so this is what we've got all over in hierarchy. It's full of nepotism. It's full of fucking corruption. And the idea that you think another man has authority to tell you what you can and cannot do is just beyond my belief.
But you admit that.
Agreed. So why are we watching this? This is terrible. We're going back to Project. We're going back to the Secret Society of Good Guys. Dude, Ben Thorpe needs he needs to lay off the Diet Coke, all right, and the McDonald's and the television, the CNN and whatnot, and really just scrub that crusty eye booger shit out of his eyes and off his pineal gland, I would imagine, and everything else. Maybe get some of that laden cholesterol off his arteries and wake the fuck up, because that is just embarrassing. Embarrassing, folks.
That's great, man. I feel
great
too.
Lord.
The Mustangs.
Oh my God.
Do it.
Horse's ass.
Can't fucking do it.
That is a Mustang is my spirit animal.
Yeah.
Made of love.
Oh, okay.
Guys, we're love. No, for real. Look at
just love, man. Shout out to Jack Talcott. Where you at, sir? Shout out to Emilios, man. He's still up. Wow. Fucking A, dude.
yourselves though. The way the layers, like the detail, the amazing. Wow, you are love, y'all. We need to embrace that and become that, like for real.
On Sunday, for real, when Abby said she believed in God when she had her first kid, it Like, because I was just like, oh my gosh, of course you gave birth, you godded something, you grew it and got it.
Yeah.
So you have to believe something did this for you because you just did it. Like because micro macro.
God of all homunculus.
It's like that part blew my mind because every pregnant lady I know, their dreams are something next level. Like they always have the craziest dreams. And so it just
Exactly,
like, that
Dom,
amount of love. Like I don't think
exactly.
there could be
You're
anything more
getting it,
pure
sir.
than
You
that
got it.
amount of love for like when a mom has her baby like right in front of her. It just seems
We're
wild.
all babies.
I know, that's the part that we were all held.
It makes me think of that song "Fuck Authority" by what is that? Pennywise. Anyone know that one? I gotta look that one up. I have to play it. I said, "Fuck authority, silent majority. Into the system, now we're trying to use against them. Shake up the treason, shake up your lies. Fuck no, we won't listen. We're gonna open your eyes. Frustration, rule the nation." I'm gonna look that up in the back.
At one point, even if it was by a shitbag, and the shitbag thought, this little baby's gonna make me a better human.
And it does. Surprisingly, for the most part. Not, I guess for everyone, but
yeah.
Even probably for the shitbags, it probably makes them a little better. It's just
better.
unfortunate for the kids that are around that trauma still. They don't ever notice the better. But yeah, it's so crazy. It's just nutty. Yeah, you're a little lovable thing. You're your own precious baby.
Whoa. Why did, dude, fucking
You have to take care of yourself like you're your own
What the
precious
hell?
baby.
God, yeah, when you think about it like that, you just want to love yourself.
Dude, I look up "Fuck Authority" song and I get porn. It's crazy. The fuck, man.
I'm like,
Fucking
God, give
internet,
yourself
dude.
love.
that really is what spurred
Man.
my transformation. Like I decided, like I was tired of not loving my body.
Me too.
Like you have one shot at this life that that we know of, but I'm just like, this is my one shot to be Abby, so I may as well like put Abby at her highest potential. Like, where do I see her? Why am I sitting there bitching about not having the body I want? Why don't I just build the body I want? Because
That's
I deserve
everything.
that. I deserve to love myself enough and be comfortable in the skin that I have. Everyone should
Amen.
get to do that, and whether it's physical, mental, spiritual, but like that's it. You're here once, so you should do all the things to make yourself grow and be the fulfillment of what you dream of.
Yeah, we're always thinking about like outer things. What I want. What do you want?
All right, here we go, folks. Fuck authority. Fuck authority. I wouldn't say that, would I? Maybe I would. This is just the name of the song, though. I don't know if I've seen this version. It's got a video and everything. How about that? How about that? Oh, we're gonna slow it down a little bit. Chat, it's almost 4:20. I got a bowl packed with like 5% marijuana. 5% cannabis. Wish it was more like 50, but I need to get some weed. But tobacco's nice too, so. All right, let me see. Probably like 10%, but whatever. You get the point. I need more weed. My ratio is off. Ratios are way off here, folks. Should be mostly weed with a little tobacco. I don't know. To each their own. I think sometimes tobacco, a little more tobacco than weed's nicer. Other times, oh, thanks for the sub, sir. Thought you were already subbed over here. But let's see something. All right, let's go. I'm curious to know how you found me, Mr. Don. That's interesting. At this late hour. You're gonna find another way. Live by what you say. Today, it's just another day. What I said, fuck authority, silent majority. Now it's time to vote against them. Shake for the dreaming. Shake up your lives. Hope no one listen. 420.
Now it's time to rise against them. Bloodshed of the treason. Sick of your lies. Fuck no, we won't listen. We're gonna open it right. Frustration, domination, take the reins of a new generation. We're living, we're dying. We're getting tired of the relentless lying. Destroy, enjoy. You run the world in violent toy. Dominate, eliminate. You're gonna feel the wrath of hate. Fuck authority, silent majority. Raise my system. Now it's time to rise against them. We're sick of the treason. Sick of your lies. Fuck no, we won't listen. We're gonna open your eyes. Frustration, domination. To the range of the new generation. We're living, we're dying. Never gonna stop. Stop trying.
Stop trying. Stop trying. Stop trying. Classic, dude. Fuck. Man, I love that song. Now I'm probably gonna get schmacked with a fucking. Well, hopefully, if anything, it'll just be a notice, copyright notice. I think I'll be all right. Good to see you, Mr. Brecken. And yeah, you're slightly omnipotent. I see that. I see that, sir. I'm just curious to know how you found me, because I've noticed a lot of people having an issue. I've had a couple people say they tried to find it and couldn't, and they spelled it right and everything. So they're obviously, I'm obviously living up to the name over here. I put the difference between this and the other one, which is Shaunosaurus, which I also changed the name to very similar to this channel, is that this one has 3 @ signs and the other one just has 1. So yeah, the other channel just has an @ sign in the word band, and this one has it in shadow and in syndicate. So, but good to see you, Brecken. Oh, it came up. Interesting. Interesting. Well, I think I have it pinned also on my other channels, if I'm not mistaken. So anyway, let's continue here. Let me get you that wrench so you can share links, sir. It's good to see you, Mr. Brecken.
What does that baby want? Love.
And to be held, fed, and sleep. Like the easiest 3 things is still what most humans. Well, they don't want that. It just happens. If
Well,
you guys
for
are
a couple
5D,
days you want that.
if you guys are 5D, you won't have to worry about shit. You guys are 5D.
I had to break the emotional part a little bit. You know, that's a pretty shit club in there.
But yeah, it's
So when we're 5D, we know your shit cold.
no, you don't shit at all when you're 5D. When you guys get here, you'll realize it. So they're like, oh my gosh, Cheney walks around like her shit don't stink. No, Cheney walks around like she don't shit because she's 5D. But I even forgot the whole fucking point of the conversation because I went to character.
My bad. My bad.
I went into character too deep, but Cheney don't shit. Yeah, I forgot.
Loving self. We were talking about loving yourself a little bit. And
Oh yeah, your own precious baby. I even realized for myself because I'm not a big sleeper and eating. I've always had a twisted relationship with food, and chemo did not make my relationship with food any better. It was like introducing like, oh no, we have an overrun of pythons. Let's introduce gators, and oh, now we have an overrun of gators. That's what I feel like my relationship with food is always like too little or too. But my relationship with sleep is getting so much healthier because
good.
I feel like it really is truly the only thing you do on the planet for yourself. It's the most selfish thing you can do, and I realized how little self care I had with the lack I put myself to sleep. And so I'm just trying to treat myself like my own little precious baby more. But it's better, but it's intentional.
Yeah, well, that's definitely something I got to work on. It's 4:24 in the morning, and I'm still up with 4 people. Shout out to y'all. 3 hours and 23 minutes on 3/2. But you wanted wait. Oh, so you had to scroll forever to find it. And Don said it just came up, but he was trying to find boobs. Is that what you were trying to say? It wanted boob. Boob is love. Boob is love. Yes, boobs are even better than boob. But let's continue.
Like a baby.
I'm supposed to get 7 hours a night, and I don't, and my coach gets on to me.
It seems like the more muscles you have, the less sleep. I mean, like I know you need rest to rest your muscles, but it almost seems like you have more energy throughout the day that you would need less sleep a little bit just on your machine. Like your machine wants to run longer.
What I noticed from the pineal power and the whoa, look at this mid shift with the fucking squares. That what a time to pause. Let me try it a little. Wait.
Do so. What I feel like.
Okay, Donut's back. Yeah. I don't even remember what I was gonna say, but I'm very insomniac and nocturnal in many ways. Insomnia ridden, and it's a choice, right? No excuse. It's a choice. Continues what you did there. Yeah, just like the U.S. is the most free and opportune country in the world. Break that one down. There's your etymology of country. Cunt tree, because every tree, every cunt has multiple branches, and the U.S. is just the most well-known, powerful one. Some might say, but some might say that the times are changing, and China is going to be the new superpower here sometime soon. So, or it's already happening right now. Anyway, enough about cunt trees. Let's continue.
That way, but then it's like 7 hours is optimal for building more muscle. So
I'm dumb. I know.
It's like because you actually build muscle while you sleep because that's when you regenerate. So
you always have to do.
If you guys don't think I know I'm dumb, I'm very fully aware. So it's okay.
Do more like lifts for longer time.
Can you oversleep?
Yeah,
I can't. I can sleep. I can sleep 12 hours straight and feel.
I mean,
fine,
with
and I can go longer.
TikTok.
Oh no, probably. I mean, it just gets into your eating schedule because you have to eat 5 to 6 meals a day, and they're all pretty big. So if you're bulking like I'm doing now, you eat on a very timed schedule because if you don't space it out right, if you go like you're not gonna be hungry by the time you have to eat your next meal.
Good point, sir.
That's a lot of calories getting.
Headaches from it, like bad ones from sleeping too much.
Yeah, when I sleep too much, I kind of feel like not as strong.
Yeah, very weak.
That's why I was wondering if it did anything with muscle.
I never get the opportunity, but like, well, I feel like I slept 12 hours recently and it was awesome. I woke up feeling great, to be honest. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm like, I can't believe I just slept 12 hours.
Does it matter like how you sleep to build muscle? Let's say a bed is better than the floor or the couch.
No, just sleep to sleep because it's just the process of regeneration. It's letting your body restore and repair.
Abby,
So it repairs when you sleep.
have you in your dreams at all? Have you tried like the difference of like sleeping camping on the ground to like fully ground out instead of dreaming in a bed on a mattress?
Bro, really? Come on.
I haven't been camping in a long time, so.
Interesting. Because you know that sleep pad too that everyone talks about where you can ground out with running a wire outside?
Yeah, I want to do that.
Yeah, I'm so curious because you are such a good dreamer. I would be, because I think in other cultures too, they sleep on the ground because we need that. I think it's extra rest almost. Like we wouldn't need to sleep as long or something, but we're in these really shitty mattresses that we shouldn't be on with fabrics and springs and materials, and we should just be on the ground.
But here's the other issue, and like nobody knows this either, that it's actually unhealthy for you to have your headboard facing west. Like it's actually bad for your health, but it's bad for your dreaming. And
it's actually a very good topic I've been meaning to look into more in depth. And yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think all the beds in my house are not the way they should be. Not by surprise, because I think the houses and the bedrooms, they set up in that way so that you're not facing the right way, so that you are misaligned, if you will, just like how all the foods are poison and unfortunate, but this is the world that we live in, folks.
You should actually have your headboard facing north, but like most houses that I've seen don't have north and south facing walls, like or like that's where your closet is or something, so you can put your headboard on those walls.
Yeah, my apartment, you can't lay down that way for the feng shui of the door.
All by design.
Because the door, like you're
my opinion,
not supposed to be right in front of the door, in a sense.
Yeah, that's true.
And it has everything to do with your electromagnetic field around your body and the fact that the North Pole is magnetic. So
this goes back to the Sabrina Wallace stuff in the biofield. They brought it up earlier. I wonder if I wouldn't be surprised in her extended presentations if she brings it up. I'd be surprised if she doesn't bring it up at some point, is what I meant to say. I might have to check those out again. By design, the magnetism of a sunrise is different than a sunset. Sure.
Like it makes more sense to sleep your head north.
Of course.
Right.
They say any direction is okay, but like north is optimal, but west is actually just bad for you.
Yeah, see, west is bad.
Yep. So if someone tells you do that shit.
Okay.
You should be in sync with your pulse.
You'll dream better.
West. Well, because I might have heard something different.
I think also, if I'm not mistaken, it has to do with the individual based on their what would it be, zodiac and certain astrological alignments and stuff. If I'm not mistaken.
Going to send it to you. I'm not sure if it's different or not. I'm gonna send it to you so you can look at it. It's probably exactly what you're saying because I just learned about this.
It's the dream hacking stuff. People who drive packs like dreaming and everything.
I am blown away by this right now. I cannot sleep in my bedroom. Like I have the biggest issue sleeping in my fucking bedroom, and I don't. It's like I've always tried to get the bed changed, but the room's kind of small. But then the closet takes up one whole side, and our bed's enormous. But we never change it, and I cannot sleep in there.
Did you check where it's facing?
No, it's the headboard's on the west wall.
That's a problem. It's not good for you.
I can't hang a dream catcher behind my bed because it's a window, and my feet face right out the door. It's like the worst setting of a bed.
Yeah, that's really bad. Your
Your feet aren't supposed to be pointed toward a door.
And in California, like you never put your bed under a window either, and it's like mine's under a window too. Right? Like in California with all the earthquakes, you never put your headboard under a window.
It's sleeping in front of the mirror too. How a lot of people put their dressers with the mirror in front of you. It's not good to sleep with the mirror in front of you.
You shouldn't even just bring a mirror in your house.
And the mirror shouldn't be facing the door either. I heard feng shui.
Oh, that's true.
Or something
Yeah.
like that.
What was that, Jenny?
Oh, I think it's supposed to face the door.
Yeah, the mirror
bad energy out.
reflects the bad energy back
So
out.
a mirror is supposed to face the door?
Yes.
What if it doesn't? It's bad?
Well, it
It's not that
depends.
it's bad,
if
it's just like
it can be a metal a mirror or a water. It depends on the reflection of what you also have it on, and so you need to balance it on the color would be important of the wall that you have it on, and then also what it's facing.
Nah, that's nuts.
But they say windows and doors are like that as well. And
See-
if you have a mirror, if you buy a mirror, don't bring it in your house right away. This is like an old witchy thing. They say you're supposed to point the mirror at something beautiful outside to cleanse. Like, so the spirits or any of the energy that's in the mirror go away. So you want to point the mirror at something and you leave it outside until you feel like it's good. But it's usually days, sometimes weeks that you leave this mirror outside facing away from your house, looking at something beautiful, and then you take that energy inside your house.
I love that.
They also talk about putting not an empty glass, a glass of water in your room with salt in it to absorb entities or energy or bad and negative energy. You leave it on the corner of your room. I think it's the top right or top left corner.
Well, that makes sense.
And it crystallizes.
Because one of the best things to do to cleanse your house, like everything's sage, but really it's like to get a spray bottle with salt water. So if you've had sickness in your house, if you have like bad vibes, like fights and stuff, you literally just spray your house with salt water. And then they say your clothes too. Wash it, put salt in your washing machine.
Salt, baby.
Well, and that's it's Salem. It means salt. So it's funny that the original name for Jerusalem is Salem, and Salem means salt, and that's where the witch trials are.
Because witches know salt's magic.
Yeah.
Protective. And you're
It
the
is.
salt of the earth. It makes
I actually went to Salem back in August 2022. Salem. Wait a minute. Was it Salem, right? Pennsylvania, or was it Massachusetts? Now I can't remember. Boston. We went to Boston and Cape Cod. I think it was by Cape. Now I can't remember. Or is it Where is Salem? Massachusetts. My bad. Right? Salem, Massachusetts. Oh, so it was when we were by Boston. That's what it was. Stopped by Salem. And yeah, it wasn't super like haunted type of vibes, but why am I thinking now that there's also a Salem, Georgia? Or am I thinking of Savannah? I'm probably thinking of Savannah. That's what it is. Okay. That's what it is. Ghosts and spirits are electromagnetic in nature, as are we, just less so. That is why they always look around corners when recorded. The electromagnetic radiation from camera hurts them a bit. Right. Shout out to Stanky. Shout out to Mimi over there in the chat as well.
it's like, oh, do all salts come from dead flesh?
Is it true that the salt bottle, the one with the umbrella, the girl wearing the umbrella, had like little instructions of how to use the salt back in the day, like to ward off spells and shit? Or is that not a thing?
The Morton Salt Girl?
Yeah. Is that a thing?
If we talk about the Morton Salt Girl without Summer.
Oh, yeah, then that's no.
What did I do?
I just Newported.
No, Abby, there's this. I just texted the guy that I learned about the sleeping direction, and I was looking just now at my compass and whatever to make sure. And what I remember, like I could be totally wrong, but the north side is when I was looking at this, I was like, oh, I can't put my head towards the north. That's bad. So I don't know if that's true or not, but I texted him, so I'm gonna send you any information whenever I get it tomorrow.
Oh, I can send you my information too, but it has to do with the poles, so it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
But then
Sometimes I hear what I want to hear.
Yeah, true. I know. Me too. We all do
I did the same.
So was I not talking on Sunday about recapitulation? I think I was. Like the whole. I feel like you asked me what it was, Jamie, and I talked about it a little bit on Sunday, like about how you have to like recapitulate to have more dreamy energy.
Oh yeah.
Last night I had a dream character because I haven't been doing it before bed, and that's every time I do a little bit of recapitulation, I lose a dream, so because it frees up your energy. And last night I had a dream character, like right before I woke up, he looked at me and goes, "Did you do your recapitulation last night?" And I totally looked at him, I lied. I was like, "Yeah, I did a little bit," but it was like a dream reminding me that you should have done it because you'd be lucid dreaming right now.
And shout out to Jay Dreamers.
Jay.
What's up, Jay?
I watched Jay Dreamer some today.
Yeah. I still got a reply to Jay Dreamer's email. I've been leaving him hanging for like fucking weeks. I feel bad. And now Donut's got me hanging. I think I replied to his email and now he hasn't replied to mine. You know what? People don't really. The email is like kind of ancient at this point, you know? It's like, just hop on a live stream if you want and join my panel if you want to address me. You know, I'm live all the time. Mimi said she just woke up a couple hours ago. What the fuck? What time? Where is she at? If she's on the East Coast too, then she just woke up at 2 something in the morning. That's crazy.
What up, big guy?
He's in the chat.
Yeah, that was a great episode too. Thanks for hanging, Jay Dreamers.
Yeah. Hopefully he comes back and hangs out with us soon. Yeah. Is there any the Ides of March? Somebody late to the show. We do know it's the 40 or 74th day on the Julian calendar, and also the day that Julius was stabbed in the back. If he was real.
Well, it was.
That was the quick. That was the quick version of the combo that happened.
What's real? How do we know what anything is real?
That was a real conspiracy. They conspired to do that.
Oh yeah.
Was there any other March things?
March.
March Madness. Do we ever talk about basketball?
We did a tiny bit.
Isn't March like I like the water thing with the Mar, but March, isn't it connected to Mars as well and Aries at the end?
I think well, yeah, because Mars and Aries at the end, in the beginning it's Pisces and Neptune, and I was gonna say in like a lion, out like a lamb, right?
And it's like a lot of war energy. So Mars and Elon, that's just something to look out for.
Yeah, I think Elon for sure on the timeline, big time. I mean, he already is. I would say he's probably the biggest character in the movie we're all watching right now. I don't know if there's a bigger character than Elon. There's some that hold up close to him, like Trump or Kanye, but I feel like Elon is like the star of the world stage right now. The Everything app, the X app, that will be the Everything app. It's a perfect time for an entire blackout to happen of your other system. So then that way you have to go over to X and get on an Everything app. And he'll have all the Tesla cars, which are all the electric ports going in everywhere in the gas stations. And there's weird road work going on all over that is never normally this time of year that we do this road work, but they're putting in all these lines under the ground and above the ground so that they can make sure all these electrical cars know how to drive themselves. And that system doesn't work. Teslas can't work and drive themselves everywhere and lock you into your car and drive you to prison unless there's a satellite system above your head. So I just think the rolling brownouts to blackouts to it's terrorism, it's a solar flare, it's a terrorism. I think we're going to get superhero Elon Musk to fly in and save the day with the X app. And he'll be like, don't worry about your AT&T and providers. You guys, you can all go over to X and still communicate with each other.
And I don't know if you heard about this, Cheney, but George Soros just purchased a ton of radio stations. Does he know like something's going to go out and that's how people can communicate if there's an internet outage?
I do think it's so interesting that they wanted us off the lower levels of radio. It was really important for them to get us off ham and then to get us off AM and then to get us off FM. And so Howard Stern walks us all into Sirius satellite radio. That lets us know we're going to have satellite cars soon. And then we have Howard Stern 2, Joe Rogan, walk everyone into like, hey, everyone, you're going to get your podcast.
Don't forget Sirius, the dog star. Remember Truman Show. Remember all the other fucking movies that allude to Sirius. It's by no accident or coincidence, folks. What was it JP Morgan said? Millionaires study the market, billionaires study astrology, something like that. Let's continue. Come on, don't be all weird now and fucking pause and freeze up on me. We're doing just fine. Listening at 1.75 speed like the fucking insane. Okay, come on. Like the insane peeps that we are. What's going on here, man? Am I gonna have to reload?
Just a ton of radio stations. Does he know like something's going to go out and that's how people can communicate if there's an internet outage?
I do think it's so interesting that they wanted us off the lower levels of radio. It was really important for them to get us off ham, and then to get us off AM, and then to get us off FM. And so Howard Stern walks us all into Sirius.
Fast forward a little bit.
That lets us know we're going to have satellite cars soon.
Oh, cut the bullshit, man.
And then we have Howard Stern 2, Joe Rogan, walk everyone into like, hey, everyone, you're going to get your podcast from this one app now too, are you? But that failed. The same way as all the diseases that they've tried to bring up since the OG COVID, like Delta, whatever. No one monkeypox, no one diseased X. Stop throwing these names out and helping them because no one's doing it. Like there might be one idiot in your grocery store masking, but most likely now everyone just stays away from that person thinking, what do you have? Like there's not enough people. So I don't like, there might be some city centers where the same trans agenda people are going to grab on and make sure they mask up before they take their kids to the drag queen reading hour. But a majority of people, the high water mark is hit. They're not re-sheeping again. Even your most sheepy friends, they're not even bringing up vaccines to you anymore. A real number, 70% they say of Floridians got vaccinated with the first vaccine, mRNA. Only 12% got any other follow-up, not just the second. Any of them combined, only 12% of Floridians. I know this is just the dreamy land of Florida that I live, but I got to think your states are all similar. The high water mark has been hit. Like we've turned it around. It's boomeranging back on them. Bill Gates, tell me where he can walk right now that he's not gonna get a pie on his face besides on some CGI India fucking fake TV show where he's drinking a smoothie. Like everything, it's just like all the nefarious people that be forever. We're questioning if they're even the real Biden. Where is the Pope? Where is King Charles? Every one of them has disappeared.
They're underground.
That's what I'm saying. They're all in the bunkers, little by little, trickling away.
I feel like that's doom and gloom. That's like more black pilled stuff. That comes from
It
the
is,
people that
but-
woke up in the last few years. That every single thing they see on TikTok is the new thing. I feel like if you've been woke long enough, you already went down the FEMA fucking Camp Walmart rabbit hole 15 years ago and it's still not done. You already seen all these lockdowns, still not done. You already watched Zika virus, chikungunya.
Sure, Jamie. Well, what are the bunkers for? Why build them? Why build miles deep? Why have all of that?
Because they were already there.
Whoa. Whoa, let's go back one more time. I mean, I could see either side, right? I don't know. That anything's possible. I don't know if they were already there. Some probably, yeah, definitely were. Who knows how many fucking resets there have been survivors of. I would imagine the so-called controllers continue to survive them every, what is it, 180, 200 something, about 200 years, every about 200 years. Yeah.
They're just having ways to attach to the tunnels that were already there because we're trapped on the surface of a land that we're not inside of to know our real history of. So they can tell you it's all military, it's all dumbs, it's all this, when it wasn't all us. Ancient civilization always lived inside of the mountains and in the tunnels all along to begin with. It's just dumbs. It's all military.
I did this thing kind of off topic, but it was pretty cool, where I went to a cryo chamber and they freeze you. But I went to the one that didn't have nitrogen in it, so it was just cold air, and it was crazy dope.
What does it do?
So like our body temperatures are usually around 80, 90 heat wise.
97, right?
Yeah, something like that. And then it lowers it down to 30. So you're like freezing yourself down to 30 degrees, and it's supposed to help with inflammation. But the big thing is getting the blood flow going.
Can't you die though if that were to happen?
No.
I have another theory about the cryo tanks for men. I think it lessens their sperm count.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't think men should be freezing their balls at all. I think that's why your balls shrivel up and go inside you in the cold weather. I think that that part of your stuff is supposed to be kept very, very, very warm. I don't think it's supposed to be freezing. And so I think
it makes sense.
Men already have low sperm count, and so I don't know if they should be freezing themselves.
That's hilarious.
But Joe Rogan does it, so everybody jump in.
So does Wim Hof, and he does have a young son.
But I hear there's many benefits to doing that.
There are.
ice
It works
on
with
your
micro
skin
muscles.
thing.
Well, because it's like, yeah, I wash my face with cold water, but your capillaries, each capillary has a micro muscle that doesn't get worked. So that's the science behind it, that getting it cold actually works these little tiny muscles, like these little baby muscles that never get worked. And so it's actually good for your heart. But I can see where it would be bad for reproductive organs of a man. But
Well, next time I do it, I'm gonna go in.
Put a heating pad.
Your balls warm.
Yeah, wear stuff over. Yeah, I think ladies shove their nipples too. Dry your nipples too. I imagine your nipples and your junk.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to.
Because lady stuff seems like it's kept a little warmer, like during those situations. It just makes me nervous because
like
look
you
at
need to
how
make it a wetsuit that's just like a nut hugger.
yeah, because
like
the
that
penis
thick
and the
material.
balls, if you even like, if it's just too cold outside, like the penis and the balls are like, I'm out. So don't force them to do that. It's just
What about
nice.
have you done the red light therapy?
Yeah. But you can do a lot of the red light stuff if you just get up early enough, like you get up and watch the sunrise. Like I've been doing it every morning. I get outside, I sun gaze in the red sun, the red sunlight. So
the first 20 minutes of the day and the last 20
Stare straight
minutes of
into
the
the
day, you can stare straight into the sun. I practiced this for a really long time. I used to be like, oh, I'm going to eat the sun in the morning because it filled me up in a way that I wouldn't. So before I even exercised, and I didn't even meditate, it was just a sun stare. And I just concentrated on a sun stare, and you can see the perfect circle of the sun, and you can see like red hues come off of it. And then the last 20 minutes of the day, and it's pretty spectacular.
your vision.
It always makes
It
me
will
feel
help
so
with your
good.
vision. I feel like Arizona, it don't work because I tried it and it's just way too hot and crazy, and the sunsets last for like hours.
Yeah, that is true.
No,
but-
it's the last 20 minutes and the first 20 minutes.
So do the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, the very end of it, like
It
when
works
it's at its
everywhere.
peak.
I messed up and I'm blind.
And
No
it
offense,
changes-
Arizona, you're not closer to the equator than Floridians.
And also, it changes color for me when I do it. I do
Yeah,
that
so
soft
you
eye
think-
technique, so it'll change like from a green to a blue sun to a red sun
Purple
to
and
a
all that,
purple.
Have you
pink.
heard of like the private part gazing?
Yeah.
Oh, when
Or-
people like sun their butthole.
vagina.
Your yoni.
Yeah, the yoni gaze.
Yeah, I've never stuck my
Shout out to the Yoniverse.
asshole in the sun, but I have thought about it.
I heard that doing it with the testicles helps with something.
Putting your testicles in the sun?
Well, that's what
I don't know about you guys.
Now we're talking about butthole sunning with Tesla coils. This is where we're at, folks. This is the truth community now. We're truth and hard out here. We're butthole sunning with Tesla coils, folks. There's no time for games, all right? Gotta get
definitely think
serious
that,
here.
Sunscreen is a psyop. It's
It
toxic
is.
and it's so bad for you.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
and everybody's like, oh, the sun causes
Yeah, sunscreen is absolutely fucking terrible. If you use sunscreen, please.
cancer. And even my daughter's neurologist like asked her, he's like, do you use sunscreen? And she said, no, because she's a lifeguard. And he goes, well, you know that the sun causes cancer, right? And she goes, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. And he said, well, skin cancer is on the rise. And I looked at him and she looked at me and I was like, huh. And everybody uses sunscreen now. Isn't that something? And he goes, well, he didn't know what to say to that. I was like, it's not funny because really the sun just brings the cancer to the surface so you could get it out of your body.
And it's not just
That's his job.
sunscreen, it's lotions, it's all these
Yeah.
different types of things that we put on our organ, your skin is an organ, and soaking it all up, and then you sit in the sun and it's baking in your fucking skin. Like you're baking the products into your organ, and those black spots come out. And you wonder what it is, but that's what it is. It's the chemicals in there.
I have sunspots on my face, and I've never
We're just
put sunscreen
rubbing
on
that
my face.
cancerous crap.
I've never put, but I still have. But I'm a Florida girl. Like I'm freckled. I can't do anything about it. That's how my melanin gathers to protect me. So the spots that I have freckles are the spots that I got hit with the sun the most, and so my
Florida gang
my
gang.
skin's like, hey, this white bitch needs some more melanin right here. It gathers it all up, so you end up with
Oh,
white
that's
spots.
that's what freckles are?
Yeah, so you end up with white spots on your skin in other places because you only have a certain amount of melanin in your skin as a white person or a black
That's Project Cheney, Brecken. That's,
person. And
this
so
is her channel, actually.
if it has to gather to any one spot, you end up with some white spots going on.
Janie,
You end up
how about
with
this? A face without freckles is like a sky without stars.
I like that.
Right.
I love freckles on people.
love
It's one of the things about this when you meet humans in real life is like they're freckles. Like most humans are freckled in real life, but we don't get to see it so well on here.
Yeah, I'm
But I
happy
like
that this
freckles.
is giving me a nice smooth face because like
Are you freckled?
no, I get like yeah.
Red.
Yeah, I get all red.
Oh, you have a nice smooth face. I would
Not,
have
not in real life
face.
though. Not in real life. Just I'm good with the lighting.
Texture. It's skin. It's texture, man.
Yeah, I heard a rumor. I'm not sure if it's true, obviously, but I heard Donut's actually a black woman in real life. I've yet to see it, but apparently he's wearing a mask and he is a black woman. So, black older woman at that. Interesting. I'd like to see proof.
Everyone has texture.
I blush. Not like I blush at weird things. I'm not like a big blusher, but I blush at weird things. I can't get sun on my face no matter how much I try. One day I just will be on here and I'll be like so tan. And I'm like, I don't know where it came from because every day that I tried to get it, it's not there.
All right, I'm fast forwarding a little bit, talking about
Where
sunscreen.
I live, and it's like that's totally different than California to Oregon to the Yucatan. Like shit.
I wonder if it has anything to do with the density of the salt of the water, because I know like a certain point where Pacific Ocean and Atlantic Ocean meet, but they never mix.
It makes me like, are they all saline?
So that's like a sailor's proverb.
Yeah.
Kind of like red sky at night, sailor's delight, red sky in the morning, sailor take warning.
Yeah, or the ring around the moon.
So Don says he came from the Yoniverse. Well, I came in the Yoniverse, sir. Luckily she didn't get pregnant, and thank God, because well, you never know. Maybe it would have been a beautiful change to my life. Who knows? Maybe I'd be in an amazing spot right now. But I'm already at an amazing spot, so it's all good. But yeah, in my opinion, play something else. Emilio says, I saw you over there in the chat, Mr. Emilios. That's why I'm kind of skimming through it a little bit, and it's almost over anyway. I like the outro. Yeah.
Like a halo around the moon.
Storms.
And then I'll probably pivot to something else before we shut down. Maybe play one of Mr. Shaking My Head's last videos. We'll see.
Yeah. There is. Oh my gosh! I figured out why it's bad luck to bring bananas on boats. This is like some old Jamaican thing, and
banana boat.
Yeah,
Jamaica.
like that. It's like bad luck to bring bananas onto a ship or a boat. And it was, I think now I fucking forgot, but I think one of the reasons is spiders. Bananas would always carry spiders, and they would end up on the boat.
Oh, that makes sense. Logically.
Yeah, like a logical reason to not have spiders on the boat. So it's the same way as religion. I think sometimes we're so dumb that we need folklore to not do the thing. So they're like, don't eat shellfish on these days. Don't mix fabric clothing, because really your body's super unhappy when you have mixed fabric clothing.
Yeah, it is. You sweat the worst when you have a blend.
Cheney, you're right.
You don't sweat as bad when you're wearing just like cotton.
They do it in my culture for cleanliness. Oh, don't keep the dishes out dirty because the demons will play with the dishes. Don't take a shower at night because there's something weird, stupid. Don't cut your nails at night and like weird things, not to, like for cleaning wise, just to make you clean, so your subconscious thinks that the demons won't come and get you. But it's just a tactic to make you clean.
The demons.
The demons will come and get you.
Well, that's all Santa Claus shit. It's like he's always watching, and if you're good, then you're gonna get toys.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
Eating raw onions, guys. Raw
onions
with chivapi. If you know, Albanian sausage.
Oh, well, then that's not just plain raw onions. I'll
take
raw
a bite of
onions
the
on
sausage,
a hot dog.
and then a bite of the raw onion.
If you take onion and just like a sweet onion, Vidalia sweet onion, and then just cut it off at the top and put butter on it, and then just put it in the oven, that or garlic. Anything you can cut the top off the clove and just drop butter on it, some herbs, and then just put it in the oven. You can take that out, and that is the best.
All you have to say was butter.
Butter makes everything
People
better.
should eat more real butter.
They should. When I get a cheat meal, I'll eat like that. I just want to eat butter. I'm not gonna lie. Peanut butter's good too, though.
I can't believe it's not butter.
Kerrygold butter, fam. Kerrygold butter.
So
if your butter ain't yellow, like really deep, like a nice deep yellow, then it ain't happening. That's not to say they can't artificially make it so it's that way, but hopefully not.
I could eat that.
Gordy!
I can come back. I had to plug in, so I'm using a new thing with the device. I don't know how.
Yeah, grass-fed butter is what I meant to say.
Good night, Abby.
Abby, going to
Thank
bed.
you.
That
Wait,
usually...
where can we find you before you go? If anyone wants to know.
Abstract1 on Instagram or in the Project Chain chat. Love y'all.
And you were on Paranoid American, episode number 47.
Number 47, guys.
Paranoid American.
Whoa, 47. Look
It was
at that
number 49.
synchronicity, folks.
And
Look at
Transurfing
that
Safari on Blue Collar
synchronicity.
Mystics on YouTube.
47.
My episode was hilarious.
It was great.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I loved
Turned
it.
out great.
It was
Are you
great.
proud of it? It was
I had a
fun.
great time watching with everybody too. It was great. Had a great time. And Thomas is a great interviewer.
Oh my gosh, I don't know if I've gotten to see myself in the room on my premieres.
Really?
I think one, but it was like an audio premiere, and I was like, oh, I didn't even know I did it. Remember when I just threw up all my audio from season 1, and then there was just a premiere going on. Like I got a notification that I was premiering something, and I was like, what? And so, so then I sat in the room, and I was like, huh? But it was just an audio episode. It wasn't any visual, so that it was a little easier because it was so far away.
Yeah, I watched it before he published it on YouTube, and I was like with that critical mind, and I was like watching myself, and I'm like, Layla, what the fuck are you saying, bro? Like I was being so critical of myself, and it was just me watching it, not listening or reading comments, and then I caught the live premiere, and that was just like a whole different experience, just to see how everyone was taking the information.
Giggity, 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 goo. Oh, wow.
Because I thought I sounded ridiculous, but when I saw that people were understanding what I was saying, I was like, okay, cool. I don't sound like a complete idiot.
Whoa,
so
hot
yeah,
mic.
it was my first. Love
Hot
it.
mic.
I thought it was good. I fell asleep during it, and that's a compliment because I watched comfortably over an hour, maybe over an hour and a half. But I feel like if voices are comfortable in my head enough to fall asleep is a compliment.
Yeah,
because I don't sleep. So it's like my brain and my egoic brain always thinks like it's the best thought, and so when my brain gets to think something else is the best thought other than here, I'll go to sleep. So it was easier to fall asleep to you guys because I was actually interested in what was happening instead of it just being some random show on the TV where it's just voices and my brain tries to pick up on it and create a better scenario. My brain liked just letting it go and being an observer.
Yeah, it was fun.
I fell asleep in a bunch of Secret Society good guys. At least like 2 or 3. So, some of them.
That's okay. I fall on it.
This motherfucker just went off camera somehow and still talking. How does that work? How do these panels work that they be doing? What's going on here?
On the spiders actually in conversation before.
Yeah, I was there for one of them.
So we're kind of long sometimes.
I fell asleep.
But I love those guys.
One time I fell asleep and I woke up, and then you said donut, and then I got in the chat and I was like, yo, and then y'all probably thought I was listening the whole time, but I was like,
This is what he said when he came on the stream last weekend. He said, Donut was like, I clicked on your panel. I mean, I clicked on your stream. I tapped in. You said, "Yo," you said, "What up?" It's Donut, like jokingly. And right as I came in, I was like, "What the fuck?" And yeah, I was not surprised when he said that because people are always saying that kind of synchronistic stuff when they be clicking on my link and stuff. Paul said that. Christos has said that I think before. I think OTW one time we were all talking about him. We were all dropping a bunch of ideas for OTW line products. Man, there's so many fucking people. So many people I could think of that had that synchronistic experience. So Shaun of Sinks maybe will be the name change for when the 2 weeks is up for Shadowband Syndicate. So we'll see.
like 30 minutes or something.
Yeah, something about the voices, the tones.
It is like relaxing. Yeah. And y'all go forever.
Yeah, we go on for we're already on 4 hours.
I know. I'm like, okay. I just saw that when Abby got off, and I was like, oh god damn! Like it flew by tonight. It was fun. But I was also thinking we should do a show on feng shui sometime.
Yeah, if you find
and mirrors.
Yeah, in the feng shui, the whole entire thing. Or that or just mirrors.
I'm trying to find someone who knows about it.
Mirrors is a whole other separate episode.
No, those Chinese magic mirrors trip me out, man. You ever seen those? They reflect an image, but they were made with mercury. They were like this very specific process. Anyway, it like reflects a dragon on a wall that it isn't actually there. Like you can't actually see it. It's within the back of the mirror.
I think they knew some shit back in the day with mirror technology and the type of metal or substance with whatever they wanted reflection off of.
Well, look at the the phones now that you can see through and they bend. It makes it like Abby was saying earlier that if like she thinks the Library of Alexandria was a computer, then it's like if we're just rinsing and repeating and doing it all over again, and you see all these mirrors come out and they're new like Peloton mirrors where you work out with your friend and you watch TV. Look at all of our TVs look like mirrors and our phones look like mirrors. So what if like some of the mirrors they had to get rid of, they just had technology still in the back of?
Probably because did you see where they would mount these mirrors? These huge structures. I'm talking about these ancient mirrors, like you see in paintings or whatnot. It's like on a what would seem a fireplace, but not a fireplace kind of structure with a bunch of wood carvings or whatever it's made out of on a wall with some structure shaped in weird symbology. Yeah, maybe sigil magic that we can't see through the symbols of the carvings or inspect. I don't know.
I know that is so interesting. We think technology is all just wires attached to this and this, but what if it's the sigil that gives it power in between? I know.
What did they pin my comment? Oh, it pinned my comment because I said I've been restreaming for 2+ hours. That's why.
On a wall with some structure shaped in weird symbology. Yeah, maybe sigil magic that we can't see through the symbols of the carvings or inspect. I don't know.
I know that is so interesting. We think technology is all just wires attached to this and this, but what if it's the sigil that gives it power in between? So if we open our phones and all the microchips, it's not just connecting this little solder to this. It has to be the spiral shape to really make the energy work and the belief system matter.
Dude, that's
electronic.
Yeah, even when you're
and then our belief makes it work.
You're like trying to what's the thing where you're trying to connect the source and get readings through your connection. A lot of the times the seers would draw in a spiral over and over and over and over again and fill the whole page up in spirals. It's fucking crazy, but it works. It works. It puts you in that trance state, that flow state, just constant. Something happens.
Also, I bet you, they always link that to pedophilia, that symbol. I bet it's linked to pedophilia because the pedophiles use that symbol to hypnotize children. Because that's the symbol that they always show when somebody tries to hypnotize you.
Yeah.
It's like always that spiral black and white and it spins until like your eye.
Yeah, that's definitely highly likely for sure. I've thought of that exact same thought before, but I'm sure that I wouldn't be surprised if there's more meaning to it than just that. But yeah, definitely.
As they'll either like watch this go back and forth or watch the spiral spin.
Yeah, it'll probably put them in a state where they can feed information into the child, like a flow state where it's like, I don't know, downloadable,
controllable.
I don't know. But
do you guys have anything else going on for March?
I don't know about oval, Brecken, but square, like a black scrying mirror, you know, square, like the black cube, you know, the black cube of Saturn, right? The TV, the phone. A lot of times now, the watches, the smart watches especially, but yeah, the box of the smart meter, you could say even. But yeah, the laptop, the phone, the TV, etc. You get it.
Or this week or anything that we want to shout out before we bust? Before we bust out.
But we see you Sunday, right?
Shout out to me on 3/3.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
I'm getting younger, y'all.
You
By the
can
years.
stop by and wish her a happy birthday live on.
That's crazy. Is Godpill Angel 333's birthday literally 3/3? This chick must be a Mason.
Pre-show to Netflix.
Yeah, come hang out for my birthday.
Just kidding,
We're gonna
Layla.
watch
I love
Midsummer,
you, sister.
and if anything juicy happens, you'll probably hear about it here. But we'll like to see you there because sometimes we might cuss a lot and yell at the system.
I like doing that.
Donut, what do you have going on this week?
Oh, I just been doing some interviews and researching, and I think that's it.
Do you have anything fun coming up? Any
Yeah.
teasers?
It's so weird that he's there, but he's not on that. What's going on? He's not on the fucking panel. But if any of you guys missed Donut come on the stream last weekend, it was pretty cool. It was on Sean of Source on the Saturday night live stream. It's unfortunate that they're throttling it so much because it would probably be, I would think it would be probably around 1,000 views by now, but it's around 500 because went over 6, then dropped down under 5, then went past 5, then dropped under 5. Now it's up above, or it's last time I checked, it's like right around 5 again, right above or beyond, below it. Yeah, they do this shit all the time though, so it's unfortunate. It'd at least be at like, I would think 700 or 800 by now, if not well past that. But it's number games, bullshit. Who cares?
I've been working a lot, and I got some good stuff coming out in the future. You know, just interviewing and podcasting.
Oh, but yeah, if you do want to go check that out, it's in the comment section. I left the timestamp for when he comes up, so feel free to check that out and enjoy.
And researching.
So find Donut everywhere if you already haven't. His stuff is amazing, and he does good long form stuff. And then he has a great way of condensing it down to a roux and then giving it to the short attention span audience as well. And it's very well done. So if you haven't checked out Donut Factory everywhere.
Oh, thank you.
And thank you guys for hanging out. We love you so much. This is like our favorite time of the week. And we are so grateful that all of you guys join us and listen to us yammer on and hopefully disagree and agree. But we really do love you guys, even if we don't always say the shit that is pleasing to your eardrums. So thank you guys so much. And we will see you Sunday or next week or whenever we see you again. And go see Thomas. Okay. Love you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
American stickers, cryptids, cults, and killers. We got all your favorite conspiracies. All the land and more on our sticker sheets. Paranoid American stickers. They'll make you smile and snicker. False flags and secret society. All of these and more on our sticker sheets.
Explore the unique with Paranoid American sticker sheets. Unearth tales of cryptids, cults, and mysteries through each sticker. These won't last long. Get yours now at paranoidamerican.com.
They're all American stickers. Cryptids, cults, and killers. We got all your favorite conspiracies. All the land and more on our sticker sheets. Paranoid American stickers. They'll make you
that big D energy. Ain't nobody wanna step to me. If you wanna bring that drama, I'll whoop that ass like Michael Obama. Yeah, I got that big D energy. Ain't nobody wanna step to me. And if you really wanna bring that drama, I'll whoop that ass like Michael.
That's a man, baby.
You know, Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
Transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
It's okay.
I really had nothing there. Like a llama. I went to be now. Like Michael Obama.
We already had
I got that deep energy. Nobody wanna step to me. And if you really wanna bring that drama, I would get it like Michael Obama. I'm a girl, 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 I'm a girl.
What is this song? Oh shit. This is stupid. It sounds like Chief Keef, but I'm guessing, you know, it's AI. Paranoid American made it like it's like Chief Keef AI Michael Obama. This is fucking something else. Hey, Michael Obama.
Like Michael Obama.
Save us, Britney Spears! Can we be saved? God, why is Satan controlling the universe?
Yeah. That's pretty much what's going on, actually. You hit the nail on the head. Satan is controlling the universe. Some might say. But then some might say outside of that, well, sorry, Satan's controlling the world, not the universe. Let me correct myself here. But God's controlling Satan, right? So, that being said, all is in God's hands. Dope outro. They spelled donut. How are they going to spell donut wrong, though? That's crazy. They literally spelled donut wrong. That's fascinating. That's really interesting.
What we do is call out to the good guys. Good guys. Bitches, widows, antagonistic, entertaining, calling good guys. Forum of decorum is a secret to society. To advance on philosophies, intentionally, magically good guys. Good guys. Bitches, widows, it's okay to change your bacon. Good guys, good guys.
All right.
Mommy, I got no pasta. Please run to me and let me see. Oh, she's a bunny. Or she's a bunny this morning. Can we?
Alrighty then. Interesting ending. Very interesting ending. Secret Society of Good Guys. It's funny because I just changed the name of this channel from In a Cult with Thoughts, #Trust Us, to Shadowbane Syndicate, of course. And it would have been ironic to still have it named that, considering I was playing pretty much almost the whole episode of Secret Society of Good Guys. So, the cult optics are high, folks, as per usual. And what's this about here? Oh man, everyone's calling out Billy Carson lately. I'm guessing possibly some people are taking ideas from other people, because I noticed Archaics did it and Gematria affected it. It looks like Archaics' face is now edited over Forrest Gump's face. Billy Carson responds to the Archaics call out. Interesting. I would watch this, but I'm not going to. So if anyone did watch that, I'd be curious to know if there's anything that was worth watching from it. Let's see something here. There's a good stream earlier too with One on One Podcast, Donut Factory, and Mystic Mark, Mark PS, or better known as the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast. Let's see something here. Wanted to see that last short from Mr. Numbertard guy. How Billy Carson of Forbidden Knowledge covers the forbidden knowledge of Gematria, or doesn't. Okay, this is like 20 seconds. That's really why I wanted to see it. Guessing, 12 seconds rather. Okay.
So anything would stick out like a sore thumb. So they're going through their ships and they're doing these side scan sonar, which basically shoots a laser beam down to the bottom of the ocean. And when
Wow. He got a super chat and he pinned it for 1 second. Wow.
Sonar, which basically shoots a laser beam down to the bottom of the ocean.
It wasn't even sonar, 1 second. That's
which
crazy.
Basically shoots.
He pinned it and immediately unpinned it.
A laser beam down to the bottom of the ocean, and what it
That's fucking wild. All he asked him is, "Have you heard of gematria too?"
sonar, which basically shoots a laser beam.
Billy, have you heard about gematria? That's John Mendoza. He's like a frequent donator to this dude's channel, so you can't get a super chat off the screen faster. Oh, there he is in the chat too. I used to subscribe to his page before I found your work. He does know who the Jesuits are. He mentioned the Jesuits and the Black Pope more than once on one of his old podcasts. The only forbidden on his channel is the truth. Well, you know, even Archaics fucking called him out, so literally couldn't get it off faster, record-breaking time. Yeah, right, the Matrix comes in second with the fastest back last year. With that troll stream he hosted, letting them gang up on you, then saying it was getting too negative the second you started to defend yourself with facts. You chose my comment agreeing with you. They were trolls, sat back, read it, and raised back up, clicked off, and chose a comment insulting you. What? I don't know. I don't care. All right. Why am I even... What else do we have here before I let you folks off and bid you adieu? How about one from Mr. JWTV? That would be a good way to close it out with some current events, optics, and then I will be parting ways, folks, so I can get some rest. So let's check out JWTV. Looks like he's covering some Texas news. You need to be ready for this, America 2024. Strange events happening in America. Sheriff and police warn of rising emergency scenarios. We got another one here. Strange events happening in America. Solar eclipse emergency in U.S. Fire Texas emergency in U.S. So maybe we'll cover that tomorrow with the Texas stuff. I've been hearing about it. Haven't really got to see much of it, but wow, it does look pretty insane. But we'll check this out first. You need to be ready for this, America. Hope y'all are having a good night and slash morning. Night slash rising, I should say. And this will be the last one for the night. So peace, prosperity, and pineal power. Oh, and look, it's Dana from StreamYard. Peace, prosperity, and pineal power to you, Mrs. Dana at StreamYard, who never goes away, seemingly.
Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard.
Right. We know.
You need to be ready for this. I'm going to
1080 might be a little too high for my processor. Maybe 720s. Fair enough. Let's try 720. Yeah, that's too much. Asking too much here, folks. Asking too much.
I'm going to show you what the police says. You're going to listen to what the sheriff says. But first, the man who funded the mass depopulation for 2025, how it's going to increase in America, UK, Canada, all across the world. The man who funded it happens to be dead today. So we wanted to just take this moment really quick.
All right. Well, so this is a little bit older. Obviously, this is a few days ago, what, 4 or 5 days ago. But you get the point. Some missed optics. Thank you for dropping that link, sir. That is very appreciated, for real. So I don't have to go fishing for it. So yeah, enjoy that. And again, in the comments, I left the timestamp for when Donut hops up if you're interested. So I get 12 hours is quite a lengthy stream to have to fish through. It actually was a 14-hour stream, and unfortunately, the last 2 hours are gone forever, other than in an NSA DoD server somewhere, and possibly somebody who restreamed it unbeknownst to me. But anyway, let's continue. Much love, brothers and sisters.
To have a moment of silence, a moment of prayer to say for Lord Rothschild, rest in hell, Rothschild.
Rotten piss, as I like to put it. Like last night's stream, rotten piss, J cunt, Roth scum. Rotten piss, sir.
Because you're the man who funded the depopulation plan. You're the man who actually want to see the world desecrate. You want to see the decimation of everything. You want to see the actual slaughtering of humans. So you expect me to have a ceremony up here for you? You expect me to have a, oh my God, Rothschild, oh my God. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say here, he was a part of the Deagle CIA depopulation plan. And is the man actually dead, or is his head or his consciousness in some tank somewhere and he's left hidden away?
Literally the name of my stream last night. Like, can you go see here? We'll go look at the name of my stream from last night. Go here, and then we'll go here. We'll go here, go there, do that. Go to the channel. Go to last night's stream, so I can show you the parallelogrammatic synchronicities here. Okay, where am I at? So live. So if you go here to last night's stream, Rotten Piss Rothschild, Late Night PP Podcast Digital Cult Shit Plus with NWO jams, you'll notice in the description, which might I say that 16 likes. I had like 16 likes at first with like 20 something views. I was like, wow, that's an oddly high amount of likes for the unusually low amount of views. Even 16 for 43 is pretty decent. But let me see something. There you go. I literally, just like he was saying, I said, J. Cunt Rothscum is dead, or was his Archon consciousness just implanted into another flesh suit? Yeah, just food for thought. I don't know. Just thinking out loud here. Oh, you can't see it, can you? There you go. You get the point, though. Let's continue.
But anyway, let's let you hear what the police are saying.
But anyway,
I just had to start it off like that because if you ain't
This is the Tibetan library found hidden behind a wall in a monastery. It contains 84,000.
The audio went out there. Let's go ahead and get into this video clip. I didn't mean for that to happen, where the sheriff is talking about this scenario. Wait a minute, we got to activate the audio on this clip for you because this is really important. So let's go ahead and do that now.
While we suffer every day with rampant theft causing our small businesses to close and our large box stores to move out of state, our supermajority of lawmakers sit here in their guarded tower, oblivious to what is going on in their communities, experiencing drastic increases in all crimes, particularly violent crimes. Over the past 5 years, law enforcement has been unable to get our progressive left majority to even consider any new law or modification to an existing law that would increase punishment or send criminals to prison. Reality has gone completely upside down, to the point our governor, our lawmakers, and our attorney general refuse to prosecute criminals, to include those criminals committing crimes with guns, and instead have dedicated their efforts to disarm and remove constitutional protections of self-defense. We cannot turn on the news, read the newspaper, go to the grocery store, or open our businesses without being slapped in the face of reality that criminals have been emboldened by a lenient system that holds no consequence for criminal behavior. It is time we wake up and hold our politicians accountable for what their bills, laws, and policies have caused. It is time to return to a common sense approach to crime, realizing and admitting that there are evil people who refuse to conform to a civilized society and instead choose to victimize the rest of us by stealing our property, robbing our stores, flooding our streets with drugs, including fentanyl, breaking into our homes, murdering our children, and giving the middle finger to our justice system.
All right, so the question is, what the sheriff is going to do? You know what I'm saying? Because if they're up here saying this, then it needs to be a move made, because while all this migrant stuff is happening, there's been the military. Well, it probably is like U.S. Marshals. I don't know if this is about J6 or not, but apparently they're going up to people's houses now, arresting them. And I'm pretty sure there's some scenario behind the scenes. This was reportedly in New Jersey, where they seen this at multiple locations. I'm going to show you this video clip.
Yes. You don't come stop. Take your hands from on top of your head. Oh my God.
So as far as we know, like I said, I looked all around for news on this. There's only people on the ground reporting it. This is not the same guy who got arrested for J6. We don't know who this is. You see a guy right here. They're coming up to him, arresting him. It looks like they put something on his head. You can't even see his face. So we're wondering what type of arrest these are, because again, everybody, oh, the white hats. Yeah, we've heard the story, but I'm just not really buying into that narrative all the time. New Jersey City, the person says who posted that. And then you look here, SWAT team arrested a guy 3 doors down from my house a couple weeks ago. So we're in the middle of a crisis, but yet that's like the FBI, that's like U.S. Marshals running around, not even looking for the actual criminals. They're looking for us. So we're in this environment where we can only rely on us and maybe some of the sheriffs. But other than that, like, you got to listen to this next scenario. There's going to be going in. They're talking about how they're creating gangs and stuff like that in DARPA. We're going to get into what they're doing behind all this. The technological dictatorship is arriving. And in that 2025 plan, we found out what they're going to initiate even further. We also found out how they're going to do the food supply, and we got some solutions to help you out on that level. First, though, let's go look at what this person on TikTok, this military person on TikTok says. They really think we're going to comply with the tyranny if this happens? Check out what they say.
Understand that if active duty military actually get deployed within the United States, that weapon is not just pointed at other people, other countries. It's pointed at you. If you do not get in your house when I tell you to, you become the enemy. Martial law.
Are you freaking serious? You're just going to be complying with the tyranny? You're just going to do what you're told to do? What's y'all reply to that when you see that video clip? I mean, are you really like, this is what a person said in the comments. They said she needs to know that if she chooses to blindly follow orders and disregard the Constitution, she's the enemy. She'll face the fiercest enemy on the planet. And they say American patriots. Well, let's see.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because at the end of the day, I've been hearing this American patriot stuff forever. And I'm not saying that people want to line up against the tyranny, but you know, when the time comes, actions speak louder than words. You know what I'm saying? And it will speak louder than words. So moving into this next part, the farmers are actually leading a lot of scenarios that are making some type of change. They're trying their best to. Irish farmers have created their own political parties to resist the WEF and insane attempts to cull 200,000 cows. The lady is out of her mind when she says that, though. She's out of her mind when she thinks that everything is going to be scot-free and easy and everything's going to be okay. We wanted to show what the Irish farmers are doing because obviously this video says America, but America needs to pay attention to just this one concept that is happening over there. They're actually removing barricades. They're using their trucks and the tractors or whatever, and the police are having a hard time with them. And civilization basically is about to hit a different point now. And there's an activation happening in America as we speak. The spirit is rising that we're either going to back down or we're going to stand up. And I say no backing down. Somebody says, Stephen, martial law needs to happen to get rid of the swamp, my friend. You really believe that? How many people agree with, does martial law needs to happen because the swamp needs to be removed? Are you serious? And then you got your communication seized, you got your houses could be seized under that stuff, you know, like basically you won't have any rights. But you think the swamp is going to be drained when that happens? Okay. They got you sipping the Kool-Aid.
The Second American Civil War.
Come on, man. Patriot supplies and stuff. Is that where we're shilling products now? Supermarketshelvesempty.com.
Military contacts. Growing your own food.
Well, I agree with that. Definitely. I agree with that. The preparation's 100%. For sure. Better safe than sorry.
Moving into the next part, though, check out what the cop says here. And he's talking about how gangs are lining up here. Check it out. I mean, I don't think the audio is on that one. Let's do this really quick. I'll let everybody else reply to martial law and the swamp stuff, but let's do this.
These migrant population. Venezuelan migrants have now set up an organized gang in New York City. This gang is calling themselves Trendy Aragua and has partnered with MS-13. Due to New York City's highly lenient bail laws, it makes the city very enticing to these criminals. And due to it being a sanctuary city, they're welcoming these migrants with open arms. This is making it especially hard for law enforcement to catch these criminals as they have no name, date of birth, social security number, a lot of times not even a cell phone. These guys are living in the migrant shelters and are commonly committing violent theft and robberies against people. They're snatching cell phones and purses while on electric scooters. It's just a reminder to everyone to always be aware of your surroundings. Know what's going on around you at all times. Complacency kills. So many of your thoughts on this and follow the same loop.
Exactly. Watch your surroundings. Be ready, and don't be waiting on martial law. And Trump is going to say, because that's not how it works. You think people years ago had to wait on somebody to implement a tyrannical takeover for them to believe that it's the Kool-Aid sipping, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, the thing is like when we get past that point and we understand where this all goes, we can see clearly, because ain't nobody coming to save you. You know, when those guys show up with guns and you think they're coming to save you and they throw your face on the ground and put a boot on there, but you gonna scream, Trump, help, Trump. Trump. But what I'm trying to say is, you don't know which tyrannical boots are going to show up at your door. You don't know what troops are going to show up at your door. You don't know if it's somebody who believes, just like the lady who was just saying there. They could put a gun in your face and tell you to shut up. You see what I'm saying? So all I'm trying to say here is, we can only fend for ourselves, and we can only see the psychological operation for what it is. So moving into this next part, though, here is very highly important. Deeper into this community. In Chicago, people have gotten emboldened, they've got pissed, and they've come out at the town hall meetings and stuff like that. And this is what they've said, and then we're going to get into what is actually going on and some solutions to some problems.
Right now, all this asylum seeking lie, all this about refugees. No. What's happening is they're emptying out the dregs of their jails into the United States, into our communities. They're junking up our country. And yeah, we feel some kind of way about it because it's our country. It's our country. People like Vasquez and them, look how disrespectful they are. Now, you just gave that man a resolution for his father's restaurant. And every time we get up and talk, he's working his room. Look at him. Look at him. But he wants his resolution for his father to be respected. Fast players, low payers, all of them want their people to be respected, but they can't even give us the dignity for what we built. But them, ain't no question about it. Yeah, Black History Month, the American descendants of slavery. And I want you to know, Brandon Johnson, I understand what Greg Moore's saying about we still on the plantation, but what you're looking at right now, this is what free Negro look like. And I'm telling you, we're going to get our city back, we're going to stand for our people, we're going to get them out of our communities, because they don't deserve to be there. Anytime they can't give us 3 lousy minutes of their attention while we sit here and watch y'all give them all kind of money, you watch us. We black out here. All right, we're going to handle our business. You watch that. Free black woman. All right, we get that.
Telling y'all, it's definitely moving into a different field. This is all the replacement migration plan to replace the population of the United States at large. Remove us, install the scientific dictatorship, which, by the way, they came out and said, Deagle report, massive population decrease. And then it was like, hey, we also going to get a mass production of these robots in 2025. So that tells me that they're going to need an army of robotoid troops as well. Meanwhile, DARPA's in the background preparing some weird stuff with the UFO crap. Somebody says, I just had the privilege of sitting down for more than 2 hours with the director of special projects for DARPA, who agreed to go on record for the first time to discuss the UFO disclosure process, the future of science, technology, and much more.
Someone just said in the chat to look into Operation Humane Domain. So I'm going to have to look into that one. Let's continue.
They're talking about how they're contacting different beings and how they're preparing for another process. And those chips that was put in people, we don't know. Like, I believe DARPA has a plan in with some hybrid beings that they're doing this stuff. And the director, they only have like a quick clip of the guy who's a director who talks about, yeah, we've been in contact with him for about 150 years.
All right, let's check that really quick though. Operation Humane Domain. See what we can find here on the tube. I'm sure it'll be limited on the tube, although sometimes you can, it's surprising what you can still find on the tube, especially older stuff that's still, before all the censor shit really kicked in. Operation Human Domain. Oh, it's a DARPA. There you go. There's DARPA. The Pentagon Bureaucracy and the Human Domain of War. Irregular Warfare podcast. On the on the Irregular Warfare Initiative's YouTube page. All right, well, Pogo Optics high. I can say that much. Pogo Optics are definitely high. Oh, there you go. U.S. Army Combined Arms Doctrine Directorate's YouTube page. Air University's YouTube page. So all these extremely Pogo AF fucking YouTube channels. U.S. Army Professional Forum. Lockheed Martin. Wow. This is very interesting. What comes up when you look this shit up? Modern intelligence operations across multi-domain environments. The Institute of World Politics. Look at these YouTube channels, dude. There's Medco. All these Army fucking pages. This is something else. Multi-domain operational strategists. Competing for influence in the human domain. Oh, what do you got there in the background? Bill and Melinda's Foundation there. Interesting. Interesting, man. This is a rabbit hole. Okay. I see. Interesting. Mosaic warfare and multi-domain battle. Black market organs. It's interesting also to see like what comes up sometimes in concordance with search in connection, whether directly or indirectly. But I'm guessing this one's one to check out here. The human domain from DARPA a year ago. The Global Trends 2040, a more contested world. Assessment described the critical need to understand, assessed, ... Yeah, well, that'll be for another time. But I got this one for another time. Something to look into. Operation Human Domain, sorry. Let's continue.
So behind all of this chaos that's ensuing is another evolving plan. And what you're looking at on screen is technology that they've embedded in humans where they go and
allegedly embedded in humans, folks. Let's get it right.
Scan it. And they say these images depict what is claimed to be an alien implant extracted by Dr. Roger Lear. They said that the object is solid. And when they looked into it, it says encased in an organic layer with tiny tendrils that appear to integrate with the individual's nervous system. And it was emitting radio frequency. In a CT scan, no visible sign of penetration could be seen. They did ultrasound and all that stuff and everything. So they were saying like this is definitely not made because industry made objects and most of the alloys and the elements are 36 elements here that is quite complex. And they were saying that some of it have biological prototype coding on the outside of it. How do they get into you without even having a point of injection being seen? So this is some technology that DARPA is potentially using that they're trying to use and integrate. I don't know what else is being put into, but just remember on the backside of everything, everybody walking around ain't human. Everybody walking around ain't control their own being. So the world is going to get much more strange as we go. And here's the document on specifically what I'm talking about right here. Or the Analytical Laboratory Inc. did the test report, came back, said, look, this ain't something that we've seen anywhere. And so again, like I'm trying to tell you right now, the spiritual warfare is real. The takeover of the human mind and consciousness is real. And, you know, for years, they didn't tell us that cancer, you know, actually my grandma, she recently had cancer. And
well said, Brecken. The entities are the same entities of legend and lore. The demons, heroes, angels, and sky people, Anunnaki, etc. are the powers and principalities and rulers and archons that were being referred to in Ephesians 6:12. I'm not much of a biblical guy, but Ephesians 6:12 is definitely one that I will rep.
I did research a while ago, and I hope this helps some of you. And so she has these tumors inside of her.
I think I have that right? Ephesians 6:12. I'm pretty sure.
Right. I did some research on dandelions, and I seen that in 24 to 78 hours, that rapidly decreased tumors happen in many medical studies. So what I did, I bought her some dandelion tincture from Etsy. I see her a few days ago. She's been taking it, and she says, you know what? I went back, and they said it's all reduced. It's all pretty much gone. I was like, that's freaking great news. And, you know, it's because the way they tell us how dangerous this stuff is. They want us to believe that we're disempowered. And so the other side of this agenda is fight with the migrants, fight, be invaded. Also, we're trying to kill you with different things in the food supply. And we're going to get into something else that you need to know about, the big scary cancer. We'll get to that because it ain't so scary once you figure this out. Now, I want you to see this clip about how they're doing this to the supply chain. And this is really where they're going to be able to get a lot of people.
Yeah, dandelion's a good one to have, folks. I definitely would say get it if you can. I barely use it. I use it in very minute quantities, but that's so that I can make it last. If I was more financially there, I would buy it all the time. But either way, this one right here, bad boy. All organic. Herb Farm's a great brand. But the pH, still got the caduceus there, but anyway.
A lot of people. So we're going to play this clip here, which they just recently came.
Health is wealth.
Then we're going to get into all the other information, how we need to keep our bodies in line in order to beat this weaponized.
One says Australia blushberry tree cures cancer. Zyropathy website has a medicine direct from India. Well, we're not giving medical advice here. I'm just reading the chat. YouTube, so don't toxic water, air, food, homeless, sick care, all people treated equally. It's all genocide. Yeah.
Attack, spiritual attack, physical attack with the invasion attack.
Sorry, I'm reading the comments.
So check it out.
Can you give me an example of a food that's a vaccine?
You're right. Yes. University of California, Riverside has already perfected the ability to put human vaccines into our lettuce right now. Also, tomatoes has the ability to do that also for UC Berkeley. And then Big Tobacco, RJ Reynolds and stuff has perfected the ability to put a human vaccine into tobacco products.
Chairman Clements? And is that even legal to do in the state?
Another ad for
Here's
real?
one thing you need to
Come
do
on,
before you buy
man.
anything online. Don't spend another dime on Amazon.
I'm not logged into premium on this side, I guess. Should have been logged into my premium account.
Sell those with a vaccine in them.
You're right. Well, I'm not arguing that point. What I'm saying is,
By the way, I don't pay for premium, but somebody like hooked me up and lets me use theirs. I would never pay fucking for premium. But anyway, unless I was like rich. But yeah, let's continue.
there is no law deeming those that when you go into a grocery store, you should know as a consumer, this head of lettuce is a head of lettuce. The head of lettuce right next to it could contain a vaccine in it. All we're saying is if it does have the vaccine in it, make sure it's listed as a pharmaceutical so people can get the proper dosage.
You're right.
Wow.
Thank you. Well, my question
Wow,
is right now, can you walk into a grocery store and there be a head of lettuce for sale that has a vaccine in it? I don't think that's allowed under state law presently. And if it is, and you have to list it as a pharmaceutical, are we going to then have Walgreens pharmacists with a refrigerated section? I mean, how's this going to play out?
You're right. Thank you. This is more of a consumer protection bill right here, is to make sure that if you're going in to buy tomatoes and there's a polio vaccine in there, that you are aware of what you're buying has a polio vaccine. The problem you have is if it's not treated as a pharmaceutical, being the size and difference between you and me, how many tomatoes do I have to eat to get the proper dosage versus how many tomatoes that you have to eat? And if you eat too many, do you get a overdose? If you eat too less, like we had in the cattle industry with aeromycin, we weren't dosing our cattle properly, and the horn flies were developing immunity to it. If we don't have the proper dosage of a vaccine, it could lead to the efficacy of that drug not work anymore.
Talking about the lettuce bill for a second.
Yeah, what about that?
Where did this thing come from?
Came from a constituent who moved from California, who was tied to UC Berkeley out there. University of California, Riverside has already perfected the ability to put human vaccines into our.
Wow, yo, it's amazing. No, it's not amazing.
Fucking
like, man, we gotta stop going to the stores and getting the stuff, man. Like the fact that they're doing that, and then like, what if you do overdose? What's gonna happen then? Will you not make resistance anymore? Because that's what happens to a lot of people. So obviously, right now, what we're facing.
It wasn't about the quality of the. I'm like reading these comments. There's always crazy comments in this fucking type of channels and chats. It wasn't about the ability to jabberwock you. It was. Oh, sorry. They have been doing these from airdrops on hunting grounds for years. It was your consent to agree to take a non-tested substance. Indeed.
Resistance anymore because that's what happens to a lot of people. So obviously, right now, what we're facing, we need to know something different. Like, I didn't take the VAX, okay, but for people who did, it was like you got to take a lot of them, the pine needles, and people have all these disclaimers and stuff about everything, and I get it. If you take anything too much, it's bad. All right, we get it. Just don't overtake anything. Sure, you take too much aloe vera, you're gonna have diarrhea. But here's the thing: moving into the next part, what they didn't tell us about big scary cancer was that years ago it was documented that it was a parasite. And you probably can't really see this, but I can read a little bit to you. At the sitting of Academy of Science in Paris and Adele Roverville, surgeons of great distinction addressed to the Academy of Medicine detailed a note. It says, animalcule, how do you say it? Cule, I'm gonna show you it, or small animals resembling a lion, which are found in all cancers. They have examined 3 gentlemen have sought the means in which the best fitted to destroy these beings, whatever we call MANIMLUCULAE. And in their experiments have led them to recommend the following different articles. So what they use to kill them, they say, brandy, which is a tincture of iodine, concentrated solutions of double chloride, mercury, chloride, gold, or arsenic of the salts of copper, nitrate, silver. Any of these articles will kill these small animals. Obviously, silver is the one we've been talking about forever and which one we have been using. Now, what are they talking about? These things that we're hearing. This is the word right now we're hearing right here. Animalcule, however you say it. Animal and cule. Microscopic organisms, including bacteria, protozoans, and very small animals. So essentially, they're parasites. Essentially, your body gets invaded by them, and if you can just attack the parasite instead of thinking like, oh, you need to go and get this therapy that's really killing you, you could actually heal from this stuff. And see, that's the secret they really didn't want people to know. But perception that people see from the companies that promote what they want to promote is the reason we're in the situation we're in. But if we can change that perception, we can change a lot right now. Everything that's coming our way, we can't back down. We can't back down in any way possible. What people think rebellion looks like, what it actually looks like. Now, rebellion only goes to that top level. That's when things really hit the point where we have no choice left, obviously. That's when rebellion looks like that. When they tell you that you don't have freedom, when they tell you to wake up just to live for them, when they tell you that you don't have the power to change reality, which you do. Every last one of us here, you have your own belief system, you have your own courage. And for us to go into this battle that spirit that's rising in us that knows we deserve what we deserve, and we can have what we want to have, we can change what we want to change. It's time, man. It's really time that we don't back down and that we really see reality for what it really is. All of history has been lies. They've been teaching us so many lies, and it was this recent thing that was found. It was a Tibetan ancient book area. It was like hidden scrolls from like so many years ago, and look how old these books look. The Vatican is hiding a lot of information, but this is a Tibetan, supposedly hidden archive of books that apparently has history that we won't even know anything about. That's what the alleged claim is. So it's so much hidden, but from within, when we use our discernment, we still have the source of truth. But the real question is, we won't unveil every last one of the truths in its reality because it's too complex. But what we need to reserve is the soul energy, the soul power, decency, to have a moral balance compass to attain a different aspect of character in these crazy times.
Someone said, where did it go? Oh, it just disappeared. Electrically conductive bacterial nanowires produced by Shigella onadensis strain MR1 and other microorganisms. Damn, this chick's on it. Watchman's duty. Sheesh. Technicalities. On point. Yeah, methylene blue. I keep hearing about this shit. Watched a couple of videos on it. I really want to get some now. Methylene blue. Theragrippers, gastrointestinal resident, shape-changing microdevices for extended drug delivery. Man, am I glad I didn't fucking fall for that scam. Thank God for discernment, right?
A different aspect of character in these crazy times.
Thank God for intuition.
They just came out with another report. They said they found some dragon bones. Okay, they said, oh, 240 million years. I don't believe the 240 million years thing. Over. You can look on screen there and see that all these beings that existed for all these years are still existing right now and feeding off of civilization. And we really get down to the deepest aspects of what's happening. It comes back down to some hybrid being.
Even just in random, I've seen that way all the time, though. I've seen that way in some panel chats, I think, that I go on. But yeah, if you use the legal name you think is yours for any reason whatsoever, you're giving your consent and are complicit and are part and party to all the crimes, against humanity. This is a fact. Yeah, I'd have to agree.
Illuminati New World Order puppets are actually working with. And as we go down this process, none of these beings really have as much power as we give them, but the fact that we give them the power, that's why they have it. So moving into things with a critical thinking mindset, knowing the surroundings. Like I said, America at large has trust issues. We have to learn how to build trust. It takes time to build that. It takes character watching to build that. It takes actually examining the person over and over again. But in communities right now, that's the only way forward. Nothing needs to be forced. Everything needs to happen at the appropriate time. When that timing happens, the divine spark is going to hit. We have to commit fully to the actual upbringing and change, evolution of our souls, the evolution of knowledge. And this is where we're at right now. You know, somebody says organic foods bring a lot of mucus. Some organic foods obviously ain't organic. So somebody says Trump is not good either. I mean, for people that want to continue to wait on somebody to just pull them out of the water, pull me out of the water, like the fact that you're waiting for somebody to do that, you gave away your power. You gave away your energy. You gave away another part of you that could have been activated and show full potential of you.
Another ad? Are you
If you're a business owner, then animated explainer videos are the best way to capture attention. Get more followers.
Then again, I think I have to watch the ad through for him to get the full monetization, but which now I feel bad for skipping it. But
basically, you're sitting at half potential right now because that's the crippling effect of waiting for something that doesn't happen. And the only regret you'll have is that, you know, I wish I would have done this and I wish I would have done this. No, do it now. Don't regret anything. Somebody says, I'm not a truster of them. I feel you. I'm not either. I opened a micro green farm in my house. Grow, baby, grow. That's what's up. That's what we need to do. That's the reality right now. Somebody said, you gave away your rights when you put on a mask. I mean, hey, some people did that, but did you take that via exile? That's the question. Did you march into the New World Order system and take that injection, that mark of the beast system? You know what I'm saying? So again, it's like you can be
get that damn thing shoved up your fucking nose. Did you get that? Did you get that? What some would call was a lobotomy. Did you get the lobotomy?
In certain ways,
Well, what?
But then there's other ways you can't be redeemed. So together as a collective spiritual soul, because when we collect that energy as a collective soul, because we're all in this battle together, right? We can build this thing to a better reality. Okay, the evil doesn't win; they only build and get destroyed because they cannot maintain a civilization. That's why civilization is constantly collapsing over and over again, because they don't have the energy, they don't have the heart, they don't have the courage. Darkness can't rule anything forever. It can't. It cannot sustain life. The energy it brings, the essence it brings, is downfall. And the thing is we can't fall with it. We have to separate from whatever we need to separate from right now in order to move forward to attain the goals that we have to preserve life, freedom, love, family, community, and the things that we really hold dear to heart. So I thank you all for tuning in here, please. And this video was so highly critical on the left-hand side. I'll have there. You need to check that out because every video I'm putting out is super critical. And remember, donation link below to help out JWTV. Appreciate you.
Okay. On that note, coming up on the 4-hour, 40-minute mark, we just hit it there, as I said it. Yeah, I wonder that same thing, Mr. Brecken. I wonder that same thing, you know? Let's see what we got here before we go. It looks like, I don't know if these are just a recommendation. But let me see something here. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Don dropped 2 links, and for some reason I can only see one. Huh. I don't know if he deleted it or if that's YouTube playing games. But let's see what he got for us before we get out of here. It's a short, so that's good. Maybe we could end at 4 hours and 44 minutes, 44 seconds. Oh, excuse me. Oh, yeah. Is this a...
I asked myself a question after looking at that comment. Why would you not be interested in outcomes for health? Now, as a clinician, I assumed that everything is about health and protecting the well-being of the population. Now, if that's not true, then it would mean that your actions would only be aligned to one particular outcome, which is positive outcomes. Everything else would be a distraction. This seems to be where we are now. If we don't look and if we don't insist on looking, those people who clearly are not interested in health will happily walk away.
Interesting. I don't think I've seen that guy. But let me make sure I don't have anything downloaded that I had meant to play that I did not. I don't think so. CNN references Leave the World Behind. CNN references Leave the World Behind. Did I play this one? This might be one of Axe videos or something. I think I meant for myself to check this out. Now it's not coming up. Oh, there it is. I really got to get out of here, though. Got to get out of here.
Check it out, True Seeker. Look what CNN had to reference the day of the cell phone outages, February 22nd, 2024. Again, the date was 68 numerology, like how in Gematria Barack Obama equals 68, as does CIA. Of course, in 1968, AT&T made 911 the emergency dialing code. Talked a lot about that in the earlier video, but anyhow, notice how they're about to mention the film made by Barack Obama that just came out, Leave the World Behind, about the cyber attack that takes down the nation.
To see how best to reach out to 911. That's why this is so scary and it is so urgent. Stay close, guys, because we'll see what happens in the next 3 hours during the show. Really appreciate it.
Look, dystopian movies begin with this.
That's exactly right.
They
I was
begin,
just watching one.
Leave the World Behind on Netflix.
Such a good show.
Cell phone outage goes. I woke up this morning with SOS on my pink cell phone. Why, it's because another
The mockery, True Seeker.
The mockery is real, indeed. You know, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. And I'll tell you one thing.
We're gonna be fine. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded. In that, no.
That's going to be a soundbite. They're going to put that to mariachi music.
No. I might have to use Elon Musk flamethrower to light the next joint. Well, I'll take a pull of tobacco, but no, seriously. When it comes to regular life, some regular tobacco with no marijuana at all. Would you like some? Yes. Okay. There you go.
All right, folks, I'm getting out of here. 4 hours, 44 minutes, 44 seconds. I love you. See you later. Bye.